in the Dragonflame Kingdom, in Sheep City, within the old district of the Happiness Community, Building C, Room 601. Greetings to all our esteemed viewers, and welcome to Morning News from the East. A slightly distorted voice emanated from the television. Today is August 7th, marking the beginning of autumn according to the lunar calendar. As the name suggests, is the onset of fall. With the scorching heat of July behind us and the garments of September ahead, following the extraordinary Perseid meteor shower 3 days ago, our nation is set to experience its first significant drop in temperature this summer, influenced by the tropical high-pressure system over the Pacific Ocean. We advise everyone to dress warmly and take precautionary measures against the chill. After delivering the domestic weather updates, the host gestured to switch the meteorological map behind them to reveal the expansive skies above the Pacific Ocean, showcasing a colossal, swirling cloud formation that dominated much of the screen. The next weather bulletin, according to the latest forecast from the Meteorological Bureau, a super typhoon named Tianhe is forming in the Central Pacific, poised to potentially rank among the most formidable typhoons in history. It is moving westward and is expected to make landfall in the southeastern coastal provinces of our country in the coming days. Satellite imagery predicts that the central wind speed of Tianhe may exceed the national standard of 68 milliseconds, reaching a force of level 17. Its unprecedented scale and extensive reach make it the most significant typhoon in the past decade. We urge everyone to prepare essential food and supplies in advance, remain indoors or in safe locations, and avoid travel during extreme weather conditions. This parallel world seems to be carved from the same mold. The prevalence of typhoons in Guangdong remains unchanged. Listening to the sound of news broadcasting emanating from the television, the young man with a buzz cut, seated at the dining table, paused his rapid keystrokes and lifted his head from his work to gaze at the screen, lost in thought. Indeed, a parallel world. The young man before me, seemingly unremarkable and appearing to have just entered society, is named Zhou, a traveler of realms. 3 days prior, Zhou, a web novelist, faced the honorable demise of his manuscript guardian. Despite his tireless efforts to churn out words late into the night, exhaustion overcame him, and he succumbed to slumber with a heavy heart. Upon awakening, he discovered himself transported to this parallel universe. Zhou, LNXNG. There were no tragic encounters with construction vehicles, nor any jarring contact with circuit boards as transition, devoid of any forewarning, felt as though it had been scripted by an AI, awkward and abrupt. He had taken the place of an overworked individual, yet he had not inherited the entirety of their memories. Only fragmented images occasionally resurfaced when stimulated by various encounters. Fortunately, the original inhabitant was merely an orphan with limited social connections, a recent graduate still seeking stable employment from the confines of home. Although lacking complete memories, this did not impede his ability to lead a normal life. In the 3 days since his arrival in this new existence, aside from meals, Zhou ventured outside infrequently, dedicating his time to intense online exploration, striving to gather information that might provoke memories and facilitate his integration into this world. After several days of diligent inquiry, Zhou had garnered a fundamental understanding of this parallel realm. Though the names may differ, it is a curious coincidence that the azure planet of this parallel universe follows a historical trajectory and cultural lineage strikingly reminiscent of its predecessor, with only minor discrepancies in specific details. There exists neither the pinnacle of martial prowess, nor the ubiquitous presence of beast companions, nor even the division of arts and sciences prevalent in the rigorous examinations of the past. Unlike the majority of those who embark on world-saving quests, this existence seems to be merely a transition into an ordinary urban realm. An ordinary urban realm? A mediocre university graduate, lacking any distinctive employment advantages, may find it more prudent to return to his former profession as a writer. After all, he possesses a modicum of experience and has been exposed to a plethora of wildly successful works from his previous life, thus presenting a more favorable starting point and prospects than pursuing other careers. Let the compatriots from the Dragon Nation in this parallel world savor the allure of a male-oriented fantasy narrative. Ha ha ha. Lost in a whirlwind of thoughts, inspiration surged within Zhou's mind, prompting him to open a Word document and commence typing fervently. Engrossed in his work, the morning swiftly slipped away, interrupted only by the occasional pangs of hunger. Zhou glanced at his desk, realizing that he had consumed the last packet of instant noodles for breakfast, and decided it was time to venture downstairs to the supermarket for sustenance. He resided in room 601 of Building C in the Happiness Community, situated in the older district of Yang City, a neighborhood that had undergone renovation over 2 decades ago. While the environment left much to be desired, the rent was relatively affordable, and the transportation was deemed convenient, thereby attracting many migrant workers like himself. Due to the considerable foot traffic, there are numerous shops within the happy community. Though modest in size, they are replete with essentials. In Building D next door, there exists a small supermarket, a favored haunt of Zhou. That's all for now. Boss, could you please bring 2 boxes of mother hen soup noodles to my car? After replenishing his daily necessities, Zhou approached the front desk to settle his bill. As usual, handsome, we only have 1 box of mother hen soup noodles left. Would you like to try a different flavor? The price remains the same, but I can offer you a 2-yuan discount, the owner remarked. Noticing Zhou pulling out his phone to make payment, a disheveled man engrossed in a mobile game extinguished his cigarette with a casual flick and handed his phone to Zhou for assistance. He wiped his hands on his sleeveless shirt adorned with trendy anime characters and nonchalantly slipped into the warehouse to retrieve instant noodles. How do I play this? 018 with Han Xin. The boss is quite the character, Zhou mused as he took the phone. Observing a heated battle in the chat box concerning a family defense against an invading force. Recently, there have been quite a few mice in the community. I haven't touched instant noodles for a while, fearing they might be gnawed upon. It's strange, though despite the 3 cats living upstairs, the mice remain audacious, the supermarket owner remarked, chit-chatting during a brief pause in his work. Having completed his shopping, Zhou, laden with bags and clutching a box of noodles under his arm, hurried back to his room in a few swift strides. In these aging residential buildings devoid of elevators, residents tend to rent on the lower floors to avoid the hassle of climbing stairs. On the 6th floor, there was but 1 tenant in the rental unit's Zhou. Aside from the occasional visits from the elderly landlord tending to his flowers on the rooftop, solitude reigned supreme, offering a tranquil retreat. Today was exhausting. I deserve a reward of a few rounds of gaming, Zhou mused as he steadied his breath after ascending 6 flights of stairs. He deftly filled the electric kettle with water, prepared instant noodles, and plugged in his laptop to charge. He was ready to transform into a joyous harbinger of chaos, ready to dominate the battlefield of the Summoner's Rift. As dusk approached, the setting sun bled crimson, casting a vibrant glow across the horizon, hinting at an impending, tumultuous night. Although the typhoon Tianhe was on the verge of making landfall for the majority of ordinary lives, its impact seemed negligible. The online realm of the Summoner's Rift remained lively, and in the bustling city of Yangcheng where Zhou resided, the clamor and vibrancy persisted unperturbed. Hundreds of kilometers away, in the heart of the Pacific Ocean, the birthplace of Tianhe was already shrouded in ominous, swirling black clouds, a harbinger of doom. The eye of the super typhoon, having gathered immense moisture, churned violently, enveloping an expanse of several dozen square kilometers of the ocean surface. Waves roared fiercely, tumultuous and murky, as colossal spirals of water spouts reached skyward, while within the dark clouds, ethereal green lightning flickered ominously. The oppressive spiral of clouds, dense and unyielding, reached a critical mass before the 2,000-kilometer-wide eye of the typhoon erupted. It fragmented into numerous smaller typhoons, each carrying vast amounts of moisture in their cloud formations, barreling forth across the globe in defiance of the Coriolis effect. 20 kilometers per hour, 60 kilometers per hour, 180 kilometers per hour. The dozens of typhoons, now dispersed, resemble untamed stallions, galloping with unbridled ferocity towards the mainland. From the heart of the Pacific, where they brewed their fury, to the moment they struck the coastlines of various nations, merely half an hour elapsed. As the ominous clouds enveloped every corner of the earth, the relentless Andes Mountains of North America, the majestic heights of the Himalayas in Asia, the frigid expanses of Siberia in the Bear Country, and the primordial mysteries of the Amazon rainforest in the southern continent all bore witness to the impending cataclysm. Every nook and cranny of the globe was besieged by apocalyptic disasters, dark clouds looming overhead, thunder clashing in unison, and tempestuous winds and torrential rains descending in a cacophony of calamity. With a shroud of darkness blanketing the planet came an invisible, ebony-hued particulate matter, cascading from the clouds, permeating every crevice of the earth through air currents, water flows, and myriad other mediums. In no more than 30 minutes, the transition from the typhoon's acceleration to a global blanket of darkness occurred, ushering in an unforeseen apocalypse. Chapter 2. Awakening. The National Data Panel. After all, in such a brief span of time, one might not even complete a single game. In the province of Guangdong. In the city of Guangzhou, at the Happiness Community. The game has disconnected. Please check your network signal. What is happening? Has the connection faltered? Gazing at the character on the screen, suddenly frozen, Zhou scratched his head in confusion. Amidst the cacophony of howling winds rushing into the room, the sound of toppled objects jolted Zhou back to reality. Turning to glance out the window, he noted that despite only half an hour having passed, the sun had not yet fully set at this hour. Yet today, the sky outside was already shrouded in darkness akin to the dead of night, devoid of stars or moonlight, with only the streetlights swaying in the tempest, casting flickering glimmers that barely illuminated the street below. What sort of German typhoon has struck my doorstep? The desolate street lay littered with branches and debris hurled by the ferocious winds, a scene of utter chaos. Amidst the relentless patter of rain, the howling wind seemed even more pronounced. As he approached the window to close it, before he could even extend his hand, a torrential downpour soaked Zhou's face and chest. Through the blurred vision, he failed to perceive the horrifying scene unfolding outside the community. A shadowy figure, face indistinct, stumbled and collided with a lamppost, and before it could rise, yet, soon, the desperate cries for mercy faded into the tempest. The howling winds utterly drowned the sounds of anguished pleas and the horrific tearing of flesh and muscle. The shadow of the person pinned beneath continued to struggle fiercely, inadvertently knocking over the lamppost, as everything was consumed by the impenetrable darkness. When lightning flashed once more, the fleeting illumination revealed the grotesque silhouette of a monster beside the streetlight. Although it bore a human semblance, its eyes were devoid of whites, and its face was gaunt, with protruding cheekbones and sunken eye sockets. The pallid skull buried beneath was marred by a relentless grin, teeth gnashing at the remnants of severed limbs. Akin to a ravenous beast engaged in insatiable predation, those modified genetic chains were awakening, akin to ancient spells unsealed, reconstituting docile nucleic sequences into a bloodthirsty cipher. Terrifyingly, such mutations could indiscriminately befall any human, regardless of status or wealth, as they surged forth like a tidal wave, engulfing the entire world. Thud! The muffled sound of the window slamming against the sill echoed. At the cost of being drenched by the torrential winds and rains, Zhou finally managed to shut the window, the once translucent glass now clouded by years of dust, effectively barricading the calamity outside. Even after closing the window, distinct gusts continued to batter against it, causing the glass and frame to tremble violently, producing a discernible clatter. It was not exceptional physical endurance that elicited the labored breaths, but rather the aftermath of a series of exertions, reminiscent of a bellows gasping for air. Before he had the chance to breathe a sigh of relief, Zhou suddenly realized something. Although the window was closed, the computer on the table was still aglow. The computer was invaluable. The computer. He needed to turn off the power. With this realization, Zhou hurried towards the mobile power strip on the dining table. Tap. Tap. The base of the electric kettle was not far from the mobile power strip, while there was a safety hazard. Normally, it would not pose any issues. However, with the entire building shaking slightly, the kettle swayed dangerously, its lid popped open, and scalding water splashed everywhere, soaking half the table and the mobile power strip as well. Moreover, Zhou had just gotten wet while closing the window, his body now fully charged with static electricity. Zing. Crackle, crackle. That was the sound of the mobile power strip short-circuiting and leaking electricity. Just as his finger landed on the button, an overwhelming surge of electric current surged through the faulty outlet and into his body. In an instant, Zhou's body became rigid with electricity. Toppling backward like a wooden stake, the acrid scent of burning flesh faintly wafting through the air. His body, now stiff from the shock, continued to convulse. But with diminishing intensity, the rise and fall of his chest growing ever fainter. Soon, Images from both his past life and the memories of his original self began to flicker in his mind. Was the light show starting hour? Perhaps it was the favor of a mysterious will, or perhaps a miracle of life at the brink of death. A vortex formed of iridescent light slowly materialized around Zhou, drawing in the sparking, erratic current from the short-circuited wires, along with the specks of ebon particles that dotted the surrounding air. The vortex, with its unseen force of attraction, pulled the dark particles from the clouds above Block C as if a celestial river had burst its banks, devouring even the blue-white lightning that chased after them with insatiable hunger. As the ebony particles surged inward, the flickering electricity gradually receded beneath the skin and muscle. A heart that had ceased to beat began anew, and a breath that had stilled was revived. His chest rose and fell in rhythm, and the charred skin that had enveloped him began to scab and peel away, revealing new flesh that was delicate and flushed with life. Once this transformation was complete, the iridescent vortex retreated deep within Zhou's body, vanishing from sight. Were it not witnessed firsthand, none would believe the medical marvel that had unfolded before their eyes. Yet, such instances, defying the objective laws of human science, had become increasingly common throughout the world since the advent of the typhoons and the encroaching darkness of the black clouds. Among the surviving humans who had not succumbed to the zombie virus, some began to manifest supernatural abilities, evolving into beings of extraordinary power, enhanced strength, elemental manipulation, instantaneous teleportation. Angelic descents, resurrection from death, and temporal reversal were among the miracles witnessed. Some individuals crouched, grasping daggers, concealed within the shadows of narrow alleys to evade pursuit. In the next moment, their silhouettes fragmented into numerous duplicates beneath the gloom. Others, with hands reverently clasped, prayed fervently before the cross in a church, only to have golden wings burst forth from their backs in an instant. There were those wielding swords, practicing in the expansive dojo, where the cold glimmer of stars seemed to shimmer. In the blink of an eye, a torrent of sword energy erupted 3 feet from the blade, etching lotus-like scars upon the wooden floor and concrete walls. It was not merely humans. The natural world was also in upheaval. Almost simultaneously, every creature cloaked in dark particles underwent visible transformations. At the microscopic level, their genetic structures appeared to be infused with a super catalyst, splitting and recombining at a pace thousands of times faster than normal evolutionary processes, advancing towards the unknown. On a macroscopic scale, these transformations were evident in their outward forms. Enormous pythons coiled around ancient trees, fervently shedding their skins to emerge with singular horns. Fierce tigers dashed through the forests, the rushing wind behind them forming a pair of pale blue wings. Eagles soared in the high heavens, their resplendent feathers igniting with an everlasting flame under the sun's direct gaze. Yet, without exception, their colossal bodies shattered the limits of their species, continuing to grow at an extraordinary rate. It was reminiscent of the Cambrian explosion of life that occurred 500 million years ago, as all beings raced down the path of evolution. Above the universe, a cold, mechanical voice suddenly resonated, unrecorded by any instrument, yet precisely reaching the minds of every individual, even those who were deaf and mute. The celestial system's self-check has been completed, with a temporal deviation of 0.0005. The self-assessment is concluded, and the current timeline is at 45 units. The cosmic system has detected an invasion of the planetary ecological environment and has initiated Emergency Protocol 3. The concentration of energy particles has reached the required threshold, and the Nirvana Ascension Program is being activated. The Ascension Program is commencing, and it is now connecting to the meme system. Connection complete. Self-check in progress. Self-check complete. The correction degree of the meme system stands at 51. The dominant subconscious stream belongs to humanity, and adaptive transformation is initiated. Adaptive transformation is complete, and adaptation has been successful. The innate bloodline has been altered to a game interface. Adaptive process concluded. The Nirvana program has been successfully initiated and is linking to the database. Database connection successful. Injecting particles. Injection complete. The underlying rules are about to be rewritten. Rewriting of the foundational rules is complete. Commencing overlay. Overlay complete. Unlocking the primary key for the internal database. Unlocking complete. Beginning deployment. As the voice faded, a translucent light screen of pale blue hue suddenly materialized before every surviving human. In stark contrast, nearly all technological creations of the human world became utterly inoperative. The roaring engines fell abruptly silent, the bright electric lights extinguished, and the once bustling human cities were plunged into an eerie, deathly stillness in an instant. Aside from the lunar rover, which gazes faithfully at the distant azure planet, a chilling mechanical hum resonates, trembling with a distortion as if on the verge of vanishing. Just before its complete disappearance, a deep male voice, reminiscent of a virus intrusion, interjects with an inexplicable clarity, as if translated through an unseen device, rendering its cryptic words comprehensible to any listener. Stripping away the falsehoods, nurturing the truths, I wish you good fortune in your future endeavors. With these words, silence envelopes the air, leaving no echo behind. A foreshadowing, yet devoid of immortality pursuits. The author's safety is paramount. Chapter 3. The External Aid. The chaotic evolution of talent in the happiness community, Room 601 of Building C, with the alteration of the world's rules. All electrical systems, from power plants to distribution stations and the wires connecting to households, have ceased to function. The switches, once leaking electricity, have become devoid of power. And as the current dissipates, a vibrant vortex merges seamlessly with Zhou's being, vanishing entirely. A pale blue data panel unfolds before Zhou. As an imperceptible, advanced technology scans his form. His physical data, life experiences, and even more profound, esoteric aspects manifest on the data panel in a tangible format. Points of blue light, imbued with a sense of technological wonder, trace back through the informational layers until they reach the vibrant vortex. Deep within the pale blue data panel, an ocean of blue points coalesces, and suddenly, a radiant vortex emerges, voraciously consuming the surrounding blue light. Alert! Unknown source access detected. System database lacks relevant information. Initiating self-diagnosis. Self-check initiated. Multidimensional high-level analyzer powering up. In an instant, the blue light points surged like a tempestuous sea, yet flailed aimlessly like headless flies, failing to touch the vibrant whirlpool as if separated by two dimensions. No anomalies detected. Anomaly. Initiating emergency protocol, tracing the heavenly path system. The outer layer of the colorful whirlpool shifted to a hue indistinguishable from the surrounding blue. ZZZZZ restarting self-check. Self-check complete. No anomalies. Like thunder descending in wrath, yet as tranquil as the sea reflecting the clear light. The turbulence of the mysterious space remained unbeknownst to all, save for the faintly flickering information on the data panel, which bore witness to it all. Bioelectric surge, C, superconducting electromagnetic pathway spiritual meridian, A, mutated. Originally lying on the ground, Zhou, on the verge of awakening with a flutter of his eyelids, fell back into a slumber as innocent as that of an infant. Throughout the night, the sounds of wind and rain outside C601, along with cries and roars, echoed incessantly, occasionally interrupted by the clash of blades and the sporadic blasts of explosions. Yet none of it could disturb Zhou's remarkably deep sleep. Until the dawn approached. The tempest of the previous night and the ominous clouds vanished abruptly, as if a fleeting dream, leaving only chaos in their wake, with no trace left behind. A red sun slowly rose from the east, appearing as it would on any ordinary day. However, all who experienced the calamity of yesterday understood that the world had irrevocably transformed. Apart from the fragmented sunlight gently illuminating Zhou's face, his slightly trembling eyelashes began to flutter increasingly, and the unfortunate soul, having succumbed to slumber for an entire night, finally stirred awake. Wasn't there a storm brewing? Where on earth have I ended up? Jolted into another realm. Rubbing his bleary eyes, Zhou gazed at the pale blue screen before him, finding the scene somewhat surreal. As he reached out to touch it, the ethereal display shifted and changed in response to his fingertips. And the chilling sensation affirmed to Zhou that this was no mere fantasy. Surveying his surroundings, he realized he was still in his rental apartment. He had not traversed dimensions. Yet, the bright scenery outside the window seemed to belong to another world, a stark contrast to the chaos of yesterday. Following the trajectory of sunlight filtering into the room, Zhou unconsciously moved toward the window. How long had he been in a daze? The first sight that greeted him was not the resplendent rays of sunshine, but rather the disheveled street left in the aftermath of yesterday's tempest. Even more horrifying was the scene at the center of the street, where a precariously tilting lamppost stood over a gruesome tableau strewn with dismembered remains. Although most of the blood and viscera had been washed away by the rain, a few remnants of flesh, exposed to the air, were a dark red hue reminiscent of meat that had been soaked, rendering it even more revolting. What on earth has happened to the pigeons? Upon awakening to such a jarring and bloody spectacle, Zhou could not help but exclaim in shock. Not far from the remains, a zombie crouched on the ground, gnawing on a rib. Drawn by Zhou's voice, it turned its head towards the window, its unblinking gaze locking onto his, piercing and direct. In the depths of darkness, the eyes, a singular entity of pitch black, contrasted sharply with the stark whiteness of the scara. High, prominent cheekbones framed a gaunt visage, devoid of flesh, marred by damaged epidermal tissue, yet still revealing the remnants of muscular texture intermingled with the greasy remnants of a recent feast, creating a grotesque tableau. A mere exchange of glances was sufficient to evoke terror, enough to instill fear in the hearts of children. Startled, Zhou instinctively retreated a couple of steps, only to realize he was still on the 6th floor. Embarrassed yet irate, he defiantly raised his middle finger at the ghastly figure before him. With a crackle, a surge of blue-white electricity erupted from his finger, causing his polyester pajamas to dance with static. The bloodthirsty, grotesque zombie, the supernatural lightning, the sci-fi game interface. With a sigh, Zhou finally acknowledged his reality, accepting the absurdity of it all. There was a flicker of delight within him. After all, he had truly encountered extraordinary powers after his transmigration. What man has not fantasized about soaring through the skies, omnipotent in his abilities? Yet, this thrill was overshadowed by confusion. He was acutely aware of his own ordinariness, struggling to find his footing in a stable society, let alone in a brutal world characterized by the law of the jungle. As an avid reader of apocalyptic and zombie literature, Zhou had encountered enough tales set in chaotic worlds, where the environment and ecology could reduce one to tears, akin to a kicked puppy. For an ordinary individual, lacking any external aids or systems, survival in such a world could be far less comfortable than his previous existence. Although the end was visible, at least he was spared the torment of a life fraught with uncertainty. Indeed, the external aid. Zhou quickly turned away, leaning against the wall beside the window, deeply engrossed in examining the data panel before him. If there were anything that could enable an ordinary individual like himself to survive in this apocalyptic world, it would undoubtedly be this enigmatic system interface. Name, Zhou race, human bloodline, none total level, 1 experience, 0 primary profession, none secondary profession, commoner LV1, 0-100, personal attributes, strength, 10, 9-1, agility, 13, 11-2, constitution, 13, 10-1, intelligence, 13, 11-2, perception, 11 charisma, 10, average value for normal adults is 10. Free attribute points, 0 health points, 144, 144, 12-12. Base health coefficient is 10. Energy, 185 rank. None, a reasonably fit ordinary person. Initial E, awakening D, rebirth C, ascension B, cataclysm A, transcendence S, origin SS. Talents, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSR, etc. 1. Chaotic metamorphosis. Enables any talent, skill, or item to undergo transformation, usable once daily, non-stacking. 2. Superconductive electromagnetic pathway spiritual pulse, A, mutated. The energy of lightning surges through your body, allowing you to wield this awe-inspiring power with ease. However, compared to the high resistance of air, your body serves as a more suitable playground for electrons. Constitution potential 2, life value calculation coefficient 2. Amplification effects based on lightning attributes, enhancement, and enchantment 30. Resistance calculation based on lightning attribute 70. Gain of chi attribute, lightning. Chi, lightning, LV1, 100. Agility 2, strength 1. Constitution 1, based on perception and resistance. Any contact, whether direct or indirect damage, carries a chance to inflict the state, paralysis. Neuroplasticity mapping enhancement analogous learning, B. When your mind has mastered a certain type of knowledge and patterns, it can swiftly grasp other similar content, drawing inferences from one instance to another. Intelligence potential 2, skill proficiency acquisition speed 20. Specialization, none, based on experience, career, etc. Skill, overload, LV1 consumes 20 chi and 10 life points, enhancing the next attack to inflict an additional 15 points of lightning damage. Equipment, none, white, green, blue, purple, pink, orange, silver, gold, etc. Profession skill tree, psionic system, lightning. As a seasoned bibliophile, having not only read extensively but also witnessed various narratives. Zhou possesses a modicum of understanding regarding data panels. Whether it be the mainstream data-centric path of the mechanic, the classical realism of D&D, or the whimsically imaginative trend of the tomato genre, no one comprehends data panels better than I do. The more bizarre the appearance, the swifter the results, the less description, the more formidable the effect. Skimming past other attributes and talents feels akin to a blind person discovering brilliance, akin to a fated, instantaneous romantic encounter. Zhou was instantly captivated by the chaotic evolution displayed on the panel. The aesthetic was distinctly different, with the yellow-eyed glasses pointing upwards. If I am not mistaken, it should be applicable to skills and talents, for this peculiar talent appears to be quite abstract. Based on past experience, Zhou decided to first validate his conjecture with a skill, as a skill seems less significant compared to a talent that is evidently more valuable. This one will do. Overload LV1, white. His finger pressed down on the panel, and a feeling akin to enlightenment surged within him, as a vibrant, swirling vortex materialized. Engulfing, overload LV1. Before him, a flurry of densely packed text danced like a spinning lottery wheel. Exceeding electric arc protocol, Dirac siphon mode, gold. Electromagnetic core, magnetic storm ring configuration, silver, Rigene manifestation, type 4, orange, Maxwell's super electromagnetic field, pink, lightning release, chakra mode, purple. The pointer meandered through an array of impressive skills, spinning around before finally coming to a halt. Chapter 4, Overload, the electric music hero. The pointer rested within the golden legendary area, in a white region of identical size. Overload, white, consumes 20 stamina, increases speed and attack power by 1. Lasts for 1 minute. Wonderful. It's a non-failure scenario. Normal players are saved. Is there no guaranteed minimum for novice draws? The expression on Zhou's face mirrored the first question mark emoji found in the collections of friends before their screens. However, no matter how desperately one cries out within, it cannot alter the reality of being crowned as a chieftain. After the mutation of skills, the levels of those skills began to change as well, and this time, the process concluded rather swiftly. The transition from level 1 to level 10 occurred multiple times, ultimately stabilizing at level 6. Overload level 1, white. Overload level 6, white. At overload level 6, consuming 20 stamina, increases speed and attack power by 6. Lasting for 1 minute. Upon reaching overload level 5, please select one of the following 3 advanced effects: overheat, endurance, electric amplification. Overheat serves to further enhance the effects, but in addition to consuming stamina, it will also incur further loss of health. Endurance reduces consumption while extending the duration of overload. Electric amplification increases the consumption of transformation-type skills, granting additional attribute bonuses. Each option represents a distinct developmental path. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou decisively chose electric amplification. It is better to grasp one bird in hand than to chase 10 in the forest. In contrast to percentage increases that require high values to exert their power, what is truly needed in the early stages is immediate combat efficacy. Even a slight increase in attribute points evidently favors survival in such an uncertain environment. Moreover, those who have engaged in PvP know that the operability of active skills far surpasses that of passive ones. Overload, electric amplification level 6, consuming 100 stamina, increases speed. Attack power by 6, agility 3, strength 3, lasting for 1 minute. The upgraded skill can be deemed a minor gem, further validated by the feasibility of the talent. Zhou felt a surge of confidence regarding his ability to survive in the apocalypse, who says a small opening does not count as an opening, or a minor cheat is not a cheat. The next step is to address the demand for equipment. In the scant memories that linger, the most accessible and somewhat lethal items appear to be the gardening tools left by the landlord on the rooftop, scythes, small hoes, and the like, which are at least made of iron. A couple of days ago, while assisting him in transporting items upstairs, I noticed some leftover construction materials, specifically steel rebar, tucked away in a corner of the rooftop. By combining these elements, I could fashion a makeshift long-handled weapon. However, prior to venturing out, it is essential to make the necessary preparations. I donned several layers of thick sweaters, topped with a down jacket that has seen better days. I also donned multiple layers of labor protection gloves, ultimately securing the cuffs and other vulnerable areas with layers of tape fashioned from cardboard boxes of instant noodles, thus creating rudimentary protective gear The same method applies to my trousers. Moreover, I detach the head of a metal drying rack, binding a screwdriver with tape to create a weapon, however rudimentary it may be. Completed 3 equipment crafting tasks. Equipment crafting experience 4. Acquired secondary profession skill, equipment crafting. For 100, beginner. Based on your production experience, gain secondary profession experience 4, crude spear quality. Gray, poorly constructed, type, weapon. Two-handed, basic parameters, attack power 1-3, durability 10-10, equipment requirements, none, attribute bonuses. Range 2, mastery -1, length, 145 centimeters, weight, 0. 65 kilograms, additional effects, none, description, a poorly constructed piece of junk. It's a miracle it hasn't fallen apart yet. The attributes of the coarse upper and lower garments in gray are rather lackluster, merely a meager comfort in times of need. Yet, donning heavy apparel and wielding a weapon nearly as tall as oneself does impart a significant sense of security. With preparations complete, I ventured forth. The door of C601 creaked open silently. Cautiously peeking around, Zhou scanned the vicinity, assuring himself of the absence of disturbances. Clutching a spear and carrying a backpack, he stealthily slipped out, treading lightly up the stairs to the rooftop, wary of agitating the mysterious neighbors below, whether they be human or undead. Upon reaching the aluminum door leading to the rooftop, fortune smiled upon him. The landlord had merely secured the handle without locking it. As he pushed the door ajar, it collided with a ceramic flower pot overturned by the storm, producing a resounding clatter. Huh. The air was thick with labored breaths akin to a wheezing bellows, accompanied by the jarring sound of nails scraping against the tiled floor. A zombie. His gaze was drawn to the half-prostrate figure at the threshold, a mere 3 meters away from Zhou. Lured by the noise, the creature dragged its broken leg, writhing like a caterpillar, hastening its approach towards the door with a grotesque amalgamation of drool and blood oozing from its ghastly visage. How could there be a zombie here? And one with a broken leg at that? It couldn't have simply fallen from the sky, could it? In the moment of stunned disbelief, the zombie clasped its hand around the edge of the door, its repulsive face stretching through the gap, magnifying before Zhou's eyes. Overload. Electric amplification. As his pupils abruptly constricted, he instinctively activated the skill he had just acquired. You have entered the overclocked electric amplification state. Based on your innate talents, you gain 4 agility and 4 strength, lasting for 1 minute. With the enhancement from his talents, it equates to approximately 3-9, rounded to 4. A familiar sensation of electricity coursed through the base of his spine, a tingling warmth radiating upwards, causing his hair to stand on end. With his reaction speed suddenly heightened, his vision slowed, allowing him to perceive the approaching zombie's movements in vivid clarity. As the zombie's head neared the entrance, Zhou swiftly delivered a powerful kick, channeling all his strength into the aluminum door, which struck the zombie's shoulder with a resounding impact, sending it staggering backward. Die! The electrifying shout echoed alongside the thunderous sound of the door being kicked, reverberating throughout the corridor and stirring the horde of zombies in the building. Perhaps it was the exhilaration of the skill or the adrenaline coursing through him, but after a fleeting moment of shock and fear, an indescribable rage and fervor took over. As his right foot landed, Zhou unhesitatingly raised the clothes pole, thrusting it forward. The screwdriver at its tip pierced deeply into the zombie's chest. The off-balance creature could not withstand the force comparable to that of a professional athlete, as Zhou, fueled by bloodl. Your attack inflicted 30 points of damage. Based on your level and attributes, you have received the following information. Unnamed common zombie, neonate, level 1 attributes, strength 12, weak, agility 9, fractured, constitution 10, weak, intelligence 0. Perception 6, Charisma 1, Health 17200, Talents, none, Skills, Zombie Form, Infection Assimilation, Zombie Form, a unique life state of the zombie, which allows it to endure greater damage, with the skull being its only true weakness. Life Calculation Coefficient 10, Winky Face. Description, a common zombie found everywhere, weakened by negative states and hunger. Pinning the zombie against a wall of half-human height, the cold wind swept in, mingling with the musty odor reminiscent of aged pickled vegetables emanating from the creature's mouth, allowing Zhou's reason to reclaim the high ground of intellect. The skull is among the hardest bones in the human body, and what if a punch lands and the zombie's teeth break the skin? Who knows if it would lead to infection? With determination, he pressed his foot down firmly upon the rising zombie. Scanning the surroundings, he spotted a flower pot, substantial in size and filled with earth, not far away. Releasing his spear and taking 2 steps back, Zhou grasped the hefty flower pot, raising it triumphantly above his head, and brought it crashing down upon the zombie's skull with a decisive strike. Huh. Those who dare trespass upon the territory of Building C shall be met with force. The crackling sound of electricity echoed across the rooftop, a testament to Zhou's unwavering resolve to protect the lands of Dou. With each decisive strike, Zhou wielded the flower pot like a relentless demolition machine, delivering a series of blows that shattered the zombie's cervical vertebrae. The pale yellow numeral 60 repeatedly emerged above the creature's head, indicative of critical damage dealt. As the sound of cracking bones echoed, a vivid red 200 materialized above the fallen zombie, representing its life force, while its neck contorted at an unnatural angle. The zombie collapsed forward onto the ground, lifeless and motionless. You have slain a common zombie, earning 10 experience points. Based on your combat experience, you have acquired information regarding the martial arts skill, Basic Combat, White. As the zombie lay defeated, an exhilarating rush coursed through Zhou, a sensation he had never before encountered. It surged from his tailbone, rooted in the primal violence of his bloodline. A manifestation of life's most fundamental instinct for survival, an instinct that predated even fists and branches as weapons. Notifications from the data panel popped up intermittently, reminiscent of an idle gaming experience, compelling him to glance at them despite the lack of tangible changes. For a fleeting moment, Zhou even found himself embracing this apocalyptic reality, akin to being immersed in a virtual realm, and surprisingly, he felt a sense of anticipation. Chapter 5. Adjustment, Reflection, and Planning Thoughts World. Yet the body moved with remarkable swiftness, seizing the opportunity before the attribute enhancement faded. Zhou hastily barricaded the aluminum door leading to the balcony with flower pots and other objects. This would provide a few crucial seconds of delay when the zombies, drawn by the sounds, surged forth. Overload state has ended. The attribute boost dissipated, and Zhou, nearing exhaustion, gasped for breath as he settled against the wall at the edge of the rooftop. In the event of a fatal bite, he could at least depart with a striking pose. Friends accustomed to brawls understand how utterly draining it is to exert oneself to the utmost. Having just endured a life-or-death struggle, the adrenaline rush waned, and every muscle in his body sent signals of fatigue and soreness to his brain. He felt as though his lungs might burst from the strain. After resting on the ground for around 10 minutes, his breathing gradually stabilized. The aluminum door leading to the balcony remained eerily silent, suggesting that the zombies were still incapable of ascending the stairs. With some of his strength restored, Zhou recalled the events of the previous days and located a small hoe and sickle leaning against a planting foam box. Fortunately, he also discovered a half bag of seed potatoes, still unspoiled and edible, rich in starch, far more satisfying than instant noodles. In addition to this, a thorough search yielded a treasure trove from the landlord's tool storage box, including numerous screwdrivers, wires, and electrical tape. Among these, the most useful was a small wrench, which Zhou tucked into his left waistband as a secondary weapon. The sturdy steel wrench, crafted with precision, possesses substantial weight, and when swung, it exudes an invigorating energy. Had it been in my possession moments ago, dispatching the zombie would have been a far more effortless endeavor. Additionally, discarded construction materials lie in a corner of the rooftop, an assortment of wooden planks and several bundles of slender steel rebar, along with a few bags of cement. This location is the closest point on Building C to the rooftop of Building D, with an approximate drop of 3 to 4 stories. Quite possibly the very place from which the limping zombie had leapt. The scattered, dark red stains on the ground, oxidized with time, suggest to Zhou that the zombie he had just vanquished likely originated from a resident of the neighboring Building D's rooftop. It appears that the transformation into a zombie occurred post-leap. However, prior to this, the individual must have been bitten or scratched, leading to infection, for zombies do not bleed. Considering the slain zombie, it is evident that a zombie is akin to a corpse after death. Its blood would swiftly oxidize and coagulate, rendering such pronounced bloodstains impossible. Yet, this line of reasoning raises further questions. Building D is centrally located among several residential structures, and its rooftop is the highest in the vicinity, making it improbable for any zombies from other locations to reach it. Moreover, based on the earlier deduction that zombies do not utilize stairs, unless zombies were already present on the rooftop of Building D, there would be little reason for the resident to leap to the rooftop of Building C to evade them. Unless, of course, there was some entity capable of climbing stairs, pursuing him to the rooftop and compelling him, in a state of panic, to jump to the opposite building. The very fact that he was able to leap to the rooftop suggests that whatever forced him to do so might also be able to follow. Upon reflection, Zhou found that the rooftop, once perceived as a sanctuary, no longer felt as secure as he had imagined. Clutching 2 steel bars and burdened with the tools and supplies he had just scavenged, he swiftly made his way back to room C601. As he stepped into the familiar confines of his rented apartment, the tension in his muscles began to dissipate, and a wave of fatigue along with a burning hunger surged over him. Outside, the sun hung high in the sky, unknowingly heralding the arrival of noon. After a morning filled with turmoil and a fierce battle against zombies, Zhou, having consumed not a morsel, was ravenous. With no time to attend to his spoils, he seized a few pieces of bread and began to devour them fervently. After a hearty feast, he not only obliterated the snacks he had intended to stretch over a couple of days, but also managed to swallow 2 packets of instant noodles whole before feeling satisfied. If he were to maintain this voracious appetite, the week's worth of food supplies would likely dwindle to a mere 2 or 3 days. Once satiated, he reclined on his bed for a brief respite, beginning to analyze the skirmish he had just endured and planning his course of action for the coming days. Initially, his momentary paralysis upon encountering the zombies was a natural human reaction, yet he recognized the necessity for mental fortitude moving forward. When the zombies charged at him, he had aimed for their heads, but who could have anticipated the tremors that would affect his aim? Had he not inadvertently struck at the chest instead missed? The consequences could have been dire, with a zombie breaching his defenses. Furthermore, in hindsight, the optimal strategy would have been to utilize the terrain of the iron door to thrust his spear and eliminate the zombies, which would have been the most prudent approach. With his newfound strength of 15 points post-skill activation, he was sufficiently equipped to subdue the zombies. The next consideration was merely to obliterate their heads with his secondary weapon, reducing them to a state akin to crushed watermelon. Reflecting on the exhilarating sensation of smashing a zombie's skull with a flower pot, it felt as though a latent violent gene had been awakened within him, leaving Zhou with a peculiar sense of exhilaration and nostalgia. Combat was thrilling. Oh no, I've become a battle fanatic. Yet, upon further reflection, his extensive reading of apocalyptic novels reminded him that relying on official rescue efforts was futile. To survive in this harsh new world, engaging in combat was an unavoidable necessity. If he wished to avoid being culled by the environment, he must actively adapt. A battle enthusiast would surely fare better than a coward, wouldn't he? Moreover, the information displayed on the data panel post-battle filled Zhou with an inexplicable anticipation. Just 9 more zombies to slay for an upgrade. What transformations would it bring? An enhancement of attributes? Or perhaps the acquisition of a new skill? The sudden surge of power after activating his skill instilled a profound sense of fulfillment and security, echoing a deep-seated craving for evolution embedded in his very biology. Much like fitness, the burgeoning strength of his muscles provided an intoxicating sense of safety and accomplishment. Furthermore, the notification regarding the acquisition of the basic combat skill dangled before him like a tempting morsel for a cat, igniting a fervent sense of anticipation within Zhou. As a seasoned gamer, nothing irked him more than incomplete task prompts. After meticulously reviewing the battle, it was time to formulate a short-term plan. The first and foremost priority was to address the issue of food resources. At present, the 2 boxes of instant noodles and the half-bag of potatoes recently acquired must be rationed carefully. With prudent consumption, they should sustain me for a week. However, this is contingent upon discovering a method to cook the potatoes. I just attempted to use the socket, but there was no power and the gas stove refused to ignite. Raw potatoes are hardly a viable option. Even if this predicament is resolved, a week's worth of food merely addresses immediate needs to survive in this post-apocalyptic world. A more substantial food reserve is essential, ideally enough to last until new sources of sustenance can be established, such as replanting some of the potatoes. Currently, the only feasible means of procuring food lies in exploring downward, particularly on the 3rd floor, where several households reside, most of whom likely prepare meals at home. There should be remnants of rice, vegetables, and meats. Additionally, there is a small convenience store on the 1st floor of Building D, which, if thoroughly scavenged, could ensure sustenance for the coming months. Furthermore, there is an urgent need to enhance my combat capabilities. The recent skirmish on the rooftop, where I faced a half-damaged zombie with inferior attributes, was fraught with peril. The looming threat consists of hordes of zombies that may soon emerge from below. Thus, how can I augment my combat prowess? I contemplate 3 approaches. 1. First, enhancing attributes yields immediate results. However, without leveling up, there are no attribute points to be gained. Unless I wait until tomorrow for the talent, Chaotic Evolution, to refresh, this consideration must be set aside for now. 2. Secondly, combat skills undoubtedly provide significant improvements. Similar to Zhou's Overload, Electric Amplification, although it is merely a white skill with substantial consumption, the benefits it bestows instantaneously reverses the inherent disadvantages against the zombies. Relying on self-taught combat skills is an unrealistic endeavor. Those who compete in boxing possess professional coaches and teams, and even they require months before they can step into the ring. The prospect of mastering such skills through self-study is daunting and uncertain in duration. Thus, the only realistic hope lies in swiftly acquiring the basic combat skill displayed on the panel. Without engaging in combat, one cannot gain skills, and without skills, one cannot descend into battle. A veritable closed loop reminiscent of the struggles faced when seeking internships post-university. Furthermore, equipping oneself with quality gear yields immediate enhancements to combat effectiveness. Setting aside physical attributes, would Zhou have so effortlessly dispatched that zombie without the previous spear immobilization and pot headshot? Consequently, Zhou intends to maintain this approach. Having conveniently gathered a substantial amount of materials from the rooftop, he plans to construct a bomb-proof fork akin to those used by security personnel, capable of immobilizing the zombie's waist and allowing him to exploit his range advantage. Lastly, he must address the issue of external information. Since last night, his phone has been devoid of signal. With the singular channel for understanding the outside world severed, Zhou is left to surmise the occurrence of a zombie crisis. Yet he remains utterly ignorant of the specifics. Are there any survivors left in the community? Without hesitation, he resolves to act. After a brief half-hour rest, he feels nearly rejuvenated. He first takes a screwdriver and wrench to drill a series of holes horizontally, 10 centimeters from the top of a wooden plank. Then, 2 steel bars were threaded horizontally through, and with considerable effort, they were bent into a stout, squat U-shape using a wrench. Finally, they were secured in place with a tight knot of twine and electrical tape. After discarding several wooden sticks, a makeshift explosive fork, heavy-headed and light-footed, was completed. Crafting of equipment accomplished. Crafting experience 2, acquired secondary profession skill. Equipment crafting, 6-100, beginner, based on your production experience. Gain secondary profession experience 2, rudimentary explosive fork. Quality, gray, a poorly made, shoddy item. Type, weapon, two-handed, basic parameters, attack power 2-6. Durability 20-20, substantial in weight, it serves well for bludgeoning. Equipment requirements, strength 12, attribute bonus, range 3. Mastery -2, length 195 centimeters, weight 5 kilograms. Additional effect, clumsy, insufficient strength, below 14, impedes dexterous use, requiring greater stamina consumption. Description, a rudimentary explosive fork, poorly designed with no understanding of physics, is only capable of intimidating brainless zombies. Chapter 6, Fierce Battle, Cleanup, and Upgrades after modifying and enhancing my equipment. The time had progressed to around 1 or 2 in the afternoon. It must be said that the sudden enhancement of 3 points in physical condition made Zhou feel as if he were equipped with a power furnace within his body. After just a few hours of rest, he regained a sense of vigor that he had not experienced since becoming a delicate university student, let alone after entering the workforce. Armed with an explosion-proof fork and a large wrench at his waist, Zhou felt emboldened as he prepared to venture out. Should he encounter zombies like those from this morning, they would surely meet their demise. He planned to explore downwards first, methodically sweeping through the rooms that had not been locked. Upon reaching the landlord's residence on the 2nd floor, he intended to find a way to pry open the door, retrieve the keys to the entire C building, and then return to clear the rooms that remained unopened. This approach would be far more efficient and less laborious than prying open each door one by one, though he needed to be cautious. Otherwise, he risked being cornered by zombies. Although the undead had not yet demonstrated the ability to ascend stairs, rolling down them would pose no challenge whatsoever, as zombies feel no pain and cannot be killed by falls. The C building in which he found himself comprised 6 stories. The 1st floor was occupied by external tenants, while the 2nd floor was entirely the landlord's residence. The other floors were laid out similarly. Single rooms in room 07, one-bedroom apartments in rooms 01 and 02, primarily housing young workers like Zhou, who lived alone, and the two-bedroom apartments from rooms 03 to 06, mostly accommodating small families of migrant workers, though the exact numbers were uncertain. Except for the fifth floor, which housed only room 503 rented by a young couple, the third and fourth floors were nearly fully occupied. Even considering the slim chance of survivors, it is conservatively estimated that each floor from the third to the fourth harbors nearly 10 zombies. Therefore, it is prudent to first observe the stairwell and subsequently lure the zombies out to conquer them one by one. With the plan set, the operation commenced. Zhou descended from the sixth floor to the fifth via the staircase, and from the landing, he caught sight of one half of a couple meandering between the passageways of the fifth floor rooms. A male zombie, donned in slippers, aimlessly wandered outside a door, seemingly having emerged from the partially ajar room 503. A splendid opportunity. Even if the female zombie from 503 were to charge out, it would take her 2 or 3 seconds to reach the stairwell, which is far preferable to being ambushed by 2 zombies simultaneously. As Zhou reached the fifth floor, he inadvertently entered the male zombie's field of perception, causing the creature to pivot sharply, its back now turned towards him. A guttural roar akin to a throat laden with phlegm erupted as the male zombie, arms raised, lunged directly at Zhou. Awaiting him was the already elevated anti-explosive fork. Overclocking, electric amplification activated. You have expended 100 stamina, entering the overclocking, electric amplification state, speed, attack power 6, agility 4, strength 4, duration 1 minute. The sensation of electricity coursed through him, and with augmented strength, Zhou wielded the anti-explosive fork, impaling the charging zombie against the wall beside the staircase. With a pole extending at least over a meter in length, the zombie strained to bend forward and claw at Zhou, but it could not reach him. Akin to a child thwarted by an adult's outstretched arm pressing against their forehead, futilely striking at the air in a fit of impotent rage, the zombie's waist was restrained, limiting its capacity for adaptation, rendering it incapable of contending with Zhou, whose strength surged to an impressive 14 upon activating his skills. Merely by resting one hand against the forked pole, coupled with the weight of his body leaning forward, he firmly pinned a zombie against the wall. Your attack inflicts 20 points of damage. Strength check successful, resulting in a suppression effect. Based on your level and attributes, you obtain the following information. Ordinary zombie, newly born, level 1 attributes, strength 13, agility 13, constitution 13, intelligence 0, perception 7. Charisma 1, health 240-260, talent none, skills, zombie physique, infection assimilation, seizing the wrench from his waist with his free right hand. Zhou relentlessly struck down upon the outstretched arms of the zombie, the sharp sound of bones snapping resonating in succession. With an agility of 17, Zhou moved as if possessed by a spirit of martial prowess, the wrench creating a flurry of afterimages as he struck the zombie, which howled in distress. Several pale numbers, such as 32 and 34, appeared above the male zombie's head. Before long, the male zombie's health plummeted below half, its forearms grotesquely bent at unnatural angles, with stark white bone shards piercing through its surface. As the fierce battle in the stairwell raged on, another roar erupted from the doorway of room 503. A fleeting glance revealed another female zombie, just having arrived at the scene. Without succumbing to greed, Zhou withdrew, wielding the anti-explosive fork with one hand, strategically advancing towards the staircase platform. The male zombies, now devoid of restraint, surged up the stairs, their arms dangling as they struggled to maintain balance, only to tumble forward clumsily and crash heavily onto the steps, rendered incapable of rising again. The tardy female zombie, however, adeptly used both hands and feet, managing to ascend 4 to 5 steps. Yet her clumsy movements were repeatedly interrupted by jabs from the anti-explosive fork, thwarting her progress. Relying on the dual advantage of the staircase and the weapon, Zhou maneuvered the fork with precision, thrusting and striking, ultimately vanquishing both zombies just before the duration of his skill expired. You have slain a common zombie, gaining 10 general experience points, 2, based on your combat experience. You have acquired more information regarding the martial arts skill, basic combat, white, 2-3. After the battle concluded, Zhou rummaged through the refrigerator in room 503, discovering some unspoiled meat and vegetables, alongside a half-filled bag of rice weighing 10 pounds. It appeared that this young couple seldom cooked at home. Once he had collected the supplies, he returned briefly to his room to rest, waiting for his energy and stamina to replenish before continuing his exploration of the fourth floor. He began by surveying the number of zombies from the staircase platform. Aside from the open doors of rooms 401 and 403, all other doors remained tightly shut. In the corridor, for zombies, 3 large and 1 small, were indeed present in accordance with the anticipated count. With experience gained from past encounters, Zhou took advantage of an isolated zombie, inflicting damage before retreating to the staircase landing to engage in a strategic tug-of-war. Before long, he had vanquished 4 zombies beneath his blade. You have slain a common zombie, earning 10 general experience points 4. In addition to the experience, a white orb materialized, revealing a piece of white quality wrist armor. Coarse cloth bracers, quality, white, commonly found armor, type, weapon, two-handed, basic parameters, attack power 1 to 2, defense power 1 to 3. Durability 15-15, equipment requirement, none, attribute bonus, none, length, 30 centimeters, when unfolded, weight, 0, 5 kilograms, additional effects, none, description, an ordinary hand-wrapping bracer, offering negligible defense. Perhaps it can help you tighten your fists? This felt increasingly like a game, as equipment had now dropped, wrapping the coarse cloth bracers around his hands. Zhou couldn't help but wonder how such clean fabric had emerged from the filthy zombie. Methodically, he kicked the bodies of the zombies in the corridor down the stairs, then gently tapped on each door with a wrench. Was there anyone alive? He had already cleared the zombies on this floor. Silence ensued, met only with the low, guttural growls of the undead, suggesting that the 5th floor held no survivors. Regretting the misfortune of his neighbors, Zhou sighed and continued his mission to cleanse the 4th floor. After delivering divine retribution to the zombies from rooms 402 and 406, Zhou's experience points soared to 110, surpassing the threshold for an upgrade. Eagerly, he returned to the 6th floor, laden with the spoils gathered from 402 and 406. Hastily securing the door, he sat cross-legged on his bed, his anticipation palpable as he opened the interface and clicked on the upgrade. Secondary profession, commoner, elevated to level 2. Strength 1, agility 1, awarded 2 free attribute points, and granted 1 potential point. Due to your talent enhancement, Constitution 2. Based on your recent combat experiences, you have acquired all information pertaining to the martial arts universal skill Basic Combat 3-3. Acquired skill Basic Combat LV1 increases melee attack power by 1 and counterattack rate by 1. You have obtained the martial arts universal skill Basic Combat White. Unlocking the martial arts profession skill tree. With the panel's information, the concepts of free attribute points and potential points naturally surfaced in Zhou's mind. Chapter 7. Transformation. Transition to martial artist. The 2 free attribute points, as the name implies, are discretionary. Zhou intended to allocate them entirely to strength. Given the enhancement from his talent, his current agility and constitution were already adequate. Investing further in these attributes would yield diminishing returns. Thus, it was far more prudent to concentrate on strength, as it not only influences damage output, but also determines the ability to suppress zombies with a riot control fork. The primary professions are categorized into 4 distinct realms: martial arts, supernatural powers, mechanical engineering, and the mystical psychic arts. Each profession possesses its own unique skill tree, with potential points serving as the currency for acquiring skills within these trees. The skill trees are further divided into general skills and specialized profession skills. Any profession can learn general skills from other professions without incurring experience penalties. However, when it comes to acquiring specialized skills from other professions, restrictions apply based on the compatibility of the primary profession, which may range from experience penalties to outright inability to learn due to conflicts within the skill trees. The highest level of the primary profession is taken into account. The myriad of general and specialized skills forms a vast and intricate system of professional skill trees. Taking martial arts as an example, it centers around the cultivation of internal energy and combat techniques, honing profound mastery of both. The core of the martial arts skill tree revolves around the training of qi, which can also be referred to as qi manipulation techniques, serving as its foundation. The disciplines of swordsmanship, marksmanship, martial techniques, and various other practices represent the secondary creations of martial artists, giving rise to diverse combat styles and methodologies, each with its unique skills categorized into strength, speed, and defense. Building upon these various schools of thought, distinctive developmental paths can be explored, along with unique bloodlines, skills, weapons, and other elements, culminating in a vibrant tapestry of combat styles and synergistic applications. Within this extensive skill tree, some skills can be learned through various avenues, while others can only be unlocked through the allocation of potential points. In comparison to the vast professional skill tree, each individual's potential points are limited. Thus, every point must be judiciously allocated to critical areas, notably the core skills of the martial arts tree. Zhou intends to invest this singular potential point in learning the foundational skill, tuning breath, which serves as a prerequisite for the martial arts skills tree and is essential for any martial arts practitioner. Why choose the martial arts path? Zhou articulates his philosophy of 3 victories and 3 defeats. Firstly, the martial arts path is easily accessible, with straightforward operations and swift combat prowess development, a crucial aspect in survival during apocalyptic times. Secondly, the primary attribute of martial arts is constitution, aligning harmoniously with spirit meridian thunder pulse. A dedicated martial artist can better leverage the advantages of their innate talents compared to those specializing in supernatural abilities. Currently at level 2, his talent has already conferred an additional 4 constitution and an extra 20 to 30 health points, equating to the benefits of leveling up once. Thirdly, the martial arts aesthetic is undeniably appealing. What young man hasn't fantasized about donning a white robe, wielding a long sword, gallivanting through the rivers and lakes, and upholding justice? Consuming 1 potential point, you have acquired the martial arts skill Tuning Breath LV1, satisfying the prerequisites to unlock the martial arts aura skill tree. Fundamentals. Tuning Breath LV1. Gain 10 health points, 10 stamina, strength 1, agility 1, constitution 1. Can invest 100 experience points to refine stamina, gaining 10 stamina and 10 health points each time. Uses remaining 0-20. Detected that you have mastered 1 martial arts skill. No other primary profession levels detected. Do you wish to transition to a martial artist? Confirmed. The might is concentrated in 1. Forging oneself through the essence of heaven and earth, such as the romance of a man. Main profession has been modified to Martial Arts Apprentice LV0. Relevant calculation formulas have been revised. Acquired specialty, Martial Arts Apprentice. Acquired skill, Mastery of Fist and Foot LV1. White, Martial Arts Apprentice. You have embarked on an extraordinary journey to develop and transcend the limits of the physical body. Gain a 10 increase in the proficiency speed of martial arts skills. Mastery of Fist and Foot LV1. White. Your fists and feet are your weapons. Unarmed attack power 1. After a series of maneuvers, Zhou transformed all the gains from the upgrade into combat power. Name, Zhou race. Human bloodline. None total level. 2 experience. 10 main profession. Apprentice martial artist LV0 secondary profession. Commoner LV2 personal attributes. Strength 12, agility 13. Constitution 18, intelligence 15, perception 11, charisma 10 free attribute points, 0 potential points, 0 health points, 226 energy, 280 energy, lightning, LV1, 100, agility 2, strength 1. Constitution 1, energy, lightning, LV2, 200, agility 2, strength 2, constitution 2, rank, none, outstanding among ordinary people, talent, 1, chaos mutation, induces aberration in any target, once per day, 2, superconducting electromagnetic circuit Ling Shu Lei pulse, A, mutated, 3, neuroplasticity mapping enhancement bypass, B, expertise, martial arts apprentice skills, overload LV6, white, 5600, mastery of fist and foot LV1, white. Basic combat LV1, white. Equipment, coarse cloth bracers, white. Rough explosive fork, gray. Career skill tree, martial arts 1, chi control, ability 0, lightning system. A wave of warmth ascended from the lower dantian, swiftly coursing through the limbs and bones, evoking an intoxicating sensation akin to soaking in a hot spring. The fatigue and physical weariness brought on by years of irregular routines and unhealthy eating habits vanished, replaced by the vibrant vitality reminiscent of youth at the ages of 16 and 17. The slightly protruding abdomen regained its tautness and strength, revealing the clear contours of 6 well-defined abdominal muscles. The sallow complexion resulting from prolonged nights of wakefulness transformed back into a fair and rosy hue, while the definition of the muscles throughout the body became notably more pronounced and chiseled. The cumulative effect of these transformations rendered Zhou's aura fundamentally altered. To describe it forcefully, it resembled the metamorphosis of a playful husky into a formidable wolf king. Now, merely seated on the ground, there emanated an aura of ferocity and intimidation, akin to a wild beast recently released from its confines, brimming with untamed vitality. Is this the allure of ascension? This embodies the primal yearning for evolution inherent in life, a call from the depths of our lineage. Inscribed upon the strands of our genes, an ultimate pursuit unmatched by any worldly indulgence. The palpable force and agility experienced are the most instinctive forms of security for living beings. After surpassing his limits, Zhou's strength, speed, and endurance rival those of the elite athletes. He can effortlessly bend a steel rebar the thickness of a pinky finger and leap directly onto a table 1 meter high from a standing position, completing 200 standard push-ups in a single breath with merely a hint of perspiration. With further specialized training, he might even qualify for competitions. Just a day prior, this remarkably fit Zhou was an ordinary man, chronically in a state of suboptimal health. As night falls, the once brightly lit streets are devoid of their usual cacophony, leaving only the intermittent chirping of cicadas on a summer night. With the absence of human activity, nature reveals its concealed vitality. On the first day of the zombie apocalypse, beneath the familiar heavens, myriad beings compete for freedom. What choices will humanity, once proud of being the pinnacle of creation, make as their towering edifices of technology and civilization crumble? Will they awaken the brutality buried in their bloodlines, allowing life to once again feel the terror of the primal upright ape? Or will they rise from the ruins, reborn to forge a more magnificent legend than before? Countless beings display myriad forms, each harboring unique thoughts. Some weaklings seek to evade reality, retreating into the shimmering illusions of past opulence, reminiscing about once lavish dreams. Damn it! Why hasn't help arrived yet? The government officials are truly inept, deserving of a profound reckoning for squandering the funds entrusted to them, while some ordinary souls lose their way. Adrift in the tumultuous waves of the era, they grasp tightly to fleeting straws of solace. O omnipotent Lord, I beseech thee to send forth sacred angels to aid thy faithful lambs. There are the brave who, cutting through thickets, defy the tempest of fate, emerging from their cocoons like butterflies, igniting a solitary light in the endless night. Commander, retreat at once. Allow me and my comrades to charge once more and create a breach for you. We must ensure that the fragment of the meteorite that incited the beastly tide is returned to the headquarters. When calamity strikes, the once unified expanse of human cities is cleaved into isolated islands by chasms, beasts, and the undead. What unique trajectories will arise from the diverse circumstances, environments, and ideologies? And how will the insignificant individual navigate their future amidst such tumultuous changes, where stability is but a fleeting notion, beneath a night illuminated by scant stars? As he waits for the clock to strike midnight, Zhou cannot help but ponder this question. Perhaps he is not alone. On this first night of the apocalypse, countless survivors may share his sentiments of sorrow and confusion. Today, there is wine to indulge in, and tomorrow's worries can wait until tomorrow. What does it matter? If the world crumbles, there will be someone tall to bear the burden. For now, my priority is to survive. Tonight, following the upgrade, my appetite is unusually voracious. The simple carbohydrates leave one ravenous quickly. I have nearly consumed an entire box of instant noodles from the 2 I procured yesterday. Should tomorrow yield no fruitful discoveries or solutions to the fire-starting dilemma, I may have to resort to eating raw rice. Gazing out at the night through the small window of my room, my chaotic thoughts drift aimlessly, and before I realize it, Zhou has fallen into a deep slumber. Chapter 8. A guarantee, truly a draw card talent first, awakening to the harsh acceptance of a sudden apocalyptic reality, followed by an entire day of fierce combat against zombies. This day has tested both my physical and mental endurance. With an impressive physique of 18 post-upgrade, vitality surged incessantly from the depths of my being. Even after a day of relentless fighting, I remained vigorous and lively. However, the sheer volume of experiences in just one day surpassed that of the previous 3 since my arrival, leaving my mental fortitude greatly depleted. Consequently, Zhou succumbed to sleep early, even missing the plan to check if Chaos Evolution would refresh at midnight. Those who have been compelled to refrain from the internet understand how arduous such an experience can be. Without the absurdity of online acquaintances, life loses much of its joy. Due to my early slumber, or perhaps the absence of late-night phone distractions. I only awoke around 4 or 5, stretching and rising from my bed. As dawn breaks beyond the window, the horizon is tinged with a delicate fishbelly white, while the sky, resembling diluted cobalt ink, gradually brightens. Yet, the streets in the distance, obscured by towering buildings, remain shrouded in a twilight gloom, enveloped in a muted gray-blue, creating a truly exquisite urban tableau. Alas, the once bustling throngs of people have vanished, leaving behind only the dismal sight of wandering zombies. Just yesterday, the timid Zhou transformed into my resolute Zhou, who shuns beef after a rather tumultuous experience. Today, upon encountering the undead, he feels little more than a fleeting trepidation. The day's agenda involves an exploration downwards from the 3rd floor, with the aim of thoroughly investigating the entire C building. However, while underestimating the adversary strategically, it remains prudent to regard them with caution tactically. With dawn still new and visibility poor, venturing downstairs haphazardly could invite a surprise counterattack from the zombies, jeopardizing the advantageous position I hold. Thus, Zhou resolves to wait until after sunrise, when the light is more favorable, to descend. In the next hour or two, what shall one engage in? On the first day without my beloved phone, I find myself missing it. Unlike the past, there is no need to grind through daily tasks, as no one can indulge in games anymore. The loss of video games is indeed disheartening, yet the thought of my unfortunate friends, who also cannot play, brings a modicum of solace. Moreover, although the joy of saving in-game currency for card draws is gone, the allure of reality's lottery still beckons. A new day signifies a refresh in the usage of talents. Chaotic Evolution is now available for use. Zhou intends to employ today's Chaotic Evolution on his talents, for they offer relative stability compared to skills or equipment, which are subject to updates and iterations. Ultimately, mutation is inevitable, so embracing it sooner may yield benefits all the sooner. After a brief morning routine, I settled cross-legged in the relatively spacious living room and activated the data panel, feeling a twinge of excitement as I rubbed my hands together. Much like countless aspiring writers, despite my mediocre prose and uninspired plots, I was never devoid of the unwavering confidence that my forthcoming work would achieve greatness. Similarly, gamblers indulging in card games exhibit a curious naivety. Even though their ill fortune is well known, they cannot resist the temptation of a single draw, harboring dreams of striking gold. Should I dare to wager something more substantial? Overcome by impatience, my index finger, which had been hovering over familiarity, inexplicably moved upward to Chaotic Evolution as if enchanted. I clicked. Winning would grant me a glamorous model from the club, while losing would plunge me into labor. Moreover, based on my extensive experience in the literary realm, such a golden finger would undoubtedly enhance my abilities. Embracing the fantasy before the odds of the draw inevitably crushed my hopes, I pressed down decisively. A strange, sizzling sound ensued, yet instead of the anticipated colorful vortex of skill mutation, the data panel flickered erratically, reminiscent of a distorted television screen, until vibrant stripes enveloped the entire display. Moments later, it returned to normal. Chaotic Evolution 1, Immutable. Chaotic Evolution 1 enables the alteration of any talent, skill, or item, with each quality usable once per day, non-cumulative. Immutable. Mutation 1, Beneficial Accumulation. As usage increases, the probability of beneficial mutations rises, while the chance for newly mutated qualities resets to the initial value. Note: skills, equipment, and talents share the same probability pool. Well, the minor and major safety nets have truly been established, and the frequency has transitioned from once daily to once per quality per day. This is a monumental enhancement. The allure of drawing cards is undeniable. Even a mere enhancement ability is not to be exchanged. Considering the equipment and talents, there are a total of 3 draws. Aside from version updates, I have never fought such a prosperous battle in my lifetime. Grasping the self-made explosive fork, gray, and the newly acquired coarse cloth bracers, white, Zhou's fingers tapped thrice on the panel and the equipment. A familiar sensation akin to good fortune surged forth as the well-known multicolored vortex materialized out of thin air, engulfing mastery, and the 2 pieces of equipment. The data panel flickered momentarily before stabilizing, while the 2 pieces of equipment underwent a remarkable transformation, both in quality and appearance. Acquired: Tidal Fork, blue; Subordinate Exoskeleton Personal Power Gloves, green; Talent: buy 1 get 1 free, 2 blue and 1 green. Beneath the blue sky and white clouds, what a sight. Zhou, having failed to reach the shore, pounded his chest in frustration within the confines of the room, akin to a disgruntled imp. Meanwhile, 2 buildings away, on the 3rd floor of Building F, several zombies stood motionless, their throats swiftly cut by a slender, elegant blade, causing them to slump lifelessly to the ground. A pair of enchanting, dynamic, elongated eyes, peering through the walls, precisely locked onto the direction of Building C, revealing an undeniable curiosity within their depths. Once again, a shift in value has occurred. What transpired within Building C? Treasures? Zombies? Or perhaps a fellow survivor who, like me, has awakened a unique talent? A voice, imbued with an enchanting uncertainty, resonates like honeyed silk, its low timbre wrapped in a husky graininess, while the trailing notes caress the eardrum like feathers, igniting an irresistible itch akin to a cat's paw teasing the heart. How intriguing it is. Alas, the mutated beasts within Building D happened to counter my Chinchio illusory eye. No sooner had the thought crossed my mind than a woman in a blue attire, her high ponytail swaying, brandished her blade with a flourish, her striking demeanor starkly contrasting with the beguiling voice. Returning to Building C, the hour approaches 8 or 9. On a rare clear day, sunlight pierces through the surrounding structures, flooding the residential building with warmth. The rays illuminate the 3rd floor corridor, where Zhou stands with hands on hips, brandishing a gleaming silver fork in his right hand, thrusting it towards an exceptionally tall and robust zombie. The fork transforms into a streak of silver lightning, slicing through the air and piercing the chest of the towering undead, pinning it forcefully against the wall. An ethereal stream of water erupts from the prongs, drenching both the zombie and the surrounding wall in a wide arc. Chioya. How can I possibly survive without you? He exclaims, and as the words leave his lips, a metallic fist, crackling with electricity, lands heavily upon the zombie's nose, reducing it to a grotesque state. The current travels along the moist surface of the creature, rendering its body rigid and immobile, utterly unable to move. You have activated the Tide Fork's active skill, Rising Tide, inflicting 96 points of damage and applying the effect, Wet. Your unarmed attack strikes a vital point, dealing 88 points of damage. Based on the attributes and resistances of both parties, the mutated zombie is afflicted by paralysis for 3 seconds, with fists like the wind. You rain blows upon the utterly defenseless robust zombie, as pale yellow critical damage continues to erupt from its head until its life force is completely extinguished. You have slain a level 1 ordinary zombie, earning 11 experience points. You have also vanquished a level 1 mutated zombie, gaining 27 experience points, drawing from your combat experience. You have comprehended the martial arts universal skill, Polar Mastery, green, 1-3. You have acquired the item, Power of the 9 Dragons, green. Power of the 9 Dragons, type, item, quality, green, effect. Upon injection, gain a temporary boost of 5 strength for 3 minutes, with a potential permanent reduction of -1 constitution. Description: a generic stimulant from the steroid planet, with side effects that include long-term bodily harm and the possibility of developing a pointed head. Echo: feel the power bestowed by the 9 dragons. Chapter 9. Instant kill, mutated zombies, and leveling up. This towering and muscular zombie, known to Zhou, is none other than Wang Dazhuang, a fitness instructor who resides in room 307. Just a couple of days ago, he had intended to invite Zhou to acquire a gym membership. Having just descended from the 3rd floor after a thorough cleaning, I was preparing to tidy up the battlefield when this creature burst forth, having smashed through the aluminum door of its room, startling Zhou. To my astonishment, despite its remarkable physical prowess, it had succumbed to zombification, exhibiting an impressive strength and constitution of 16, far surpassing that of an ordinary mutated zombie. Not only did its attributes exceed those of typical zombies, but it also possessed an active attack skill. Alas, it was swiftly subdued and dispatched before it could utilize its abilities, a feat accomplished due to Zhou's elevated stats following his advancement to martial artist, coupled with an A-grade talent and blue equipment that facilitated such a seamless victory. Had I encountered this creature prior to my upgrade yesterday, I would likely have faced grave injuries, if not worse. The chances of survival for an ordinary survivor would have been exceedingly slim. It is worth mentioning the newly acquired blue weapon, the Tide Fork, which complements my lightning affinity splendidly, forming an unparalleled synergy. Title Trident, quality, blue, a weapon of considerable rarity. Type, weapon, two-handed, basic parameters, attack power 1525, Durability 35-35, equipment requirements. Strength 12, Constitution 12, attribute bonuses. Sharpness 3, binding 2, length 185 centimeters, weight 3. 35 kilograms. Additional effect. Active skill Surge of Tides. Consumes 30 stamina points. The next weapon strike is enhanced, dealing an additional 30 water element damage and applying the effect, damp. Cooldown of 1 hour. Note 1. The damp effect causes a 20 reduction in enemy speed and increases susceptibility to reactions with other elements. Note 2. To activate the active skill, the incantation, Shuya, must be spoken. Description: a steel trident from the title Sea Spirit Yuanhua. Tears dampen the phone line, calling out Shuya amidst a surge of electricity. Echoing. After a decade of fishing at the estuary, I believed my heart had grown colder than my steel fork. Yet that night, upon encountering her once more, I found myself loathing this weeping side of me. How could there be any trace of being? Secondary exoskeleton soldier power gloves quality. Green, remarkably superior armor. Type: armor unarmed weapon basic parameters. Defense 6, unarmed attack power 6 to 8. Durability 2020 equipment requirement. Strength 11 attribute bonus. Strength 1 length 31 centimeters, palm 2-3 of forearm. Weight 1. 75 kilograms each. Additional effects. None. Description: part of the Tianjin Ground Forces Reserve individual set, crafted entirely from specialized ceramics and metals, providing adequate protection for the forearm while enhancing power output, remarkably suitable for training new recruits. Talent: 5-for-1 gift. See mutated when you gain experience points. Receive a 20 bonus in the settlement phase. C grade is equivalent to the blue tier of weapons and skills. Having dealt with the zombies on the 3rd floor, the exploration of Building C proceeded without hindrance. Descending further led me to the 2nd floor, where the landlord resided. Upon reaching the bottom of the stairs, I was met with a sturdy security door. Unsurprisingly, it was locked tight, refusing to budge. Knocking elicited no response. Only the groans of the undead echoed back. However, this was of little concern. While this security door may have posed a challenge yesterday, today, the tides of offense and defense have shifted. The security doors available on the market can only be deemed as a deterrent for gentlemen, not for thieves. Those truly intent on thievery will invariably discover a means to pry them open. This is particularly true for someone like Zhou, who does not shy away from confrontation and directly begins dismantling the door. The process cannot be demonstrated here. But armed with the sharp-tied fork and a modicum of skill, he successfully disassembled the heavy door in less than 30 seconds. Upon opening, he was met with the enthusiastic embrace of the elderly landlord. Perhaps having fermented for a day, the wide grin was somewhat pungent. With a swift motion, Zhou dealt 2 powerful blows, sending the landlord sprawling to the ground, and, reversing the tied fork, delivered a jarring strike to his head. Experience 11, jokes aside, the landlord was quite amiable. Having lost his spouse, and with his children living abroad, he likely rented out the property out of loneliness, hoping to bring some liveliness into the house. He neither pressured for rent nor raised the price, and he collected rent in a rather laid-back manner, often presenting them with vegetables from his own garden. Such accommodating landlords are a rarity indeed. After rummaging through the place thoroughly, he finally discovered a large set of keys in a metal mooncake box. The subsequent tasks were rather mechanical, opening each room, barricading doors against zombies, scavenging supplies, and organizing everything on the 2nd floor. During a break, he seized the opportunity to carry the landlord's remains to the rooftop, where he buried him in a large flower bed that the landlord had cherished, thus providing him a semblance of peace in death. Thanks to an impressive physique score of 18, which conferred extraordinary stamina, he made countless trips up and down, ultimately relocating all supplies to the 2nd floor. By 1 or 2 in the afternoon, he had thoroughly explored Building C and, after taking stock of the materials, found the bounty to be exceedingly fruitful. 10 kilograms of rice amounts to several bags, while fish, meat, and other perishable ingredients are sufficient to fill the entire double-door refrigerator. 6 cartons of eggs, instant noodles, and vermicelli are also present, but more importantly, several packs of frozen vegetarian salad have been discovered, alleviating the need to consume instant noodles dry. In addition, various tools and furniture are available, including but not limited to tables, chairs, pots, bowls, wrenches, dumbbells, fishing rods, books, and more. After clearing out the zombies that were trapped in the room, Zhou's experience points reached 263. although the experience gain was reduced by 20 due to exceeding level 1 in kills. The bonus from the new talent still provided substantial experience, sufficient for the main profession to level up twice, consuming 250 experience points. Your martial arts apprentice has advanced to level 2, gaining 20 chi power, 1 strength, 1 agility, 2 constitution, and earning 4 free attribute points along with 2 potential points. Based on your talent, spiritual pivot Thunder Meridian, constitution increases by 4, consuming 2 potential points. You have learned the skill, Chi Power Attachment, from the Chi Skills tree, green. Chi Power Attachment Level 1, green. You have developed a more refined mastery and application technique of Chi Power. You can expend 10 to 30 points of Chi Power to attach it to your body or weapon, dealing 130 attack power 0. 8 consume Chi Power, points of damage, with a cooldown of 10 seconds. The reason for prioritizing the advancement of the main profession is that, unlike the average attribute increases from the secondary profession of a commoner, the primary attributes of the martial artist profession are endurance, with secondary attributes being strength and agility, making it easier to translate into combat prowess. Moreover, enhancing one's primary profession significantly increases energy efficiency, rendering it the most cost-effective choice. Energy not only represents the blue bar for skill usage, but also denotes the potency of an evolver's internal energy. This is manifested in the statistics panel, where reaching certain energy levels grants new attribute bonuses. With 2 free attribute points allocated to strength, the current parameters stand at strength 15, agility 14, and constitution 24, rivaling yesterday's activation of overload. Health surges to 300 points, and physical prowess approaches that of today's mutated zombies, with energy at 360 points, allowing for 3 consecutive activations of overload. In the 3 minutes transformed into an electronic music superhero, physical capabilities near the human limit of 20 points, even without energy attachment. He can effortlessly subdue mutated zombies as an adult would a child. Much like the dual-colored Han Xin at level 2, securing 1 or 2 kills poses no challenge. During this period post-class transition, the impressive values of the martial arts build facilitate the elimination of unleveled zombies, making it easy to accumulate experience, which subsequently translates into levels, creating a snowball effect of numerical superiority. This encapsulates my expedited approach to martial arts. Note, even a decade after the onset of the apocalypse, the martial arts evolvers remain the most numerous among the 4 major professions. With no one to support my ambitions, I shall tread through the snow to the mountain's peak. Currently, Zhou possesses the confidence to survive in this post-apocalyptic world. Chapter 10, Building D, Other Psychics? Although Building C has been thoroughly explored, and the supplies found could sustain Zhou for 10 days to a fortnight, one cannot merely consume resources idly. It is imperative to either increase income or reduce expenditures. Otherwise, even the most abundant supplies will eventually be depleted. The notion of conserving resources is presently unattainable, particularly as the rate of consumption continues to escalate. The adage rich in military prowess, poor in literature rings increasingly true. With the enhancement of levels and physical constitution, Zhou's appetite grows exponentially. What sufficed as a single serving of instant noodles yesterday demands no less than half a box by midday today. The crux of the matter lies in the escalating nutritional requirements of his body, which the relatively deficient instant noodles cannot adequately fulfill. Thus, he must seek alternative means of resource acquisition, exploring new territories to uncover fresh sources of supplies, vanquishing zombies to gain experience points for level advancement. This has become Zhou's foremost priority. In contrast, the tasks of locating survivor enclaves, gathering information from the outside world, and discovering methods for processing staple foods, such as rice, are relegated to less urgent side quests. As for the targets of his endeavors, Zhou has already delineated them. Buildings D and E. The happy community, where Zhou resides, was repurposed over a decade ago to accommodate residents displaced by nearby demolitions. The community comprises 8 residential buildings, arranged in a somewhat cramped layout. It is predominantly rectangular in form, with the main entrance situated on the northern side adjacent to the roadway, leading directly into a small park, shaded by verdant trees, which serves as a gathering place for the elderly residents. Beyond this area, beginning with Building A to the east, the remaining residential structures are evenly distributed in a clockwise manner, adhering closely to the outer walls of the community. Buildings D and E, which stand side by side against the southern exterior wall, face both the park and the main entrance, each rising 10 stories high. The other buildings are limited to 6 stories, arranged to the left and right. For instance, Building C, where Zhou resides, is positioned in the southeastern corner, bordered to the north by the same 6-story Building B and to the west by the 8-story Building D, due to the towering height and expansive area of the building, which accommodates a greater number of residents. The lower levels of both Building D and Building E are occupied by externally rented storefronts. For instance, there is a small supermarket in Building D, and on the ground floor of Building E, there are a breakfast shop, a hardware store, and a barber shop, all of which emerged after the original space was subdivided. These two main structures perfectly align with Zhou's needs. The breakfast shop and the small supermarket on the first floor undoubtedly offer ample food options. Given the overall height of the buildings and the abundance of apartments, it can be inferred that the presence of zombies is likely substantial as well. Zhou decided to approach Building D. The room he occupied yesterday, C601, faced the outer street, and he hadn't had the opportunity to examine Building D closely. Now, standing near Building D, he noticed that the entire ground floor supermarket was enveloped in a thick layer of soil. It was evident that this was not a natural formation. Grasping a piece of construction rebar, he activated the overload ability and hurled it toward the earthen shell. Although lacking finesse, the sheer force of the throw allowed the rebar to penetrate the soil by a significant half-meter, yet it still failed to break through entirely. The earthen shell appeared quite robust, but its localized defensive capabilities were not as formidable. With the aid of the tidal fork and chi attachment, it should be possible to breach it. However, this would be a last resort, and it would be prudent to explore other avenues for entry. As a primary structure, Building D is equipped with staircases at both the front and rear. The main entrance is situated right next to the small supermarket, making entry through it unlikely. Zhou wondered whether the rear entrance had been obstructed by soil. Armed with 2 additional attribute points and a tool hammer, he felt little apprehension and swiftly descended towards the rear door of Building D. Due to the necessity of accessing the rear entrance, it is unnecessary to take a detour to the north. Traversing the meandering path nestled between the 2 buildings alongside the southern outer wall of the community would be more expedient. The pathway between Buildings C and D, constrained by the bordering southern wall, is merely the width of a single lane, typically frequented only by electric vehicles, situated at the southernmost edge of the complex. Rather than near the Northern Elderly Activity Center's small park, this area witnesses little foot traffic beyond the residents of Buildings C and D. Thus, even in this post-apocalyptic era, only a few stray zombies wander through. Presently, even without activating overload, Zhou swiftly dispatched them with the advantage of the tidal fork's long reach against their short grasp, gaining 8 experience points, too. Before his roar could attract more zombies, Zhou sprinted to the entrance of Building D staircase. The good news was that this side was not obstructed by mud. The bad news was that the heavy iron door was locked, preventing his entry. It is worth noting that the iron door to the stairwell is far sturdier than a household security door, evident from its width and thickness, making it impossible to pry open. The distant sound of zombies' growls, drawn by the earlier commotion, echoed behind him. Although returning to Building C was still a viable option, Zhou felt a twinge of reluctance about retreating. A casual glance upward revealed a partially open ventilation window above the staircase door on the second-floor landing. An audacious idea struck Zhou. Since it was merely a window situated in the corridor, lacking any security bars, he could feasibly consider climbing through it. The height of the stairwell door exceeds 3 meters, and the position of the second-floor window reaches nearly 4 meters. Fortunately, there are several points of leverage along the way, such as the protruding platform above the passage door and the ledge of the window. For the average parkour enthusiast, this distance may present a considerable challenge. However, before the empowered Zhou, this proves to be a trivial matter. The influence of strength attributes extends beyond mere exertion. They significantly enhance skills such as jumping and climbing. With 19 strength and 18 agility under the overload state, even without any parkour techniques, a running leap allows Zhou's hands to grasp the small platform jutting from the top edge of the passage door. An awkward and unrefined pull-up follows, and after another leap, he clambers through the window into the second floor of Building D. Upon entering Building D, he is met with an overwhelming amalgamation of the stench of blood and decay, so potent it induces nausea, while a faint odor reminiscent of excrement lingers in the air. Surprisingly, there is no horde of zombies eagerly awaiting his arrival, which takes Zhou slightly aback. A closer inspection reveals the ground littered with a dozen dismembered corpses, their intestines and organs strewn about, unmistakably the remains of zombies. Their gaunt, fleshless faces and pitch-black eyes, coupled with the dark red stains left by dried blood, paint a ghastly picture. From the assessment of the scene, it appears these remains were once transformed into zombies before being gruesomely dismembered. Additionally, among the undead, there are 1 or 2 human corpses, their heads mutilated and organs extracted, yet untouched by the infection that turns them into zombies. How brutal. Is this a manifestation of twisted psychology? Before the words could fully escape his lips, a sudden rush of air sliced through the atmosphere behind Gu, indicating that the assailant was certainly of considerable size. The duration of overload had yet to conclude, and with an agility rating of 18, his reflexes were as swift as lightning, instinctively propelling him into a roll towards the right front. Yet, it was insufficient. A tremendous force, propelled by razor-sharp claws, tore through Gu's down jacket and thick sweater, ultimately piercing his skin and lodging in the muscle beneath. In but a fleeting moment, Gu was injured. 3 gaping claw marks, each over 10 centimeters long, marred his back, with flesh and blood spilling forth from the wounds. Fortunately, the adrenaline surged forth like a torrent after activating overload, allowing him to endure the pain without it significantly affecting his combat performance. You have been ambushed. Agility check successful. Critical hit not activated. You have been clawed. You received 80 points of damage. Constitution check successful. Bleeding status not activated, based on both parties' levels and attributes. You have acquired the following information. Small feline mutant beast. Level 5. Attributes: Strength 18, Agility, Constitution 20, Intelligence 7, Perception 10, Charisma 9, Health 400. Talents: None. Skills: Ambush, Claw Strike, Bite. Tough Skin grants an additional 100 health. Description: A male cat filled with intense hatred towards humans after being wronged. Is this creature, the size of a cheetah, truly to be deemed small? After swiftly rolling over and turning to confront his adversary, Zhou was somewhat taken aback. Was that not the famed baka cat belonging to the resident of the 2nd floor of Building D? This feline, with its fur arranged in such a manner that it resembled a rather comical mustache, had gained a modest reputation in the vicinity, prompting its owner to indulge in a play on words by naming it the baka cat. To his astonishment, he found himself reborn in the very locale of Yancheng University Town, situated on the strategically defensible biological island. It was here that, during the early days of the zombie apocalypse, the southern military district of the Yanlong Nation established the Yancheng Survivor Sanctuary. History has vindicated their decision, as they successfully evaded the most perilous urban centers during the outbreak, thereby preserving a significant number of evolutionary sparks for humanity. The Nanhai-based city, which ranks among the foremost of future human strongholds, was subsequently developed on this foundation. Prominent figures such as the Queen of Flames, Xiao Hongyu, and the martial saint of mountains and seas, Yuqi Shan, initially rose to prominence from the Yancheng Survivor Sanctuary. Although I never had the chance to encounter this extraordinary psychic queen, who perished during the Battle of the Heights, her legacy remains highly esteemed. Her command, the Flame Squad, represented the pinnacle of military prowess, nurturing a lineage of exceptional talents. Had she not met her untimely demise, it is widely believed that her subordinates would have undoubtedly ascended to the transcendent level. Interestingly, both of her deputy commanders hail from Yancheng, particularly the sister known as Illusion Fox, who even captured the heart of a girl like me. Indeed, she is the unparalleled beauty reigning for 25 years in the South Sea-based city, topping the list of those most desired for a date. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Onward, Zhou Yuaning. The first stride towards altering the future commences with transforming the destinies of these formidable individuals in the South Sea-based city. Fortuitously, the Queen of Flames is a student at Yancheng University. I shall seize the advantage of proximity to recruit her into my team before the military expands its ranks. No matter the gentle sister, the alluring elder sister, or the aloof goddess, I shall rescue them all in this lifetime. August 8, 2035. Recorded at Yancheng University Town, Zhou Yuaning Memoirs of the Apocalypse. The Aspirations of a Newcomer Chapter 11. A Surprise Attack. Level 5 Mutated Evolutionary Beast, the Agile Cowcat, having failed its ambush, landed gracefully and turned to fix its gaze hungrily upon Gu Zhou's waist. Was that merely the effect of a skill? No matter. I can certainly contend with it. A level 5 mutated creature, Do you think I would be intimidated? Just the perfect opportunity to hone my skills. What of 3? Do you believe I would be daunted? Observing the information displayed on the panel, Guzhou's lips curled into a slight smile, brimming with anticipation as he uttered a line reminiscent of General Duanmu. However, a touch of mockery is essential, otherwise, the skill may falter. Perhaps, as the introduction suggests, the mutated cowcat, having suffered a grievous blow, harbors a profound hatred for humanity. Observing Guzhou's silhouette, it leaned forward once more, preparing for the hunt. Its face, stained with blood and patches of crimson and ebony, bizarrely conveyed a mixture of fury, resentment, and immense grievance. However, once adorned with the peculiar tuft of hair resembling a whimsical mustache, an inexplicable sense of amusement emerges. Ha! How utterly hilarious! Originally confronting Guzhou with the title fork, he found himself unable to restrain his laughter at the sight of the feline face, erupting with the cheerful laughter of a sunlit boy. The electric mockery resonated through the hollow corridor, echoing distinctly in the ears of the mutated cowcat. Meow. Given that felines are not particularly lacking in intelligence, their evolution has propelled them to a cognitive level akin to that of a 7 or 8-year-old child. With a moment's contemplation, the mutated cowcat comprehended the reason behind Guzhou's laughter, its fury causing its fur to bristle. With a burst of energy, it leapt into the air, aiming for Guzhou's throat, its agile form creating an afterimage in his vision. Indeed, it was a cat with the spirit of a mischievous rascal, easily baited. Although its speed fell short, it mattered not. If I do not approach my adversary, I shall compel my adversary to approach me. Anticipating the direct assault from the mutated cowcat, Guzhou strategically positioned himself, intercepting its claws. Though he managed to block the pounce, the force of the impact inflicted some internal injury, leaving him with a slight heaviness in his chest. Block successful, health -30, despite sharing the same strength of 18 points. Differences arise depending on body size and circumstances. In the current standoff between Guzhou and the mutated cowcat, he found himself at a slight disadvantage. The mutated cowcat, emboldened by its advantage, pressed its entire weight upon him, opening its jaws in an attempt to bite into Guzhou's neck. In the realm of feline hunting, targeting the neck and abdomen of prey is instinctively ingrained within their genes. As the gaping maw of the mutated cowcat drew ever nearer, Guzhou's meticulously laid trap was poised for fruition. Having expended 2 attribute points, his strength surged to 20, surpassing that of the aberrant creature, thus reversing the tides of battle. However, instead of pushing the cowcat away, Guzhou leaned into the fray, his throat a mere 20 centimeters from the creature's jagged fangs. With a surge of energy, Qi was harnessed. 60 points were consumed as he activated both Qi attachment and tidal surge. The trident of tides in his grasp shimmered with an ethereal blue light, the deep azure energy coiling around it as if it were a tangible force. While the panel displayed mere numerical values for his skills, in reality, such enhancement abilities triggered a brief yet potent explosion of power upon activation. With a fierce determination, Guzhou delivered a powerful kick to the creature's lower limbs, using his left foot as leverage while the trident pressed down like a monstrous serpent. He hurled the mutated cowcat to the left, slamming it against the tiled floor with a thunderous impact that shattered the surface into a web of cracks. A colossal white numeral, 137, emerged above the creature's head, indicating a staggering loss of 1/3 of its vitality. Despite its resilience, the mutated cowcat suffered significant internal damage. Dark crimson blood uncontrollably spilling from the corners of its mouth, its right leg rendered helplessly limp against the ground. Seizing the moment while the creature was momentarily dazed, Guzhou advanced, positioning himself with his knees pressing into its abdomen to assert dominance, unleashing a flurry of punches toward its left chest. A surging current coursed through his fists and the points of contact with his body, rushing towards the mutated milk cowcat. Beneath the tidal state, his vulnerabilities were rendered utterly exposed, and within mere moments, he succumbed to paralysis, rendered immobile. Given Guzhou's current attributes, delivering 2 or 3 punches in a second was effortlessly achievable, especially against an opponent incapacitated by electric shock, a mere soft target akin to a cat-shaped punching bag. Damage points of 40 to 50 erupted successively, and before the paralysis wore off, the mutated milk cat was left with a concave chest, meeting its demise on the spot. You have achieved a remarkable victory over a level 5 mutated evolutionary beast, earning 476 experience points. Drawing from your combat experiences, you have gleaned deeper insights into the martial arts skill, Polearm Mastery, green, 2-3. Based on your battle experiences, you have acquired knowledge regarding the martial arts skill, Parry, white, 1-3. From your combat endeavors, you have comprehended the martial arts skill, Taunt, white, 1-3. You have obtained the armor piece, Windwalker Shoes, blue, and the material Mutated Resilient Beast Hide, green. Windwalker Shoes, quality, light blue, relatively rare armor. Type, armor shoes, basic parameters, defense 10. Durability 2020, equipment requirement, agility 15, attribute bonus, agility 1, length, 33 centimeters, weight, 0.005 kg each, additional effects, movement speed 5, evasion rate 3. Description, shoes that feel as light as air, enhancing your agility upon wearing them. Echo, clouds arise from dragons, winds follow tigers. The tiger, being a member of the feline family, indeed bears resemblance to domestic cats. Variant resilient beast hide. Type, material, quality, pale green, effect, an exceptional material for crafting leather armor. Both tough and lightweight. Description, the species of this hide is indiscernible. This is a commendable spoils of war. While the Windwalker boots may not rival the Tide's Fork in utility, the addition of a single point in agility is undoubtedly a delightful enhancement. Having been eliminated subsequently, I decided to wager it in chaotic evolution. Should fortune not favor me, it shall serve as a safety net for the pool. For Zhou, endowed with the chaotic evolution, talent, and already possessing commendable equipment, the acquisition of such items is merely a bonus. What proves far more invaluable is the substantial experience gained. The experience harvested from vanquishing this mutated evolutionary beast surpasses that of clearing an entire sea block. However, the risks are considerable. Unlike the earlier encounters with zombies, this skirmish truly dances upon the edge of a blade. A moment's inattention could lead to fatal consequences. Even Zhou, a formidable warrior with a talent level of 4, found himself in a precarious position against this mutated cow-cat. I can only imagine the dire circumstances that would befall any other survivors who might encounter it. Employing every trick in the book and pushing his limits, he still found nearly half of his nearly 300 health points depleted under such high-stakes maneuvering. Truly, it echoes the words of Brother Chong. The greater the storm, the more precious the fish. With a non-human physique of 24 points, the expenditure of energy from a flurry of skills was considerable, yet the toll on stamina was not severe. Zhou merely experienced a slight pant, preparing to rise and clear the battlefield. As the sensation of overload subsided, the pain, previously masked by adrenaline, surged forth like a tidal wave. The excruciating agony caused Zhou to stumble, propelling him forward once more, beads of sweat instantly forming on his brow. The bleeding from the wound had ceased, yet the pain remained undeniably palpable. At that moment, from a distance of approximately 10 meters, an unguarded voice lazily resonated. Hey there, do you require assistance? Chapter 12. The torturous slaughter, captive humans and the mutated cats at the end of the corridor, a rectangular opening, akin to a door, had appeared, connecting to the small convenience store on the first floor. A disheveled uncle, clad in slippers and shorts, had seemingly materialized there. Leaning against the wall with one hand holding a cigarette, exhaling smoke in a manner that suggested a seasoned loner. The lethargic tone of his voice, reminiscent of a long-abandoned salted fish, combined with his unkempt appearance and nonchalant demeanor. It was the reclusive uncle from the convenience store downstairs. Enduring the pain, Zhou turned to face him, inadvertently voicing his thoughts. What do you mean by reclusive uncle? I'm only 30, the prime of a man's allure. Be careful, or I shall accuse you of slander. The seemingly aloof uncle's facade crumbled instantly as he pointed with his left hand in a dismissive manner. That's not the issue at hand. The real question is, what are you using to light that? I've been subsisting on nothing but instant noodles for the past 2 days. Reflecting on his primitive existence over the last couple of days, he found it truly unbearable. It is hardly worth mentioning, merely a trivial trick, nothing of significance. The cigarette that was held carelessly spontaneously ignited, rapidly transforming into a cloud of ash. While the utterance may seem modest, the broad grin on your face resembles a blooming chrysanthemum, which certainly lacks persuasiveness. Zhou retrieved the long fork, using it for support to rise to his feet. At this moment, the pain in his back had somewhat diminished. Whether this was due to a gradual acclimatization to the discomfort or a restoration of vitality remained uncertain. "Ah, you have interrupted my train of thought." What was I about to say? The disheveled uncle, while speaking, discreetly extended his right hand behind him. Was he scratching his backside? It is quite awkward given that I have raised my fork. Let us hasten away. This place is no longer safe. You haven't forgotten that old Wang upstairs has more than one cat, have you? In the brief pause between inquiries, the disheveled uncle, having just scratched his backside, was not idle. He scratched his head and then brought his hand to his nose for a sniff. I believe there are 3. Baga the cat, Songbiao, and Mimi? After pondering for a moment and rummaging through his memory, Zhou began to grasp the meaning of the uncle's words. The residents of the second floor of Building D indeed have 3 cats. Aside from this calico cat, there is also a tabby and a tortoiseshell cat. If it were possible for animals to evolve and mutate like humans, could it be that the other 2 cats have also undergone some form of transformation? Indeed, their prowess surpasses that of this creature, and one even awakened extraordinary abilities akin to those of humans. Had it not been for the discovery today that the baka cat had not come to my doorstep, the disheveled uncle hesitated, seemingly recalling some unpleasant memories. Shaking his head and diverting the conversation. Glancing upwards, the sky was bright and sunny, yet the most oppressive heat had passed, perhaps around 4 or 5 in the afternoon. Soon, they would return from their hunting endeavors. "If you trust me, come down with me," he said, as he ambled towards the gap in his flip-flops, still so nonchalant, clad in that tank top emblazoned with a girl's portrait. From his interactions with Zhou, it was evident that he was a warm-hearted individual beneath a cool exterior. Moreover, if he intended to ambush Zhou, it would have made more sense to strike when Zhou had just released his state, rather than revealing himself through sound. Overall, he could be deemed trustworthy for the time being. Even if he later harbored intentions against Zhou, the more than 500 experience points he held would be sufficient for a turnaround, ensuring he would return empty-handed. Furthermore, the otaku's fondness for the two-dimensional world is rather difficult to assess. Upon entering the earthen shell, I realized it was even thicker than I had imagined, measuring over a meter. Additionally, whether out of genius or madness, this fellow had installed numerous metal racks akin to those used for express deliveries within. I knocked on it, and lo and behold, the deep-seated defensive capability of this structure likely rivals that of reinforced concrete. Descending the stairs to the first floor, I found that the once familiar small supermarket had undergone a remarkable transformation. The once orderly arrangement of containers has dwindled to a mere few leaning against the wall, meticulously displaying an array of staple foods, snacks, and canned goods. Meanwhile, other commonplace household items, typically found in supermarkets, have been relegated to the corners, organized into neat, categorized stacks reaching up to the ceiling. This clever arrangement has conserved considerable space, allowing the center of the store to be liberated for the placement of wooden and steel-framed dining tables and workstations, where flickering candles provide the sole source of illumination amidst the darkness. Perhaps due to the differing temperaments of individuals, some acquaintances remain mere nodding acquaintances even after years, while others can engage in candid discussions after only a few meetings. The conversation between 2 individuals initially blossomed from shared experiences in MOBA games, then meandered to the charming owner of the breakfast shop in the adjacent building, and ultimately delved into a light-hearted debate over the aesthetic appeal of black versus white stockings. However, as their opinions diverged, the discourse faltered, leading them to a discussion about the calamity of a zombie apocalypse. Due to the inability to reach a consensus on the previous topics, the debate consumed an excessive amount of time, and before they knew it, hunger had set in. They decided to continue their conversation over a meal. Each held a bowl of instant noodles on the table, relishing their feast, which they had indulgently enhanced with marinated eggs and ham sausages. The water had been poured into a rice cooker by Brother Zhou, who then manually ignited it to heat. In a world turned upside down, savoring a warm bowl of instant noodles felt like a small, yet significant luxury. Ah, indeed, Brother Zhou, the disheveled uncle, is named Chu Qingfeng. In reality, he is merely 30 years old, not much older than the 20-something Zhou. However, his mature appearance is attributed to his naturally aged features and his habitual neglect of personal grooming, presenting him as a seasoned middle-aged man. In stark contrast to the lively and spirited exchanges between Zhou and Chu Qingfeng, the atmosphere in Building D grew increasingly cold and oppressive as the daylight waned. After a considerable passage of time, the corpse of the cow cat gradually became rigid, with the blood that had seeped out oxidizing on the ground into dark red stains. The tabby and the three cats, nestled together, returned to Building D, each clutching a mouse of medium size in their mouths, evidently having just concluded a hunt to bring sustenance back to their companions. As one of them emitted a mewl to summon its friends, it was met with an eerie silence. The air was thick with the mingled scents of their companion's blood and human presence. In an instant, the two mutated cats' eyes turned crimson with fury, and one leapt through the window, pouncing into the second-floor corridor. Upon landing, they were confronted with the sight of their companion's lifeless body lying in a pool of blood, the trail imbued with the scent of their fallen comrade extending to the end of the corridor where a shell lay. The two mutated cats began to wail mournfully, their cries resonating Building D, 5th floor. Today is August 9th, the second day after the apocalypse. I must find a way to escape from Building D, even if it means leaping from the rooftop. The provisions I scavenged from the 3rd floor have been entirely consumed, and my strength is waning. If this continues, it will result in a slow demise. If I do not leave soon, tomorrow night, it will reach my floor. In a room on the 5th floor, a frail man wearing black glasses murmurs to himself, crouched in the deepest corner with his hands clutched around his head. The haunting memory of yesterday's perilous descent to the 3rd floor in search of sustenance resurfaces, recalling the dismembered limbs torn apart by claws that he encountered there, sending a chill of terror through him. Boom! A thunderous noise reverberates from outside the room, as the heavy iron security door is violently bent and distorted. The frail man jumps in fright. Crash! The shattered door collapses onto the floor, and a massive, black and yellow feline head peeks in, its bloodthirsty, cruel eyes fixated on him. No, I just arrived on the 4th floor today. Don't eat me. Don't eat me. The desperate man struggles, finding no escape. Behind him is a solid wall. Yet he feels no semblance of safety, only panic and dread. Thud splash. The sound of his right thigh severing from his body echoes as it falls to the ground, followed by the rush of arterial blood spraying forth. Thud splash. Another thigh is cleaved and drops. As the blood drains rapidly, his pleas for mercy grow increasingly faint. Spare me. Please don't kill me. The emaciated man, mutilated and reduced to a human swine, could barely breathe due to blood loss and agony, his chest scarcely rising and falling. The final image burned into his retina was the frigid, bloodthirsty gaze of the black and yellow tabby cat, and the ever-enlarging paw before him. As his chest was crushed, the frail man was finally released from his suffering. Yet, similar scenes unfolded in the rooms of the remaining survivors on the 4th floor. Those on the higher floors, hearing the screams from below, either huddled in corners, trembling with terror, or cast menacing glances towards the rooms of other survivors, harboring unfathomable, deranged thoughts. Chapter 13. Forming a Team. The Mage Chu Qingfeng, Diary Entry 3. So much transpired the night I was unconscious. Listening to Chu Qingfeng recount his experiences of the past 2 days, Zhou was suddenly enlightened, realizing he had missed crucial updates, which explained why he felt like an NPC these past few days. You single-handedly cleared out your entire Building C. Everyone else turned into zombies. Chu Qingfeng frowned slightly, regarding Zhou with an expression of disbelief. What a reincarnation of a god of war, clearing out an entire building alone. The youth truly possesses vigor. Considering Zhou's combat style, it was evident he was a martial arts-oriented powerhouse. If it were me, I would hunker down, wait until the food ran out, and then wait for rescue. Stroking his chin, Chu Qingfeng lapsed into contemplation. I suppose that's exactly what I'm doing now. They exchanged their survival experiences from the past couple of days, gazing at each other and understanding, realizing why their rapport flourished. Both had been solitary players for 2 days, pent up with thoughts, and now that the chat channel was finally restored, they could engage in light-hearted banter. It was no wonder they found themselves brimming with topics to discuss. Humans are inherently social beings. Those who can endure prolonged solitude without societal interaction are either exceptionally resilient or utterly mad. This is the apocalypse. The pressure of survival is already immense, and when coupled with the weight of loneliness, if not alleviated, it can drive one to madness. Throughout history, the means of release have been few: smoke, alcohol, and intimacy. The risky nature of their conversation was already evident. Witnessing Chu Qingfeng ignite a cigarette and boil instant noodles, one might have assumed it was a manifestation of innate strength due to some inherent talent. Yet, considering his mastery over earth, it appeared to have no correlation with fire. Out of curiosity, Zhou broached the subject with Chu Qingfeng. However, Chu Qingfeng proved to be exceedingly knowledgeable. It was not merely a talent, but rather magic. The sorcery of a mysterious branch profession, magician. You mentioned being trapped here. From where did you acquire the experience points for leveling up and class transitioning? Including the initial expenses of side profession upgrades, it would require over 200 experience points. As their conversation progressed, Zhou pinpointed a flaw, without venturing into combat. How had Chu Qingfeng amassed such experience? According to his own account, ever since the second floor of Building D had been claimed as a lair by mutated cats, he had scarcely ventured outside. Building D and the majority of the surrounding zombies were likely eradicated by a few mutated cats. While he had indeed encountered zombies, he had never personally slain one. Without having vanquished any zombies, how could he possibly gain experience points for leveling up or transitioning classes? Could it be a mere coincidence? Zhou's right hand inadvertently rested on Chu Qingfeng's shoulder. Ah, so one must transition classes? Wasn't that already established from the outset? I had assumed everyone experienced it this way. Chu Qingfeng appeared somewhat taken aback, his astonishment seeming genuine rather than feigned. Deceit is trivial, yet truth is a sharp blade. Zhou felt an urge to confront this insufferable individual even more. Moreover, utilizing the class transition's innate meditation for idling, activating it to then sleep. And upon awakening, one could simply collect experience. That boastful tone, those lips curved like a firearm's muzzle. Damn it, my fists have stiffened. That accursed mage. While we martial artists toil and fight for every shred of experience points to level up, you simply slumber away. How infuriating. Why didn't Ti transition to a mysterious class back then? This relaxation is truly delightful. Zhou felt a pang of envy, as if his back molars might crumble away. Yet, even so, he could not compare to them. Once they transitioned classes, they became like little superheroes, their combat prowess skyrocketing. After my own transition, aside from a slight increase in intelligence and the ability to conjure a bit of flame, my physical condition remains utterly lacking. Why didn't Ti awaken a talent for martial arts? Such physical prowess is truly formidable. For a 30-year-old man, the desire for a robust physique may sometimes eclipse the yearning for magic, especially during moments of helplessness. I can only say that those who understand. How about finding a chef or a strong ally? The two turned to each other simultaneously, their gazes filled with admiration for one another's talents. If only Gong would not abandon me. Mistaken, let us start over. You must certainly join my team. Thus, two prodigies, brothers in arms, struck a harmonious accord. They planned to recuperate by tomorrow, and then join forces to seek out the remaining two ill-fated evolved cats. Zhou was motivated purely by the desire to gain experience points. After all, today's evolved beast had granted him nearly 500 points. And this was merely the weakest of the mutated evolved beasts, which hints at the substantial rewards the other two could bestow upon him. Meanwhile, Chu Qingfeng was consumed by a fervent desire for vengeance, his eyes ablaze with the flames of retribution. At last, he would no longer be besieged by those wretched cats, which inundated him with their excrement daily. The mere thought of it brought him to tears. Why was his proficiency in earth magic so high? It was all a result of shoveling excrement. He had even allocated talent points to specialize in earth mastery. What a sorrowful tale indeed. Having tentatively reached a consensus on collaboration, they needed to formulate a corresponding action plan, encompassing the right timing, advantageous locations, and the support of allies. First and foremost was timing, which is crucial for their endeavors. Nighttime is when felines are most active, yet that particular tabby cat, perhaps due to its extraordinary abilities or mutations, only ventured out during the scorching midday sun to hunt. Although the reasons remained unclear, Zhou and Chu Qingfeng preferred to circumvent the danger rather than recklessly confront it. Thus, they opted for the following morning, at a time that was neither too awkward nor too bold. Secondly, the geographical advantage presents itself. The external corridor serves as an excellent choice, allowing for an aggressive advance or a strategic retreat. Lastly, the aspect of human factors, which is paramount, necessitates a comprehensive understanding of both the adversaries and our own strengths, as well as the formulation of a combat strategy. The enemy comprises two mutated cats of at least level 5, each possessing attributes that likely exceed those of today's cow cat, with one potentially harboring unknown abilities. Our side consists of a level 4 martial artist and an impending level 3 mage. While our paper strength may appear somewhat inferior, the outcome of a battle is not solely dictated by levels and attributes. Factors such as battlefield awareness and skill utilization significantly influenced the tide of combat. After exchanging most of their skills and attribute information, the two devised a rudimentary plan, subject to modification based on real-time circumstances. If a combat strategy is overly complicated, without a certain degree of synergy and prolonged practice, it is challenging to yield the desired results. Consequently, the plan formulated by Zhou and Chu Qingfeng was quite straightforward. It can be summarized as follows. Zhou would taunt and act as the tank, while Chu Qingfeng would utilize earth walls for positioning, combining their efforts for a unified attack. If they could overcome the enemy, they would fight. If not, they would swiftly retreat. The simplicity and directness of the plan belied the necessity of accounting for various contingencies, hence requiring additional methods to enhance their margin for error. At 9 o'clock that evening, after 3 hours of meditation, Chu Qingfeng finally ascended to level 3. The two prepared a substantial amount of chocolate, biscuits, and other high-calorie sustenance, retreating to their respective rooms to ready themselves for the impending upgrade and enhancement, in anticipation of the impending battle the following day. Diary Chronicles of the Apocalypse, August 3rd, 9th, 2035. Today, I spent the entire day in my dormitory engaged in meditation, and at last, I have accumulated enough experience points to elevate Supreme Meditation to level 6. With the perpetual benefits of this skills advancement, I now reap a substantial 2,000 experience points per day. More importantly, the requirement for deep meditation has been lifted, allowing me to venture out and combat zombies tomorrow. The skills within the meditation realm are truly indispensable for anyone seeking to ascend within the mysterious arts. Unlike the martial arts system, which enhances strength through combat, or the mechanical system, which relies on purchasing materials to forge equipment, the paths of the mysterious and psychic realms demand a greater accumulation of knowledge to attain power. Take, for instance, psychic, one of the 3 primary subclasses of the mysterious system to which I have been automatically assigned due to my innate talent. Psychic Mage, Divine Seeker Priest. Its principal attribute is charisma among the triad of mental faculties. Strength, agility, and constitution are comparable to those of an average person. However, mere charisma cannot be wielded as a weapon against foes. Thus, one must arm oneself with psychic spells, techniques, and affinities to convert these primary attributes into combat prowess. All of this requires a considerable investment of experience points and potential points to manifest as true combat strength. The initial scarcity of combat ability further exacerbates the challenge of acquiring experience, making the development of the mysterious system all the more arduous. Hence, the ability to gain experience points through meditation, without having to slay monsters, is an essential skill that remains integral to the mysterious system from beginning to end. The efficiency and effects of various meditation techniques differ significantly. The rudimentary skill of meditation, white, on the data panel is not only inefficient, but also mandates a continuous state of deep concentration, imposing numerous restrictions. This is largely due to the insufficient concentration of cosmic particle energy at the onset of the cataclysm. My 3S talent, Time Lord, currently lies dormant, nearly manifesting as an S-level Time Master on the panel. However, its essence remains unchanged, influenced by the embedded cosmic loss. It has birthed a series of high-quality time-related psychic spells, specialties, and skills that far exceed the rudimentary proficiencies of the initial tier's white and green skills, allowing me to outpace other survivors significantly. Even if the zombies begin to evolve from tomorrow onward, my strength will be more than sufficient to confront them. By keeping my level at 1, I can reap greater experience bonuses. I am confident that by the 7th day, when the boss-level mutated zombies emerge, I will have attained level 20, paving the way for my first career advancement. A swift step leads to faster progress. At that juncture, defeating the Mother Empress and the Beast King will be a matter of course. There is finally a glimmer of hope to end this apocalypse. However, my strength alone will not suffice. We need more powerful humans to emerge. Tomorrow, I shall venture to the girls' dormitory to form a team with Queen of Flame, Xiaohongyu. This early-stage team formation model, which has persisted for over 20 years post-apocalypse, attests to its value and stability. I, Zhou Yuaning, shall undoubtedly employ my charisma to win over this icy beauty. Chapter 14. The 8 Extremes, Extraordinary Talents and Skills at Last. Chu Qingfeng accumulated sufficient experience points to elevate his primary profession to level 3. Consumed 225 experience points. Primary profession Mage has been upgraded to level 3. Intelligence 2. Constitution 1. Vitality 10. Health 10. Gain 2 free attribute points, 1 potential point. Based on your innate talent. Intelligence 3. Proficiency, point 1. Tomorrow. I shall assume the role of a support character. What skill should I select? Chu Qifeng rested his chin on his hand, his mind. Endowed with a remarkable intelligence of 22 points, swiftly devised a strategy. Earth manipulation, signature, blue, is a necessity, so I shall acquire a shield skill, as I have yet to learn any defensive magic. As the saying goes, more hair, weaker fire, and with a proficiency point at my disposal. I shall invest in the fire element. Consumed 1 proficiency point, acquired the specialty, fire mastery, blue, consumed 1 potential point. Learned the skill, Flame Guardian, white. Skill has been transcended. Flame Guardian, LV1, white. Blazing Shield, LV1, blue. Blazing Shield, LV1, blue. Provides an ally with an energy shield of 80 points. Inflicting 20 points of fire damage on contact units, with a chance to cause the burn status. Upon the shield shattering, it releases a fiery shockwave outward, dealing 40 points of fire damage. Cooldown, 30 minutes. The Transcended Blazing Shield is a powerful skill that combines both offense and defense, capable of being cast on others, making it exceedingly versatile. Chu Qingfeng nodded in satisfaction. The formidable warrior could single-handedly vanquish an evolved beast. With my steadfast support as a magician, victory tomorrow seems assured. Archmage S. You are a born Archmage, adept in mastering all forms of magic. Knowledge is power. Elemental System, Effect 1, Polymath, Intelligence Potential 3. Energy Value 30. Unlocks Energy Attribute, Mana, initiates the Mage Profession skill tree, and grants the exclusive skill Omni-Meditation, Purple, with each professional advancement. You can select to unlock a major branch of the profession skill tree. Unlocked. Elemental Magic, Effect 2, Erudition, skills related to spells, receive a 50 enhancement, including damage increase, cooldown reduction, duration, and skill proficiency. Mastering different types of magic incurs no penalties, and for each spell mastered, total energy capacity is augmented. Effect 3, Specialization. Each time the main profession levels up or transitions, a certain number of mastery points are awarded, which can be utilized to acquire or enhance the mastery expertise, blue, in a specific branch. Specialized, Fire System. Earth System, XX Mastery, blue. Damage from this type of magic increases by 30, consumption decreases by 30, and during a long rest. One spell from this category can be sublimated into a personal spell of the same quality as the specialization. In another room, Guzhou sat cross-legged on the floor. He had amassed a substantial 502 experience points, sufficient to elevate his main profession by 1 level. However, he did not intend to level up just yet. Instead, he planned to enhance his combat prowess through skills and items. Firstly, the mere ascent to level 5 will result in diminishing returns from slaying mutated evolved beasts and zombies, which will consequently hinder the accumulation of experience points. Furthermore, the benefits gained from leveling up are presently rather modest. The primary attribute enhanced is Constitution. Yet his current Constitution and Vitality are already sufficient. Today's combat exemplified this, revealing that what he truly requires is not additional Constitution, but rather increased damage output and a more diverse array of combat strategies. Otherwise, he risks becoming nothing more than a punching bag. Given that the experience point requirements are not significantly different, he possesses superior options to leveling up, namely, enhancing his skills. Skill enhancement necessitates waiting until after 12 o'clock for the chaotic evolution to refresh. However, he still has untapped opportunities with green and blue quality items from today's encounters, which should not be squandered. The only blue quality item he possesses is the Windwalker Boots, which he can utilize tomorrow, so he shall refrain from evolving it for now. As for the green items, Zhou retrieved a green orb from his backpack, a reward from defeating the mutated cowcat earlier today. Since it is not an immediately usable piece of equipment, it has been conveniently stored in orb form within his backpack. A colorful vortex materialized as the green orb was consumed. Mutated tough beast skin, green. Tough beast skin armor, green. Tough beast skin armor, quality, deep green, a masterpiece among excellent armors. Type, armor, basic parameters, defense 20. Durability 40/40, equipment requirement, level 3, attribute bonus, length, adaptive, weight, 1 kilogram, additional effect. Toughness provides an extra reduction of 10 points of damage when resisting slashing, chopping, and blunt damage. Description: a leather armor crafted from mutated tough beast skin, lightweight and form-fitting yet exceptionally protective. A cross-category mutation. Previously, mutations were confined to different qualities within the same category, but this marks the first appearance of a cross-category mutation. Recalling earlier mutations, they seem to stem from equipment I either crafted or had already utilized. Could it be due to still being in the orb state? The materials have directly transformed into equipment of the same quality, bypassing the crafting process, resulting in a small profit. Today seems to be fortunate. However, I never anticipated that I would still be racing down the path of becoming a meat shield. I possess a heart for damage output too. I pray that this stroke of good fortune does not vanish too swiftly. Finally, the clock strikes 12, and the usage count for Chaos Mutation refreshes as anticipated. Time to allocate points. Having consumed 380 experience, Overload LV6 has been upgraded to Overload LV10 Max, and Overload has reached its maximum level, granting 1 potential point. Overload LV10 Max consumes 100 stamina, increases speed by 10, attack power, agility 5, strength 5, lasting for 2 minutes. Consumes 1 potential point to acquire the martial arts universal skill, Iron Mountain Crash, White. The kaleidoscopic vortex of chaotic evolution devours the newly acquired skill, causing the dazzling skill wheel to reappear. It quickly comes to a halt. Deep Blue. The skill level begins to rotate, unexpectedly landing on level 8. Fortune seems particularly favorable today. Iron Mountain Crash LV1. White, 8 extremes. 5 mountains piercing the sky cone LV8. Blue. Your 8 extremes. 5 mountains piercing the sky cone has been upgraded to LV6. Please select one of the following 3 advancement effects. 7 injuries, dark energy, invincibility. 7 injuries inflicts damage while increasing attack power, a safe choice. Dark energy provides a percentage-based effect that ignores defense, suitable for late-game use. Invincibility? Am I mistaken? Such an unscrupulous effect appearing in a blue skill? Zhou rubbed his eyes, ensuring he wasn't hallucinating, and immediately chose invincibility without hesitation. My focus is solely on invincibility. The other options of 7 injuries and dark energy are truly unfamiliar to me. 8 extremes. 5 mountains piercing the sky cone LV8. Deep Blue. Shaking shoulders to strike the heavens, stomping feet to tremble the 9 provinces. Consuming 80 energy. One can freely advance between 0, 5 to 2, 5 meters, delivering a palm strike to the target's neck that inflicts damage equivalent to 240 of unarmed attack power, with a significant probability of inducing effects such as dizziness, concussions, and paralysis. During the use of this skill, the practitioner reduces damage by 40 and becomes impervious to inertia, hypnosis, repulsion, and other control effects. The cooldown period is 10 minutes. This technique boasts a powerful charge, offers invulnerability to control, and provides damage mitigation, with a 240 attack power likely resulting in critical hits against weaknesses, accompanied by subsequent negative effects. Is this not the formidable 8 extremities fist, akin to the tautness of a drawn bow and the thunder of a lightning strike? In a past life, I had heard tales of this fierce martial art, where the potency of its strikes could be measured in thousands of units, and the severity of its repercussions depended solely on the practitioner's cultivation. Little did I expect that its transformation into a skill would yield such astonishing results. Indeed, to combat zombies, one must employ such a vigorous martial technique. Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Today, with just energy attachment, he had rendered that cowcat incapable of self-sustenance. Tomorrow, with energy 8 extremities, a single palm strike would surely send its skull flying. Chapter 15. 2 strikes to kill. Upper throat strike and lower elbow smash. Due to their leveling up and learning new skills, the two became engrossed in experimenting with new techniques and combinations, reminiscent of addicted gamers staying up all night after a game update. In contrast, outside, 2 mutated, evolved cats glared hatefully in the direction of the passage for an entire night. Meanwhile, residents on the higher floors of Building D spent a harrowing night amidst the collective howls of zombies echoing from the surrounding buildings. Thanks to their extraordinary attributes, even after just a few hours of rest, the two appeared remarkably refreshed the following day. Until the early hours of 5 or 6, the sky faintly glimmered with a hint of dawn. Due to the obstructions, the light in the second-floor corridor was somewhat inadequate, yet sufficient for the human eye to discern shapes. The sun had yet to rise, and the air was slightly cooler, imbued with a chilling essence from the autumn breeze that caused one to shiver involuntarily. In the second-floor corridor, Two massive, mutated cats, resembling South China tigers, had been vigilantly stationed there throughout the night. Their thick fur rendered them impervious to the cold wind, yet the faint scent of a companion lingered in the air, leaving them perplexed. Tap, tap. The heavy shell gradually shifted open, revealing Zhou and Chu Qingfeng, emerging from the passage in a slow procession. That familiar scent emanated from the leather armor worn by the human, the very patterns reminiscent of those adorning the cow-cat. No words were necessary. The enmity between them was palpable, overloaded. The ebony pupils of the human flickered with electric light, calm as water, while the cold, murderous, and furious emerald vertical pupils locked onto one another, their gazes solely focused on each other's forms. Meow. The tabby cat emitted a piercing cry that echoed like the clarion call to battle. In an unspoken agreement, both parties transitioned from utter stillness to frenetic motion, charging towards one another. Duong. The sharp claws of the cat, as if forged from solid metal, clashed against Zhou's forked weapon, producing a resonant sound akin to iron colliding with iron, neither side yielding in the confrontation. The strength check was successful, and the repulsion effect failed. You have sustained 20 points of impact damage dealt by the opponent. Based on. Both parties took 2 steps back to dissipate the force of the impact. A formidable power surged through the steel fork and enveloped Zhou. Fortunately, after activating the maximum level of overload, bolstered by various enhancements, Zhou's strength had reached an impressive 22. With just a slight increase in effort, he firmly gripped the steel fork once more. As the clash unfolded, the information of the tabby cat flooded the data panel like a tidal wave. Strength 22, agility 24, stamina 23. The physical attributes nearly surpassed those of yesterday's cow-cat. However, compared to the cow-cat, which favored agility, this tabby cat exhibited a more balanced distribution of attributes. If the cow-cat was akin to an assassin relying on speed for stealthy attacks, the tabby cat resembled a versatile hexagonal warrior. With the same talent of tough skin, it boasted a remarkable 445 points of health, and while it possessed 2 or 3 divergent skills, it could only be said to be marginally stronger than yesterday's tabby cat, with no significant disparity. Notably, the panel did not display any extraordinary abilities. Just as it regained its footing, the tabby cat rose on its hind legs, its claws poised to strike at Zhou's neck, the dark claws shimmering with a metallic hue, entwined with an unquenchable golden flame. It was an extraordinary ability. It had unleashed its power. Meanwhile, a slightly smaller calico cat executed a leaping maneuver off the wall, descending from above. In the narrow corridor, 2 massive mutated evolution cats approached Zhou, one from the left and one from the right, one from above and one from below, encircling him and blocking every possible escape route. The battle erupted with astonishing swiftness, catching Chu Qingfeng off guard. Was he had agreed that they would first utilize the terrain? Why had the others already charged in recklessly? Before he could summon the earth from below, 2 cats had ensnared Zhou in an intricate web, leaving him with no avenue of escape. Reluctantly, he altered his gestures, preparing to envelop Zhou with his newly learned blazing shield. How had this brother, who previously appeared so composed, turned into a reckless fighter? What did it matter if evasion was impossible? Why cower and evade when I can shatter my foes with a single blow? The icon 4, 8 extremes, 5 peaks ascending cone LV8 was activated, and an orange-yellow luminescence surged around Zhou. Come on, don't play me like this. In the midst of the bewildered gazes from both allies and adversaries, Zhou set aside his spear, advancing rather than retreating, merely raising his hand to shield his throat and head. With a decisive step, he charged directly towards the tabby cat's claw strike, which was infused with its unique abilities. Unprepared for Zhou's sudden advance, Chu Qingfeng miscalculated the timing and distance. The blazing shield had not yet fully manifested. However, the tabby cat too misjudged the range, pouncing and landing empty behind Zhou. This maneuver had indeed deceived both friend and foe. Lacking a shield was inconsequential. With a 40 damage reduction and 300 health points, Zhou remained confident in his resilience. Surely, he would not be felt so easily. His fortitude surpassed that of the mutated beasts opposing him, a reputation well earned. As Zhou closed the distance unexpectedly, the tabby cat's clawing motion was still in progress. Fortunately, the reflexes of felines are astoundingly swift, adapting in a heartbeat. The cat's claws transformed into a gripping motion aimed squarely at Zhou's raised left hand and chest. The powerful strike, known as the Golden Flame Claw, landed a critical blow, inflicting 128 points of devastating damage after accounting for damage reduction and defense penetration. The expected scene of Zhou being sent flying did not materialize. Surrounded by an orange-yellow aura, he appeared impervious to inertia, defying the laws of physics as he surged forward. With his left foot firmly planted on the hind leg of the tabby cat, Zhou extended his left hand upward, gripping the creature's shoulder. The principle of striking with precision and determination, akin to a kiss, was flawlessly embodied in his execution of the 8 Extremes fist, bolstered by his formidable physique. Twisting his waist and shifting his hips, the entirety of his strength was channeled through his right palm, concealed at his waist. Thrusting upward with such speed that it produced a resounding crack through the air, reminiscent of a whip. This technique, known as the dragon descending style, along with the heavenly palm, targeted vital areas such as the throat and chin. Engaging in a spar with such a move could lead to mild unconsciousness or severe consequences, including incarceration. Please do not attempt this at home. However, in this moment, it mattered not. The mutated beast was unlikely to withstand such force. With a resounding clap, his right palm struck the creature's furry neck, resulting in a cacophony of dislocated bones and twisted necks, akin to firecrackers exploding in succession. Your skill? 8 Extremes, 5 Peaks Ascending Cone, struck a vital point, dealing 258 points of critical damage. The opponent's physical resilience test failed, entering states of dizziness and paralysis for 10 seconds. But the onslaught was not over yet. Consuming 30 points of vigor, he infused his energy into the attack. The right palm transformed into a fist, raised high, radiating a mesmerizing blue and white light that coalesced without dispersing. The surging energy of lightning condensed within. The right arm swung downward, delivering a devastating elbow strike to the abdomen of the tabby cat, which, with its jaws agape and eyes shut, offered no resistance. Becoming a mere plaything. Your skill, energy infusion, struck a critical point, inflicting 197 points of critical damage. The target has perished. Level 1 defeated a Level 5 mutated beast, earning 502 experience points. The mutated tabby collapsed onto the ground, succumbing to a slumber akin to that of an infant, as glimmers of 1 green and 2 blue orbs erupted around it. In true combat, there is no room for superfluous techniques or flashy maneuvers. When the blade meets the flesh, the decisive moment lies within a mere few moves. The victor stands tall. The vanquished lies prostrate. Based on your combat experience, you have grasped pertinent information regarding the martial arts skill, weakness insight, green, 1-3. Acquired wind-rending claw, light green, beast's blood, deep blue, elegance of the cat ring, light blue. Don't be so man, exclaimed Chu Qingfeng, who had just been lamenting, now seamlessly transitioning to a fervent cheerleader. It's all thanks to you, old Chu. Truly, you are a seasoned veteran molded by society, capable of changing your demeanor in an instant. Chapter 16, Ascending the Stairs, Survivors of 1,000 Faces. In the blink of an eye, from being besieged by 2 cats to executing a counterattack, it all transpired within mere seconds. Witnessing their companion fall, the demon, crackling with electricity, paid no heed to the claw marks on its chest, expressionless as it turned to gaze at itself. The calico cat, startled, fled in a hasty retreat, exhibiting the quintessential agility of felines. With a swiftness akin to that of the 22-year-old Zhou, its explosive speed left him in awe, unable to catch up even while wielding a fork. The direction in which the calico cat dashed was precisely towards Chu Qingfeng's position. Do you truly consider me a soft persimmon? Chu Qingfeng chuckled heartily while standing beside the corridor, extending his right hand, unlit cigarette in tow, aiming at the rushing mutated feline in the passage. Fire, come forth. In less than half a second, fierce flames erupted from the magical array in his palm. The fire intertwined and surged forward, expanding at a visible rate until it occupied half of the corridor, manifesting a fire damage of 119 points. Before the calico cat, blasted backward, could touch the ground, it was intercepted by Zhou, who, armed with a water blue fork and encased in a fiery red shield, thrust it firmly into the ground. Under the assault of iron fists and the searing flames, the calico cat's life points dwindled to 0 in mere seconds, yielding 2 green orbs of light. You have achieved a level 1 kill of a level 5 mutated evolutionary beast. Based on your contribution in battle, 51. You have gained 224 experience points. You have acquired. The specific details of this drop were not displayed, likely due to the nature of a multiplayer kill. Only upon contact with the orbs of light could the information be gleaned. Had it been solely Zhou, his lack of output after both active skills had cooled down would have made it challenging to capture the fleeing calico cat. However, with the presence of Chu Qingfeng, a wizard adept at controlling the battlefield, the circumstances had significantly improved. While a fraction of experience has indeed been distributed, the enhancement in safety and efficiency is significantly pronounced, rendering the overall outcome more beneficial than detrimental. The principle of expanding the pie is one that I believe everyone comprehends. 200 experience points. A bountiful harvest indeed. Chu Qingfeng must have also garnered a substantial amount of experience, grinning from ear to ear. After all, he has defeated foes 2 levels above him. And the 5th level mutated evolution cat possesses a high experience multiplier, resulting in a considerable yield of experience points. Before the luminous orb dropped by the 3-colored cat, there lay a pair of green quality hats and a green quality leather armor. Following our previously established principle of distribution based on contribution, all drops from the tabby cat were assigned to Zhou, while the 2 pieces of green equipment from the 3-colored cat were selected by each of them. Zhou opted for the hat, as he already possessed the leather armor. Chu Qingfeng was equally delighted to receive the leather armor, perceiving its priority to be greater than that of the hat, given the vast difference in protective coverage. This battle could be aptly described as Zhou's personal showcase. With merely a fireball spell, he accrued 200 experience points, making it a profitable endeavor even without the drops. Following a seasoned veteran, one takes flight. The Tear of the Windclaw is a rare skill belonging to the martial arts class, albeit its enhancement leans towards agility, making it more suitable for an assassin style of play. Thus, Zhou has no intention of learning it directly. Instead, he plans to invest in the pool to draw a chance for chaotic evolution. The Necklace of Feline Elegance is a previously unseen piece of jewelry, boasting a fixed enchantment of 3 agility. The Blood of the Beasts is even more extraordinary, a permanent attribute-enhancing item. Just this aspect alone surpasses the cumulative value of all other drops combined. After tallying the gains from the battle, the 2 ascended the staircase, intent on further exploration. Their objectives were twofold: to ascertain the presence of any survivors and to gather essential supplies such as food and water. Although they had already acquired provisions from a small supermarket, in the apocalyptic landscape dominated by zombies, one could never have too many consumable resources. The prevailing sentiment was that it was never enough. On the 3rd floor, they encountered a scene littered with the remains of both zombies and humans. The 4th floor presented a similar tableau, with dismembered bodies strewn about, the evidence of yesterday's massacre still fresh. The 5th floor was no different, resembling a slaughterhouse, with carnage everywhere. Standing before the twisted and broken door of room 506, they beheld the tortured visage of a frail man being brutally murdered. A wave of frustration washed over them. "Damn those mutated beasts," Zhou exclaimed, his fist striking the wall in anger. If death had come by a mere bite, it could be accepted. After all, the law of the jungle prevailed in this end-of-the-world scenario. Zhou had attained his current level through slaying zombies and mutated creatures. However, being tortured to death incited a deep-seated rage, as empathy among beings transcends species. Behind him, Chu Qingfeng maintained a calm demeanor. Being nearly a decade older than Zhou and having worked as a shop owner, a role that necessitated interaction with numerous individuals, his extensive life experience far surpassed that of Zhou, a mere novice just entering society. He had seen both the light and the dark, yet he chose to live with a clarity that occasionally embraced ignorance. Without offering grandiloquent speeches, he simply took a drag from his cigarette and patted Zhou on the shoulder. In such matters, the words of others often feel hollow. One must arrive at their own understanding to truly move forward. The depravity among humans is no less severe than the torment inflicted upon frail men by mutated beasts, as evidenced by the sudden angry shouts and the sound of tools striking a security door from upstairs. These are actions that neither mutated beasts nor zombies could produce. The 2 exchanged a glance, silently, and ascended to the 6th floor with hushed footsteps. "Suyu, you damn slut. I recognized you the moment you arrived here alone with that big belly. Why feign chastity now? Since you refuse to show me any favor and deny me this small pleasure before I die, then let us all perish together, including your bastard daughter." At the entrance of apartment 608 on the 6th floor, a balding middle-aged man with bloodshot eyes furiously hammered at the security door with a broom. Lacking both professional tools and superhuman strength, it was impossible for him to breach the iron security door, a fact he was well aware of. Was this an outburst of impotent rage? Or was he hoping to attract the mutated cat from downstairs? Already in a foul mood, Zhou, upon witnessing the balding man's arrogant and domineering words, was immediately overcome with anger. He couldn't help but rush up the stairs and kick the man away. Though he restrained his strength, even so, the balding man was sent flying several meters. Cough, cough. Which floor are you from, you impetuous brat? What are you pretending to be a hero for? Anyway, in a couple of days, we'll all be killed by that mutated cat. That slut Lin Yu is extremely cautious. Even if you save her, she won't open the door for you. Why don't you just help me break down the door? I permitted you to indulge in the initial taste, allowing you to play as you wish, provided you do not bring about destruction or harm. The balding man exhibited a modicum of cleverness by promptly enlisting Zhou's assistance. However, this trivial wit was misapplied, squandered on nefarious pursuits. Behind the door of room 608, Lin Yu leaned against the door, breathless. Having already given all the food to her daughter, her strength was waning. Now, as she struggled to block the entrance with various items, she was drenched in sweat, her thin t-shirt clinging to her body, accentuating her graceful figure. It was no wonder that the balding man outside gazed at her with insatiable desire. "Little dear, quickly hide inside," she urged. Yet, upon seeing her daughter mimicking her by bracing the door with her hands, Lin Yu's resolve hardened. A woman may be perceived as gentle, yet a mother is fierce. Chapter 17, Absorbing Talents? Seizing survival from the jaws of chaos, there is no need for courtesy with scoundrels who prey upon the vulnerable. This may be a post-apocalyptic world, but even in times of peace, Zhou's actions would be deemed commendable. Silence. Spare me your prattle. I shall pose a question, and you will respond. Should you continue your incessant chatter, I cannot guarantee where my next strike will land. As the balding middle-aged man continued his incessant rambling, Zhou stepped forward, thrusting a steel fork into the ground before him. The shards of shattered ceramic flew, stinging his face and compelling him to close his mouth. The leather armor he wore was stained with blood, and the lingering aura of menace from his heightened state coupled with his imposing demeanor made it clear that Zhou was a formidable force. Are you unaware that there are evolved cats downstairs? By acting this way, do you intend to drag us all to our demise? Though a vague answer lingered in his heart, Zhou still wished to grant him a chance for explanation. As fellow humans, this was his final act of mercy. He chuckled softly, realizing, I shall certainly be more cautious next time. Please, forgive my transgressions this once. Observing Zhou speak, the primary concern of attracting the evolutionary beasts alleviated some of his fear. With a morally dubious mindset, he instinctively assumed that Zhou, like him, harbored intentions of a more intimate nature. He regarded Zhou's seemingly virtuous demeanor with skepticism. No matter how convincingly you play the hero, Lin Yu, that flirtatious woman, will not open her door for you. Does he truly believe himself a character in a novel, that with a mere display of strength, women would flock to him? With a scoff, he plotted to bewilder this young man, thinking, dare to strike at me? Just wait, I shall ensure you regret the encounter. The balding middle-aged man harbored his sinister thoughts while maintaining a facade of servility. If it pleases you, my lord, I shall relinquish Lin Yu to you. I shall take my leave immediately. He rose, groveling before Zhou with exaggerated deference. Meanwhile, Lin Yu, eavesdropping from behind the door, felt her heart grow heavier with each passing moment. Her grip on the kitchen knife tightened, veins bulging, joints cracking ominously. I cannot remain idle any longer. Closer, just a little closer. As she feigned submiss less than half a meter away from Zhou, the balding uncle suddenly launched an attack, his hunched body springing up as he thrust a fruit knife fiercely towards Zhou's chest. Ah, brother Gu, still so young, mused Chu Qingfeng, who stood at the corner of the staircase, shaking his head while puffing on a cigarette and ascending the steps. Over the course of a day, Chu Qingfeng had garnered a general understanding of Zhou, a young man newly immersed in the chaotic world of society, his gaze still tinged with the naivety and foolishness of a university student. In the face of impending doom, he had the audacity to return to the lair of other evolved beings on their first encounter, and even dared to share a meal with them, truly fearless of any harm that might befall him. Only someone as sincere as I, a charming young gentleman, could remain unperturbed. Were it anyone else, they would likely have arranged for an escape plan at the first hint of danger. As for worrying about Zhou, surely you jest. He is a formidable man capable of withstanding even a strike from a mutated cat with extraordinary abilities, sustaining only minor injuries. If this balding uncle possessed the strength to injure him, he would have already broken down the door. A lesson learned could serve him well, teaching him the treachery of human hearts. With this mental preparation, the ambush unfolded before Zhou as if in slow motion. The knife, thrusting forward with urgency, was effortlessly neutralized, the metallic gauntlet clamped tightly around the uncle's wrist, the excruciating pain prompting him to instinctively look up at Zhou. Only a modicum of cleverness, opting for the most foolish demise. Had you left with humility, I might have hesitated between killing you or incapacitating you. Their eyes locked, those dual orbs gleaming with lightning, cold as steel, shattered the balding uncle's hard-won courage in an instant. Just as he was about to plead for mercy, Zhou acted without hesitation, delivering a lethal strike. Since he is an enemy, let him meet his end like a mindless creature. With 30 points of energy, he infused his abilities. His left hand, clutching the dagger, pulled inward while his right fist, enveloped in a bluish-white energy, struck the foe's face with tremendous force, sending him sprawling several meters away. Inflicted 156 points of critical damage, level 1 mutated human eliminated. D-class talent detected within the target, granting an additional 100 experience points. Acquired 34 experience points. Acquired. No matter, such scum deserved to perish. His mercy and tolerance, in truth, were merely another form of harm to those he had oppressed. Chu Qingfeng strolled towards Zhou, intending to offer comfort. Yet he noticed Zhou's sudden vacancy of expression, staring blankly in the direction of the corpse. The psyche of these young individuals was truly inscrutable. One moment they were hesitantly worrying, the next, decisively fearsome. I genuinely fear he might develop some psychological issues. He better not suddenly spout something nonsensical. Observing Zhou's sudden stupor, his eyes devoid of focus, Chu Qingfeng felt a pang of concern and took it upon himself to engage with the survivors. Sister Yu, please open the door. It's Xiao Chu from the supermarket downstairs. In truth, he had misinterpreted the situation. Zhou was not lost in a trance nor grappling with complex psychological turmoil. His momentary daze stemmed from a malfunction in his data panel following the elimination of the middle-aged balding man. Within Zhou's line of sight, a series of notifications indicating the acquisition of experience points appeared in rapid succession. Suddenly, his talent, chaotic evolution, manifested without warning, and a vibrant whirlpool accelerated, forcibly extracting something from the interface. After a considerable interval, the display returned, but the information regarding chaotic evolution had transformed. Chaotic Evolution 1 changed to Chaotic Evolution 2-100. The talent, Disguise, D, morphed into the skill, Muscle Control Enhancement, green. And he acquired the martial arts universal skill, Muscle Recruitment Enhancement, green, non-mutatable. Muscle Recruitment Enhancement LV1, green, signifies that proficient control over 1's muscles is the foundational step toward mastering and harnessing 1's own power. Melee Attack Power 4. Innate Defense 4, Critical Hit Rate 2, Block Rate 2. Did he just absorb that person's talent and transform it into a skill with a similar effect? But what does the 100 in Chaotic Evolution signify? Does it imply a limitation of 100 uses? Or will something change after absorbing 100 talents? Just as Zhou pondered these significant queries, Chu Qingfeng had already succeeded in persuading Lin Yu to open the door voluntarily. This was not achieved through sweet words or deceit, but through sincerity, convincing the other party. How was this accomplished? Please refer to the VCR. Chapter 18, Spiritual Transformation. Strength comes first. 2 minutes prior, as Chu Qingfeng's voice reached room 608, Lin Yu's daughter, Lin Xiaolu, immediately recognized it. Mom. It's Uncle Chu from the supermarket on the first floor. Lin Xiaolu felt a surge of joy, for in her eyes, Uncle Chu was the second best person to her, after her mother. Owing to the presence of a television in Chu Qingfeng's supermarket that played animated shows, it was gradually evolving into a cherished daycare for the community. Every afternoon, a throng of children would gather to play and watch television until their parents came to retrieve them for dinner. Only Lin Yu, burdened with numerous part-time jobs, often returned home late, around 7 or 8 o'clock. Consequently, Lin Xiaolu became the last child to remain at the store. Although Chu Qifeng had his quirks, he was considerate enough not to dine while leaving the little girl beside him hungry. Whenever he ordered takeout or prepared instant noodles, he would always set aside a small portion for Lin Xiaolu. Fried chicken, barbecued delights, and instant noodles. None of it was particularly healthy. They kept this a secret from Lin Yu, creating a bond between them. At 3 or 4 years old, Lin Xiaolu was at her most adorable age, striking a tender chord in the heart of the 30-year-old bachelor. Inheriting Lin Yu's fine genes, she was a beauty from a young age, exquisitely charming. Coupled with her family environment, she exhibited remarkable independence and good behavior from an early age. Who wouldn't desire such an enchanting and delightful daughter? Indeed, Chu Qifeng genuinely treated Lin Xiaolu as if she were his own daughter. Yet, it was essential to note that he was still a 30-year-old man without a girlfriend. For Lin Xiaolu, this was also the first time she felt such pure concern and affection from someone other than her mother. This warm and dependable sensation is reminiscent of a paternal affection she has never truly experienced. The innocence of a child allows for a clear distinction between love and hate. Perceiving the world in stark contrasts, good is unequivocally good, and bad is undeniably bad, unlike the intricate complexities of adult life. At this moment, Lin Yu's expression is a tapestry of conflict and turmoil as she occasionally peers through the peephole at Chu Qingfeng, seemingly engaged in an internal struggle. From an emotional perspective, he is indeed a gentle and kind-hearted individual, and even the fawn holds a fondness for him. However, the present reality is one of apocalyptic despair. Who can fathom how a once virtuous man might transform in these dire times? She, too, is a woman yearning for care and protection, yet she is also a mother, acutely aware that her own sentiments cannot jeopardize the safety of her daughter. If she were to open the door, what if his primal instincts were unleashed? Yet, he operates a small convenience store, suggesting he might still possess a considerable stock of provisions. No, that cannot be right. The store is on the first floor. Suddenly, Lin Yu's pupils constrict. Aren't there those mutated cats a few floors down? How could he have ascended from the ground level? This leads to but one alarming conclusion. They must have exterminated all the mutated cats below, allowing him to appear so composed. Lin Yu is eager to confirm her startling hypothesis. Furthermore, the absence of the usual patrols by the dairy cow cats last night and today is itself quite peculiar. More importantly, the fur lining of the leather armor worn by the unfamiliar young man outside grows increasingly familiar with each passing moment. A mixture of relief, shock, anxiety, and apprehension swirls within her, rendering her expression subtly intricate. She is an astute woman, adept at gauging the situation, and thus, with remarkable intuition, she proactively opened the door. Creaking, the door swung open, and Lin Xiaolu rushed out eagerly, embracing Chu Qingfeng's leg. "Uncle Chu, are you here to rescue Xiaolu and Mama?" Fortunately, Chu Qingfeng stepped forward just in time to wrap his arms around Lin Xiaolu, shielding her from the gruesome scene behind them. Lin Yu, tall and statuesque at nearly 1.7 meters, stood only half a head shorter than Chu Qingfeng, naturally noticing the repulsive neighbor who had been sent flying several meters away. The force of the blow was likely comparable to that of a mutated beast. If the adversary truly attempted to barge in, the security door would be rendered utterly ineffective. In response to Lin Xiaolu's inquiry, Chu Qingfeng instinctively straightened his posture and cleared his throat, faced with the sparkling eyes of the adorable girl gazing at him with admiration. Who could bear to refuse? In such a scenario, how could Chu Qifeng entrust the delicate negotiations to Zhou? The stakes were too high. And you were too inexperienced to navigate this. It was best left to me, your mature and composed elder brother. Of course, we would deal with that evolved cat downstairs before proceeding. His tone was mature and steady, seemingly directed not only at Lin Xiaolu. Slightly tilting his head, Chu Qingfeng glanced at the tall, graceful figure before him. Even with her hair dampened by sweat and her appearance somewhat disheveled, there was an undeniable charm about her. When his gaze met her sorrowful apricot-shaped eyes, it felt as though he had been struck in the chest, his heart skipping a beat as he stood there, transfixed. "Old Chu, something is amiss. Is it possible you find the little girl adorable? How shameful." After thoroughly examining the changes in the panel information, Zhou came to his senses, raising an eyebrow at the scene before him. Choosing not to disrupt the warm and harmonious atmosphere, he decided to leave space for Chu Qingfeng and continued his ascent. As the apocalypse descended, with the disintegration of order and law, the truest facets of human nature emerged. There were the frail youths who trembled in their desperate survival, single mother Lin Yu, who fiercely protected her offspring, and the bald man who sought to drag others down with him in death, alongside individuals like Chu Qingfeng, who were still willing to extend a helping hand to others. What kind of person would I be? As Zhou ascended the staircase alone, His steps grew increasingly measured. The age-old philosophical inquiries that have consumed countless thinkers echoed in his mind. Who am I? Where am I destined to go? Such profound questions undoubtedly require a lifetime of contemplation. A mere ascent of the stairs could not bestow enlightenment or instant sanctity. Yet, he grasped a fundamental truth. With a blade in hand, every choice is a choice worth making. His steps grew more resolute, accompanied by a gaze that was both clear and naively bewildered, shedding all superficiality, fading into oblivion. He need not worry about whether Chu Qingfeng harbored ill intentions towards him, for he possessed the strength to retreat unscathed. He need not fret about the evolutionary beasts lurking below, ready to burst through the door and tear him apart. If the path ahead was obstructed, he would simply clear it with his fists. He need not concern himself with the possibility of being bullied, should such an occurrence arise. He would ensure they paid a price, just as today. He did not possess an all-knowing, fearless optimism regarding life and death, but he had at least come to understand a simple principle. If there are no options left, then one must simply upend the table. History has no fresh tales. The illustrious physicist and Go master, Emperor Liu Qi of the Han Dynasty, has long demonstrated an alternative approach to the game of Go. As he ascends the staircase, bathed in sunlight, he gazes out at the rising sun, his deep-set eyes calm as still water, yet harboring an unwavering conviction that commands attention. The soft light of dawn streams through the high windows, casting beams upon the young man who is steadily climbing upward, creating a long and straight shadow in the corridor. It resembles a blade raised high, pointing towards the heavens, relentless and sharp. Chapter 19, The Tide of the Dead. In order to protect the nascent team in battle, the subsequent floors proved to be much easier. The now unadorned Zhou, embodying simplicity and brutality, kicked open doors without hesitation, prioritizing directness over subtlety, regardless of the presence of inhabitants. After 2 days of the zombie apocalypse, those who remain are largely devoid of foolishness. Faced with Zhou, a cold and resolute figure who barges in without invitation, no one dares to retaliate, including Chu Qingfeng and Lin Yu. The 7 remaining survivors of Building D have gathered on the 6th floor, Lin Yu and her daughter Lin Xiaolu from room 608. The 30-something couple Ding Sheng and Wang Yu from room 709, middle-aged migrant worker Old Zhang from room 803, and university student Xiao Xiao from room 1001. Through their animated exchanges, they pieced together the events of the past 2 days in Building D. Originally, the building housed 100 or 200 residents, yet on August 7th, the day of the catastrophe, only about a dozen survived. After all, zombies do not break down doors, nor do they ascend stairs. Aside from those who were instantly transformed into zombies, there were some fortunate souls who managed to survive by hiding in rooms or corridors. However, as midnight approached, 3 mutated cats, the size of a leopard, began to hunt down anyone they encountered. Except for a few audacious individuals daring enough to leap onto the rooftops of neighboring buildings. The others who sought refuge in the stairwells were mercilessly torn to shreds by the mutated felines. On the 9th floor, there had once been an evolved individual with a sea-level talent. After conducting a sweep of the 9th floor on the evening of the 7th, he had upgraded his class, intending to eliminate the 3 mutated cats alongside the survivors of the 9th floor. Unfortunately, his efforts were in vain. No one could have anticipated that one of the tabby cats possessed the ability to unleash its powers much like a human wielding skills. The consequence of this failure was dire. All of the 9th floor's inhabitants perished. The survivors, paralyzed by fear and unwilling to venture outside, were also systematically hunted down by the mutated cats, their agonized cries echoing throughout the night as a grim warning to others. Over the next 2 days, the other 2 mutated cats frequently ventured to the small park to hunt mutated rats. Yet, the particularly vengeful cow-patterned cat remained firmly entrenched in Building D, leaving the residents with no opportunity for escape. The cow cat, akin to a feline Wang Yu, is an expectant mother, inherently prone to emotional fluctuations. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhao has awakened the passive talent known as enhanced perception, which intensifies the senses. Despite being on the 10th floor, he perceives everything with remarkable clarity. The fact that he has not succumbed to panic over the past few days is a testament to his psychological resilience. Who is Zhou? After saving them, how will he treat them? After all, they are fellow human beings, and their suffering cannot be more agonizing than that inflicted by mutated cats. Indeed, Zhou and Chu Qingfeng are not the villainous characters often depicted in apocalyptic novels, who exploit their power to enslave other survivors. The values and behavioral patterns shaped by years of education and environment cannot be entirely overturned in just a day or two following the onset of the apocalypse. However, this does not imply that they aspire to be altruistic saints, eager to revere other survivors as if they were ancestors. In the context of an apocalyptic environment, the societal production system has been utterly dismantled, rendering humanity akin to a primitive society. The struggle has merely shifted from nature to zombies, evolved beasts, and other humans, with the means of survival transitioning from traditional gathering and hunting to scavenging for resources throughout the city. The forces of production dictate the relations of production, and the economic base shapes the superstructure. In this reality, possessing a small supermarket and having temporary access to ample resources makes it inevitable to band together and form survivor teams. Just as in primitive societies, when food is plentiful, there is a pursuit of population growth and an expansion of tribal size to enhance survival prospects, whether driven by the necessity of combating zombies and gathering resources for survival, or by an inherent desire for emotional connection to alleviate loneliness. Teamwork and collaboration are essential for thriving in a post-apocalyptic world. In such dire circumstances, every individual must exert their efforts for the sake of survival. No one can solely indulge like a parasite. Such individuals are inevitably cast aside by the group. Even the pregnant one, you must engage in cooking, cleaning, organizing, and preparing supplies. This survival team, infused with the unique cultural essence of the Yanlong Kingdom, holds great appeal for all involved. Vulnerable individuals like Lin Yu and her daughter find hope in the stability of shelter and food sources, while evolved beings like Zhou can devote more time to hunting zombies and enhancing their own powers, unburdened by mundane tasks. Of course, no system of production remains stagnant. It continually evolves to adapt to the changing dynamics of productivity. Nevertheless, given the current environment and circumstances, this nascent team appears relatively stable. Following a top-down reformation, it is indeed vibrant and hopeful, an invaluable trait in a world where the future is obscured. As for the challenges that may arise subsequently, those can be faced when the time comes, for this is an unpredictable apocalypse where uncertainty looms large. Thus, on the morning of August 10th, the third day after the onset of the apocalypse, the Happy Team was officially established. Named after their beloved Happy community, the team embodies the aspirations they strive to achieve. Zhou, being the most formidable evolver, was naturally elected as the captain by consensus. Meanwhile, Chu Qingfeng, also a high-level evolver with a keen understanding of human relationships, assumed the role of vice-captain. The fate of this nascent team remains uncertain, awaiting the passage of time to reveal its ultimate outcome. However, at present, this fledgling squad faces its inaugural challenge, the onslaught of zombies. Brother Gu, something is amiss downstairs. There are numerous chaotic footsteps and growls, zombies. They are coming upstairs. The perceptive Xiao Zhao, endowed with enhanced senses, was the first to sense the disturbance, exclaiming as he turned to Zhou. Simultaneously, on the southwestern side of Yangqing, at the bridge leading to Bai Island, another newly formed team encountered their first battle. Captain, it's a zombie horde. The estimated size exceeds 2,000. And they are only 5 kilometers away. An evolved soldier, soaring through the air with azure wings, detected a substantial number of zombies congregating on the bridge. Advancing towards their trajectory, he swiftly returned to report at the forward outpost. Magical and archery units, proceed to the designated positions, seize the high ground, and establish our defenses to provide fire support. The mechanical team, execute a direct assault and breach their ranks without hesitation on ammunition. We must not delay the subsequent movement of the main force. Do you understand? You must accomplish the mission. The major, donned in tactical attire, meticulously organized the combat strategy within a hastily erected tent, receiving responses from various lieutenants, captains, and squad leaders present. This newly formed battalion, comprised of the elite evolvers from the entire regiment, was tasked with a singular objective: to pave the way for the subsequent main force towards Bio Island, ensuring that the large contingent, laden with substantial supplies and human resources, could swiftly relocate within the confines of Bio Island. Located in the southwestern outskirts of Yang City, Bio Island is accessible by only 3 major bridges, rendering it a strategically significant stronghold that is both easily defensible and challenging to assault. Moreover, Yang City University, with its myriad of advanced laboratories and invaluable talent, is situated upon the island. Consequently, the Nanheim military, stationed in the outskirts of Yang City, promptly resolved to relocate their headquarters to Bio Island following the purification of the internal environment. This maneuver was intended to establish a sanctuary for the gathering of more survivors, while also designating Bio Island as the base for counteroffensives aimed at reclaiming the urban area of Yang City. With a horde of over 100 undead, the emergence of a leader-class zombie was inevitable. Martial Arts Decapitation Squad, prepare for action. The instructor was entrusted with the command of the second company. With that, the major donned a full suit of armor crafted from high-strength special steel, grasping a 3 to 4 meter long bone spear, and boldly exited the tent. Following suit were several imposing soldiers, equally clad in armor and wielding long weapons. Vanguard Second Company, advance. Chapter 20, The Shipment. Lightning Escape Chakra Mode revised. The focus shifted back to Building D. As Xiao Zhao's startled exclamation echoed, the crowd gradually became aware of the cacophony of footsteps emanating from below, chaotic yet numerous. The group instinctively directed their gaze towards Zhou, the most powerful evolver in the team and the newly appointed leader. In this moment, he emerged as their pillar of strength. Xiao Zhao, are there zombies ascending both staircases? Which side has fewer? Both sides are infested, but the sound from the front staircase is noticeably quieter. The front staircase leads to the commercial area, which should have been enveloped by the formidable earthen barriers set up by Chu Qingfeng, a thick shield impervious even to mutated cats. Just how many zombies are out there? Let us head upstairs to the rooftop, Zhou decisively declared, intending to lead everyone to the 11th floor. The rooftop differed from the other levels, possessing only one entrance. It was easier to defend than being sandwiched by threats from both sides. Moreover, if they could not hold their ground, they could leap to another floor. While the risk of falling and sustaining injuries was present, it was a far better fate than succumbing to a zombie bite. The rooftop door had been barricaded with enormous furniture by the mutated cats, likely to deter anyone from escaping via the rooftop. However, this obstacle was swiftly eliminated by a powerful fireball from Chu Qingfeng. The group successfully reached the rooftop, albeit at the cost of attracting the creatures from both staircases, who were now converging upon their position. Gazing down from the rooftop, one could witness the entire city street teeming with zombies in a frenzied uproar, all surging towards the nearest buildings, the human constructs. The gate outside the happy community remained intact, suggesting that no zombies had infiltrated for the time being. However, it was evident that the scattered zombies, which previously lingered around the small park and residential buildings, were now converging like a relentless tide towards several directions, including Building D, Building A, and the central park of the community. Brother Chu, you and the others establish a defensive line here in the corridor. Buy me some time while I level up, Zhou instructed. Chu Qingfeng understood his intent. This was the tactic they had deliberated the previous day. Although it had not been employed during the cat-and-mouse game with the zombies, it was now fortuitously relevant. Chu Qingfeng and his companions gathered various materials to barricade the passage leading to the rooftop, while he utilized his mastery of earth manipulation to continually reinforce the obstacles. However, due to the distance from the ground, the speed of his earth control was reduced by half. Considering the time it would take for the zombies to ascend, he could at most secure a few minutes for Zhou to level up. Consumed 338 experience. Your martial arts apprentice has reached level 3, gaining 10 in vitality, 2 in constitution, acquiring 2 free attribute points, and 1 potential point. Consumed 225 experience. Your commoner has reached level 3, gaining 1 in constitution, 1 in perception, acquiring 2 free attribute points, and 1 potential point. Based on your talent, Spirit Meridian Thunder Pulse, 4 in constitution. The 2 free attribute points were allocated to constitution, raising it to 33 points. Incorporating the upgraded energy value, Zhou's energy limit has triumphantly surpassed the 500 mark, reaching the 3rd level of energy enhancement. Energy, Lightning, LV 3, Strength 4, Agility 3, Constitution 3, currently. Zhou has transformed into a humanoid mecha with a regular strength of 21, agility of 19.4, and a constitution of 36. This enhancement pertains solely to attributes. And furthermore, Zhou possesses 2 potential points. 2 potential points consumed. Acquired martial arts profession skill, Thunderous Force, LV1. A green quality. And today there are still mutation opportunities. Having drawn 5 to 6 times, based on Zhou's extensive experience with the card pool over the years, this is the moment of highest probability for a favorable outcome. The talent, Chaotic Transformation, is activated, and a colorful vortex materializes, devouring Thunderous Force, as the shimmering skill roulette appears, with the pointer spinning several times. Just as the pointer is about to rest on the blue area of what charge explosion, chaotic transformation shines slightly. The mysterious guarantee force is triggered, nudging the pointer to move a short distance into the purple zone. Purple. A success. The spinning roulette reappears, this time drawing a skill level. It seems that the purple skill level has consumed an excess of luck, resulting in an unprecedentedly low skill level of 3. Thunderous Fury, LV1. White. Lightning Release Chakra Mode. Revamped LV3. Purple. Lightning Release Chakra Mode. Revamped LV3. Purple. By simulating lightning through one's chakra to stimulate the nerves. It significantly enhances one's strength, speed, and reflexes. Additionally, if there is substantial chakra, it will envelop the body, forming a semblance of a living armor. Note: this skill is a stance technique. Multiple stance techniques cannot be utilized simultaneously. Talent bonuses have been accounted for. Effect 1. Activation. While maintaining this stance, strength increases by 20, agility by 29, and reflex immunity by 30. Effect 2. Thunder Armor. A layer of lightning release armor is formed on the body, providing a defense of 14 and a shield value of 140. Once shattered, it can be regenerated by consuming 14 of chakra. Effect 3. Release. Under this stance, attacks are significantly enhanced, with increased attack range, splash damage, and dispersion by 12, and the probability of triggering any lightning-related effects is greatly amplified. After upgrading and swiftly allocating points, Zhou opened his eyes once more, the time having elapsed precisely 2 minutes. Chu Qingfeng had preliminarily constructed a multi-layered defense around the entrance of the passage. The entrance was largely blocked by a heavy earthen wall, leaving only an opening above the average adult's neck. Encircling the passage were 2 layers of waist-high barricades, fashioned from a mixture of debris and steel bars molded with earth. The thunderous sound of approaching footsteps grew increasingly deafening within the corridor. It was a horde of the undead, drawing ever closer. At this moment, everyone clutched various makeshift weapons, hiding behind the barricades, awaiting the emergence of the zombies. Chu Qingfeng stood at the forefront of the construction passage, arms extended outward, surrounded by layers of intricate crimson magic circles, poised for a fiery onslaught. At last, the relentless tide of the undead surged to the stairway platform leading to the rooftop on the 10th floor, a throng of heads bobbing in unison, with no fewer than a dozen zombies advancing. The cacophony of footsteps from below indicated that the horde's numbers had reached at least the triple digits. With a resounding boom, the fully charged fireball erupted from the specially designated attack window of the construction site, landing amidst the densest cluster of zombies and triggering a tremendous explosion. The blast obliterated the surrounding circle of the undead, while others caught in the shockwave were sent tumbling, scattered like fallen gourds. Experience points flooded the data panel like a rushing stream, yet there was no trace of joy in Chu Qingfeng's heart. For a new wave of zombies had already surged past the remnants of the previous horde, racing up the corridor. They were nearly at the rooftop. Zhou. Oh Zhou, you haven't leveled up yet, and I, Chu, shall meet my end here. No, I, the esteemed Chu, have not yet had my fill of splendor. Perhaps Chu Qingfeng's silent plea was heard. From behind the cover, the onlookers witnessed 2 deep blue phantoms darting forth from the blind spot, soaring past Chu Qingfeng. Could it be? With a deafening roar, an explosive sound reverberated through the air. Leading the charge was a blue-white trident, its formidable throw akin to thunder, sending the foremost zombies flying. The trident embedded itself heavily into the floor, flickering with erratic bolts of lightning. Leave it to me. Pursuing from behind was Zhou, enveloped in a layer of deep blue energy, charging into the horde of zombies with reckless abandon. The onslaught was relentless. Zombies inflicted damage on you. Has been negated. 6. You inflicted damage. 2. Your strength surpasses the target by a factor of 1, inflicting a crushing effect. Wherever the metallic gauntlets, entwined with deep blue lightning, landed, it was as if the heads of the zombies exploded like watermelons, or they were sent flying, toppling numerous others. When the zombie's claws grazed his body, they were met with a barrier of energy akin to solid armor, rendering their attacks futile. A single warrior standing against a multitude. This comrade resembled a deity of war. His extreme individual heroism instilled an unparalleled sense of security in those who followed him. Chapter 21. The Dragon-Slaying Strike. Zhou lives up to expectations. Zhou weaved through the throng of zombies in the stairwell multiple times, having dispatched only 20 or 30 of them. While he had notably cleared an entire floor of the undead, more continued to surge up the stairs in an unending tide. Relying solely on his fists was proving too slow. Though Zhou appeared to be in peril amidst the zombies, he was, in truth, far from vulnerable. His punches and kicks delivered devastating blows, capable of annihilating a zombie in mere moments. Yet the limitation lay in the confined range of his attacks. As soon as he dispatched one, another would close in around him. Although individual zombies posed minimal threat, their numbers overwhelmed him, and the speed at which he eliminated them failed to keep pace with their relentless resurgence. The consequence was a steady depletion of the shield value of his lightning release chakra mode. In just 2 short minutes, Zhou had already exhausted his energy reserves, leading to a reset of his shield. As the duration of the overload was nearing its conclusion, Zhou shattered the horde of corpses, extricating himself and swiftly retreating behind the construction at the stairway entrance of the rooftop. With a single hand, he yanked the steel fork embedded in the ground, once a reliable weapon, now feeling somewhat insubstantial in his grasp. Just as he was poised to re-engage in battle, he was halted by Chu Qingfeng. Moments ago, Zhou had sensed that during his descent, a group of zombies had inexplicably vacated through another staircase, only to vanish from her perception by the 4th floor. Seizing the opportunity before the zombies surged forward, Chu Qingfeng spoke with rapid urgency. The sudden emergence of this new wave of corpses and the simultaneous retreat of others leads me to surmise that there exists a more intelligent puppeteer orchestrating these zombies. Pausing for a moment, Chu Qingfeng fixed an intense gaze upon Zhou. Indeed, how could the zombies, faced with such a significant disturbance, suddenly opt for a strategic withdrawal? It is evident that there must be an entity with the capability to control other zombies. Furthermore, your combat prowess has exceeded their expectations, instilling fear of detection within them. Such conclusions are not difficult to draw based on the zombies' behavior. So what is your plan? To capture the leader before the minions? Zhou surveyed the scene, noting that everyone had armed themselves with makeshift weapons, standing behind Chu Qingfeng. Despite their trembling forms, their legs almost buckling beneath them, he posed a question. If I were to leave, would you be able to withstand the onslaught? Aside from Chu Qingfeng, the sole evolved individual, the others were essentially at level 1. With the exception of old Zhang, who possessed a modicum of strength, the rest could be regarded as frail and feeble. Should the formidable Zhou, the bulwark of our defense, falter, the collapse of our lines would render us all susceptible to the relentless onslaught of the undead. There seems to be no alternative. If intelligent zombies truly emerge, even if we retreat to Building C, we would inevitably find ourselves encircled once again. The prospect of a slow demise looms ominously. Perhaps it is better to take a gamble. Only by vanquishing the mastermind behind this chaos might we secure a glimmer of hope. A difficult smile crept upon Chu Qingfeng's face, typically adorned with a carefree demeanor. We believe in you, Captain. Lin Yu's words were brief. Yet she stepped forward to gently grasp Chu Qingfeng's hand, standing resolutely beside him. Indeed, Brother Zhou, our lives are staked on you, exclaimed the university student, Xiao Zhao, her face a canvas of fear, shifting from pale to flushed as she valiantly tried to bolster Zhou's spirits, though tears began to fall. The once vocal Lao Zhang remained silent, gripping his steel spear tightly, nodding in affirmation to Zhou. The young professional couple mirrored Lin Yu and Chu Qingfeng, intertwining their hands. Trust, emotion, responsibility, pressure, and challenge intermingled within them, a cacophony of sentiments. Then, Zhou abruptly turned his back to the group, raising a single hand skyward. Reminiscent of a man exuding an air of charisma, he activated his overload mode, instantly transforming into a figure of electrifying intensity. The others exchanged glances, then armed themselves with makeshift weapons, taking cover behind the fortifications, leaving the descent path clear for Zhou. Grant me the duration of a song. With all his might, Zhou transformed into a bolt of deep blue energy, darting towards the edge of the balcony. In a deft maneuver, he flipped over the outer wall, plummeting down the side of the residential building in a free fall. Not the pigeons again. Are you performing for me? He exclaimed. Return my emotions. Although it was not his first encounter with such a spectacle, Chu Qingfeng was still taken aback by Zhou's unconventional antics, feeling as if his very spine had been jolted. On the 2nd floor of Building D, a diminutive zombie, resembling a gnome, was voraciously feasting on the remains of a mutated cat. From its disproportionately large head, translucent tentacles emerged, incessantly tearing flesh and blood from the creature to feed into its small, cherry-like mouth, as it devoured the energy-laden flesh of the evolved beast. A flicker of human-like greed and satisfaction sparkled in the obsidian depths of the zombie's eyes. Despite having lost some energy due to the lengthy period of decay, the vitality contained within the high-grade evolved beast's flesh still surpassed that of ordinary evolutionaries. The thought of the advanced evolutionary on the rooftop, relentlessly slaying his minions, caused the gnome-like zombie to salivate uncontrollably. How delectable that blood and flesh must be. Seeing the pace at which his controlled zombies were being dispatched slow down, he surmised that the lightning evolutionary was beginning to tire. "Darling, it seems we shall meet soon." The limited intellect of the gnome-like zombie allowed it to recognize the benefits of strategic retreat. With a portion of mutated zombie guards, it opted to advance strategically to the second floor, sending the ordinary evolved zombies to drain the enemy's stamina. 8 against 100. This was a significant advantage for me. The gnome-like zombie felt superior to the two fools next door, considering itself a master of micromanagement in the realm of the undead. In the midst of jubilant revelry, a sudden, whistling gust of wind swept through the window. Lo and behold, a colossal foot, glimmering with the light of thunder, crashed through the corridor's window, delivering a dose of celestial justice to the oversized zombie. This lightning was none other than the evolved being atop the rooftop. How did he arrive here? Encased in a suit of electric armor, Zhou paid no heed to the encroaching mutated zombies. Utilizing his remarkable speed and formidable defense, he barreled through them like a bowling ball, heading straight for the oversized zombie. It was the one. The animated expression on its face was distinctly different from the other zombies, indicating something sinister was afoot. The oversized zombie hastily ceased its feeding, extending its transparent tendrils to conjure a barrier before it. Yet, what use was that? In the presence of Zhou, whose speed resembled that of a bulldozer, the feeble psychic barrier crumbled effortlessly. As Zhou activated his lightning speed chakra mode, he charged forward, unleashing a flurry of blows upon the oversized zombie. With energy surging, he executed the 8 extremes, 5 mountains ascend to the sky. Skills were unleashed with reckless abandon, akin to a tempest. It became evident that when an iron fist met a face, the frailty of charm could never rival the nobility of physical prowess. However, with a mere 10 points in physique and a paltry 200 health points, even augmented by the health specialization of a boss-level zombie, that health pool was insufficient for Zhou to complete a single round of attacks. Much like the chance encounter between the skill cooldown milady and the fully equipped Dharma in the underbrush, there was no scenario in which one could emerge unscathed. The oversized zombie lamented, "What can I possibly do?" Little Bear shrugs. I had even stationed mutated zombies on the 5th and 6th floors to prepare for an ambush. However, this individual seemed to possess an unstable mind, who would leap directly from a building. Amidst a whirlpool of confusion and indignation, the large-headed zombie emitted a final gasp, exploding into a cascade of blue orbs. Defeated a level 6 zombie chief, earning 960 experience points. Acquired a mind suppressor, blue, a psychic orb, blue, and a single-use psychic barrier scroll, blue. The moment Zhou vanquished the large-headed zombie, the surrounding undead, which had been assailing him, momentarily froze in place, only resuming their movements 2 seconds later. Chapter 22. A critical moment. The extraordinary Lin Xiaolu. Not only that, as if a pause button had been pressed, the tide of zombies suddenly stuttered, their previously tight formation loosening considerably, and the intensity of their assault diminished significantly. Even more astonishingly, 2 mutated zombies began to brawl over the corpse of a transformed cat. Observing that the zombies surrounding him had lost their coordinated attack, Zhou seized the opportunity to break free from the encirclement, racing up the stairs to support his comrades. The remaining zombies could be dealt with separately. They were but remnants of a forgotten grave. Far atop the rooftop, the director of the orphanage, Chu Qingfeng, organized a defense against the undead, leading a team of 5 eyes and 1 mascot, grappling with perilous circumstances. Even he, a fragile mage, had to don a shield to withstand the impending collapse of the situation. Ultimately, survivors are but mortal beings. The fleeting courage derived from adrenaline cannot outweigh the inherent disadvantages of physical prowess. With eyes closed, the young Zhou raised his hammer high, relentlessly striking at the zombie ensnared in the barricades. You might say she is clumsy. She was so frightened that she closed her eyes, yet with each strike, she managed to hit the zombies on the head. You might say she is strong. She consistently practiced her skills, targeting the zombies' weak points. But it took her over 10 hits to vanquish a single one. Lin Yu wielded a rolling pin in one hand and a kitchen knife in the other, embodying the fiery spirit associated with the Sichuan Chongqing region. One could foresee that old Chu would effortlessly handle familial responsibilities in the future. On the other hand, the laborer, old Zhang, skillfully maintained his defensive line. His extensive experience with physical labor endowed him with remarkable stamina, and the additional strength granted by his innate talent, blacksmith, made him one of the most formidable survivors. He swung his large club with such vigor that he had already dispatched several zombies and leveled up to level 2. However, despite his prowess, he was hindered by the two white-collar workers beside him, whose lack of combat skills rendered their defense precarious. Amidst the intense battle, the zombies abruptly paused, leaving everyone momentarily bewildered. Could it be that Brother Zhou had succeeded? The keen-eyed Xiao Zhao was the first to notice that not only the zombies before them had halted, but also those on the lower floors had ceased their movements. Wonderful. We are saved. After delivering a fatal blow to the struggling zombie before her, the overwhelmed Xiao Zhao collapsed onto the ground in a squat. As a university student lacking in physical activity, her endurance thus far had solely relied on sheer willpower. With that energy finally released, she succumbed to her exhaustion. The others, too, relaxed to varying degrees. For a group of ordinary level 1 individuals, their survival until now was truly a testament to their indomitable spirit. Only Lin Xiaolu, protected throughout by her companions, retained the ability to move as she rushed towards Xiao Zhao, intending to help her up. However, much to their astonishment, within merely 2 seconds, the zombies regained their mobility. The others managed to maintain their composure, having not entirely relaxed. While the makeshift earthen barricades were on the verge of collapse, they still served to impede the zombies for the time being. Unfortunately for Xiao Zhao, 2 new zombies surged towards her, breaching the defenses entirely, and with a terrifying roar, they lunged at her and Lin Xiaolu. Xiaolu! Lin Yu exclaimed in sheer terror, but it was too late for any assistance to arrive. Chu Qingfeng, in the midst of chanting his second fireball spell, found it too late to switch to earth manipulation upon hearing the commotion. The abrupt cancellation of the fireball spell resulted in a backlash, causing congealed blood to surge from his throat and trickle down his chin. As the target of the zombies' assault, Xiao Zhao felt a noxious, frigid wind sweeping over her. Summoning her last ounce of strength, she pulled Lin Xiaolu into her embrace for protection, curling her body defensively, facing away from the zombies. It's all my fault for putting Xiao Lu in danger. I cannot let go, even in death. Fearing the unbearable pain of being torn apart by the zombies, Xiao Zhao bit down on her lower lip and shut her eyes tightly, curling her limbs tightly together, bracing for the inevitable bite. Yet, the more she dreaded the pain, the more acute her senses became. Her heightened awareness made every hair on her body stand on end as she sensed the zombies closing in. Is this the fabled sensation of a revolving lantern? Am I truly destined to perish? Zhao felt enveloped in a warm embrace despite the early autumn chill, reminiscent of the comforting warmth of a sunlit winter morning. This peculiar sensation might well be a figment of his imagination in his final moments. In his arms lay Lin Xiaolu, whose eyes had transformed into a warm, forest green, sparkling like a mesmerizing whirlpool, surrounded by ethereal, winged sprites. Regrettably, Lin Xiaolu was held too tightly by Zhao for anyone to witness this breathtaking scene. Suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminated the stairway to the rooftop. Why is there no pain? How could this be? The body of a zombie feels so warm and strong. The anticipated pain never arrived. Instead, a warm and powerful hand rested on his shoulder, deepening Zhao's suspicions that this might be a mere illusion as he approached death. He had even imagined the zombie's voice as that of Zhou. But why did this presence feel significantly stronger than that of the previous zombie? And why did the crackling sounds grow increasingly familiar? Hey, wake up, are you alright? Zhao abruptly lifted his gaze to meet the eyes of Zhou, who knelt before him. The distance between their faces was less than 20 centimeters. In that moment, having narrowly escaped death, and under the effects of the hero-saving beauty trope, Zhao felt his heart skip a beat, a rush of warmth coloring his cheeks, and his speech became stammered. Her gaze darted about, avoiding direct contact with Zhou, and her lips quivered uncontrollably, droplets of glistening saliva escaping. Observing Xiao Zhao in such a state, Zhou felt a weight settle in his heart. An ominous realization struck him. He had arrived too late. Clearly, she had been rendered senseless by the terror of the undead, and this affliction too was accompanied by drooling. Gu Zhou murmured softly to himself, his words resonating like thunder in Xiao Zhao's ears. A bolt from the blue. What shall we do, dear family? A calamity has unfolded. Not only did I escape the clutches of the zombies, but I have also suffered social demise in front of my idol. Who will come to my rescue? Oh, woe is me. As for Xiao Lu, please release her at once. If you do not, she may suffer internal injuries from your grasp. Gu Zhou's next utterance inflicted a devastating blow upon Xiao Zhao. This is mortifying. I cannot bear to live any longer. I wish to depart from this planet. Overwhelmed by exhaustion and tumultuous emotions, Xiao Zhao promptly succumbed to darkness, collapsing backward onto the ground. As her grip loosened, Lin Xiaolu, nestled in her embrace, regained her composure, only to fall back into Xiao Zhao's arms upon fainting, her head striking the smooth expanse of the airstrip with a resounding thud. Chapter 23, Joker. The highest card in the deck, Diary Entry 4. With the demise of the zombie leader, the remaining undead were but a disorganized mass. With Gu Zhou's assistance, the zombies on the rooftop were swiftly eradicated. The remaining zombies on the upper levels fought independently. Even a solitary pair struggled to breach the fortifications conjured by Chu Qifeng with earth manipulation. At this point, the zombie tide crisis has reached a temporary conclusion, with the remaining undead scattered sporadically across various floors, posing little threat. Even the zombies far away in Building A and the small park seem to have become considerably more subdued, merely congregating downstairs, devoid of their previous ferocity. Considering that everyone has just endured a fierce battle and is utterly exhausted, Gu Zhou and Chu Qingfeng took turns protecting the group as they retreated to the makeshift base, a small supermarket. They intended to allow everyone to rest and recuperate before addressing the remaining zombies on each floor. Upon returning to the temporary base for a respite, lunch was rather simple, a hearty stew prepared by Lin Yu using fresh ingredients that were still within their expiration date. Although the seasoning was minimal, Lin Yu's adept culinary skills, combined with the intense physical exertion from battling the zombies, made the meal extraordinarily satisfying for everyone. During the post-lunch moments, discussions arose regarding the spoils from their recent encounters with the undead. Thanks to Chu Qingfeng's earth manipulation magic, the group had utilized the fortifications to successfully eliminate numerous evolved level 2 zombies, each gaining over 100 experience points, enough to level up. Now, everyone was animatedly debating how to allocate their points and the possibilities of job advancement. Chu Qingfeng's early transition into a new job was a privilege reserved for a select few with S-level talents. For the majority, the process of leveling up and job advancement closely resembled that of Gu Zhou. Initially, they would level up their secondary profession, acquire potential points, and then unlock the requisite skills and prerequisites needed for their primary profession. As for the choice of primary profession, it was a matter of personal preference. For instance, Old Zhang, a laborer with a blacksmithing talent, opted for the same primary profession as Gu Zhou, martial artist. As middle-aged Zhang, whose mindset has somewhat solidified, grapples with the incomprehensible concepts of magic and supernatural abilities, influenced by the martial arts novels of his era, he ultimately opts for the most down-to-earth path of a martial artist. Unlike Gu Zhou, who initially chose breath regulation, Zhang selects refinement, which is more advantageous for harnessing his innate talents. While the fundamental effects of both are largely similar and serve as foundational skills for a new school, refinement resembles the external training depicted in martial arts tales rather than the internal cultivation of energy. Coupled with his natural proficiency in hammer mastery, Zhang's combat prowess leaps to become the third strongest within the team, second only to the two captains. Lin Yu intends to transition into a martial artist as well, focusing on agility. However, without a talent synergy, her combat effectiveness has not seen a significant boost. Office workers Ding Sheng and Wang Yu, a married couple, expressed their desire to withdraw from the combat ranks, opting instead for logistical responsibilities. The group understands this decision, as not everyone is suited or willing to engage in battle. Especially Wang Yu, who is heavily pregnant. Such a choice is certainly justifiable. Conversely, the previously timid Xiao Zhao, who had shown fear during combat, eagerly expresses a desire to join the fighting ranks. However, instead of becoming a martial artist, he plans to evolve into a supernatural being, further developing his unique ability enhanced senses to serve as the team's radar. Meanwhile, young Lin Xiaolu has yet to awaken. After a brief stint as an inept doctor, Chu Qingfeng assures that there are no serious issues, merely a fainting spell due to excessive fright, which will resolve with some rest. Following their upgrades, the group convenes to discuss the future arrangements and plans for the team. The current team is divided into two segments, combat and logistics. Aside from the working couple, Linyu has also been assigned to logistics due to her responsibility of caring for Lin Xiaolu, although she will occasionally rotate out for zombie hunting to gain experience. The combat division consists of the remaining 4 members, led by Gu Zhou and Chu Qingfeng, who are organized into 2 groups to alternate between hunting and gathering resources. This strategy not only minimizes the risk of becoming an obvious target, but also ensures that the base remains guarded, preventing it from being overrun. To facilitate this, Chu Qingfeng, embodying the role of a seasoned builder, has ingeniously transformed the exit into an open staircase, discreetly situated within a hidden room on the 2nd floor. In the afternoon, driven by the urgency to eradicate the zombies, both combat teams mobilized, systematically clearing the scattered undead floor by floor. Furthermore, to hone the combat skills of the team members, Guzhou deliberately left a few second-level evolved zombies alive after dispatching the mutated ones, providing an opportunity for Xiao Zhao and Lao Zhang to practice. The immense pressure of life and death, coupled with the palpable tension of real combat, accelerated their progress remarkably. From initially needing to incapacitate zombies by breaking their limbs, they ultimately advanced to single-handedly confronting a fully intact second-level zombie using only tools and weapons. It can be said that by this point, they had begun to embody the essence of true combatants. As the sun dipped below the horizon after several rest breaks, the team successfully cleared away all the zombies that had invaded during the day's horde, allowing them to sleep without the nagging fear of an ambush. Lin Xiaolu, who had fainted that morning, also regained consciousness. Though she felt somewhat weak, by 7 o'clock, the outside world had succumbed to darkness, devoid of the usual bright lights, rendering the night particularly interminable. A group of individuals gathered to engage in a game of Do Di Zhu, relishing this rare moment of leisure after dinner. In a couple of hours, it would be time for their scheduled night watch, and they would rotate in turns. Gu Zhou, boldly going all in against the landlord, found himself silent as he contemplated his hand, which bore no more than a K. After laboriously playing his cards, he was swiftly eliminated by Chu Qingfeng's bomb followed by a plane, making way for the next player. Brother Zhou, could you assist me in determining what cards would be most advantageous to play? I seldom partake in this game, inquired Xiao Zhao, seated to Gu Zhou's right. As she shuffled and played her cards, she unconsciously leaned closer to him, her voice soft and delicate, as if woven from gossamer threads. A graceful gentleman and a refined lady make for an excellent match. Those with discerning eyes could easily perceive Xiao Zhao's intentions. The combination of heroism, strength, and youthful charm would undoubtedly have a profound impact on a college student in her formative years. This young man possessed a certain allure. Chu Qingfeng raised an eyebrow knowingly. With a hand boasting 2 planes and a bomb, he resolved to ease the pressure. After all, a game thrives on reciprocity, the more interaction, the greater the opportunity for enjoyment. Gu Zhou regarded Xiao Zhao with admiration for his fortunate hand, devoid of any desire for her beauty. Leave it to me, my young friend. Victory is assured, he declared, as he unveiled his remaining red joker with audacity. No one understands playing cards better than I. Amidst the intense focus on the card game, the ever-dedicated Zhou completely disregarded the silent yet slightly resentful gaze of Xiao Zhao, leaving everyone else feeling a twinge of embarrassment. It appears there are indeed formidable players among us. In the realm of poker, the greatest card is still in your hands, Brother Zhou. Diary Apocalypse Memoir August 4th, 11, 2035. Today, I have mastered my skills and acquired my first purple ability, completing the framework of my professional system. The harmonious combination of path direction, psychic inclination, essence of psychic energy, and psychic skills far surpasses the combat power derived from mere attributes. Although I am still at level 3, my combat prowess is likely capable of overwhelming a level 10 evolver with an S-class talent. Indeed, the only way to truly enhance one's strength is to cultivate depth before seeking immediate power. While I was cleansing the female dormitory of zombies, I fortuitously rescued a university student whose innate talent awakened amidst the crisis of the undead tide. Remarkably, she turned out to be the future Xiao Hongyu. She is both adorable and gentle, reminiscent of a soft, sweet cake. Such a delightful contrast truly captivates the heart. What experiences could have transformed this charming girl into the cold, stoic figure I associate with the Queen of Fiery Flames, who devoted herself to her country? However, in this lifetime, I have altered the trajectory of her fate, steering her away from joining the military. The tragedy of her father's untimely death and the betrayal of her beloved may no longer shadow her future. Speaking of which, at this particular juncture, there are numerous opportunities ripe for the taking, such as meteorite fragments. Years later, among the beasts that unleashed the calamity of monsters, several of the beast kings were fortunate enough to have acquired fragments of meteoric origin. Although the precise function of these fragments remains a mystery, it is unequivocally certain that they hold immense value, be it for evolution or research. The army's hasty incursion into the city today ostensibly aimed to seize Biological Island and establish a sanctuary for humanity, serving as a stronghold for the counteroffensive against Yang City. However, the deeper, ulterior motive was to divert attention towards and study a minuscule fragment of meteorite obtained by the military in the early days of the apocalypse. Due to their intrinsic connection, these meteorite fragments typically exhibit heightened activity when within a certain proximity to the zombie mother nest. Notably, the largest zombie mother nest in South China resides in the very heart of Yang City. Chapter 24. Night conversations upon returning to the makeshift base on the second floor of Building D. As night gradually descended, everyone retreated to their improvised tents to rest. While the others succumbed to slumber, Zhou perched at the window, gazing vacantly at the silvery moonlight, lost in thought. He was tasked with the first watch of the night. However, it was less about vigilance and more about delaying his sleep. This arrangement was a deliberate strategy by Chu Qingfeng, for Zhou represented the team's principal combat strength. Ensuring he enjoyed a more complete rest to sustain his vigor was decidedly beneficial for the team's overall efficacy. Though appearing contemplative, Zhou was in fact scrutinizing the data panel before him. After cleansing the area of zombies that day, his experience points had surged to over 1,700. A figure ample enough to elevate his primary profession, the martial artist, to level 5. However, this course of action was not taken, and the reason is quite simple. As previously mentioned, the benefits of leveling up are not as substantial as one might imagine. Today's decision to upgrade was primarily a necessity driven by the quest for potential points during the fierce battle against the zombie horde. Conversely, the talent drawn from the guaranteed pool, lightning release, chakra mode, altered, has resulted in a dramatic enhancement of his combat capabilities. The drawbacks of rapid leveling are also evident. Today, the rewards for defeating level 2 zombies have reached a mere 14 points. A paltry sum when compared to the rewards for vanquishing elite monsters like the zombie leaders. Thus, while clearing the zombie tide today, he generously allocated a portion of the experience from level 2 zombies to assist his teammates in their ascent to level 2 more swiftly. In summary, the most sustainable approach to leveling up is to strategically engage and defeat elite monsters while remaining at a lower level. To achieve this, one must continuously enhance their skills to improve combat effectiveness. Therefore, he intends to moderate his leveling pace and invest some experience points in skill enhancement. 900 experience points consumed. Basic Combat LV1 has been upgraded to Basic Combat LV10 Max, earning 1 potential point. Basic Combat has been elevated to LV8. Please choose one of the following 3 advanced skills: Wrestling, Special Combat, Grappling. White, unlike active skills. Passive skills, such as Basic Combat, do not receive additional effects at LV6, but instead acquire a new derivative skill at LV8. Moreover, both foundational passive skills and subsequent derivative skills have cumulative percentage attribute bonuses. The more one masters, the more one accumulates, even in the later stages. One shall never be rendered obsolete. This is precisely why Zhou, rather than opting for the skills of chaotic transformation, chose to enhance his abilities. To return to the matter at hand, the first skill, Wrestling, remains a versatile technique capable of both control and offense. The second skill, Special Combat, enhances critical strikes and attack power, representing a pure pursuit of damage specialization. The third skill, Grappling, focuses on control and countering, embodying a specialization in restraint. For Zhou, the primary concern is not the insufficiency of damage, but rather the lack of diverse skills to deal damage effectively. Therefore, compared to the earlier 2 options, the Grappling skill, which purely seeks control and combos, is more aligned with Zhou's immediate needs. Acquiring the following skills: Basic Combat LV10 Max, increases melee attack power by 10 and parry counterattack rate by 10. Grappling LV1, increases unarmed attack power by 1, parry counterattack rate by 1, and suppression rate by 1. Having upgraded his skills, Zhou was preparing to utilize the blue-quality lottery draw for today when he suddenly heard an unmistakable sound of footsteps approaching from behind. It was Chu Qingfeng. Had the shift change time arrived unnoticed? No, it was not yet time for Chu Qingfeng to switch shifts. He was merely here for a casual chat. With one arm draped around Zhou and the other cracking sunflower seeds, he radiated the somewhat greasy demeanor of a middle-aged man transformed into an industry expert. Their conversation meandered from familial backgrounds to preferences in romantic partners, and finally, the topic shifted, revealing his ulterior motives. "Zhou, what is your opinion of Xiao Zhao?" It seemed like a casual remark, yet it caused an uninvited guest to instinctively hold their breath, eagerly awaiting the answer. Quite well. Although a bit clumsy and reckless at times, he is truly a good person." The uninvited guest's ears suddenly flushed crimson with shyness. "Quite well indeed. It appears he holds a favorable impression of you. Go ahead and win him over. You know, I am not referring to the aspect of being teammates, but rather as a partner." Chu Qingfeng raised an eyebrow, mercilessly piercing through Zhou's pretense of ignorance. "For the sake of the child's future, I do not appreciate a princess who is too complacent." The words escaped from the lips of 36 degrees without a moment's thought, a reflexive utterance that felt chilling, piercing the heart of the lovesick girl. "Boo-hoo, you scoundrel. What is wrong with having a flat chest?" Ignoring the retreat of a certain girl, who felt as if she had been struck 1,000 times, Zhou turned to Chu Qingfeng and shrugged in exasperation. "What is it that you want? Surely, you do not simply wish to tease Xiao Zhao?" Xiao Zhao, believing himself to be hidden, was oblivious to the perception of two highly evolved beings. Once Xiao Zhao's footsteps faded away, Chu Qingfeng composed his expression, articulating the purpose of his visit. "The talent of the little deer is of S rank, and perhaps even beyond S rank. Now I understand why I feel such a particular fondness for the little deer among all the children. Even my S-level magical talent is instinctively drawn to her, even expressing a sense of submission." Chu Qingfeng gazed earnestly into Zhou's eyes and slowly spoke. "Why are you telling me this? Are you not afraid that I might covet the little deer as well? You cannot possibly stop me." Zhou appeared perplexed, unable to comprehend why Chu Qingfeng would disclose such a clandestine matter to him. "I trust that you would not engage in such behavior. Moreover, I hope you can genuinely value our team. We are not merely burdens that will hinder you. Just like today, everyone possesses the courage and determination to survive in this apocalyptic world." Chu Qingfeng fixed his earnest gaze upon Zhou, his voice deep and sincere, flowing forth. Although he had previously harbored suspicions, Chu Qingfeng had never explicitly revealed his talent level to Zhou. Zhou would never inquire about his talent level, just as he would not question how Zhou acquired so many powerful skills. This mutual understanding had been a subtle bond between them, yet unexpectedly, this delicate balance was shattered today by Chu Qingfeng himself. "From the moment I saw you in the convenience store 3 days ago, I sensed a profound transformation within you. Beneath the veneer of the ordinary lies an indifference and superiority that pervades the world. Even the realization of my S-class talent fails to stir your unwavering confidence and composure. Moreover, the exponential rate at which you have grown stronger is striking. What appears to be heroic acts of salvation actually embodies a dismissive attitude towards everything, coupled with an arrogant mastery over it all." Each utterance from Chu Qingfeng resonates with surgical precision, shattering Zhou's defenses one sentence at a time, evoking a sensation akin to being stripped bare, exposed to the gaze of others. The mortification of feeling utterly naked ignites within him an impulsive desire to annihilate Chu Qingfeng. At that moment, a warm hand gently rests on Zhou's shoulder. "From the instant I witnessed your willingness to gamble your life to confront the mutated cat, my intuition whispered to me, a golden-scaled dragon is not merely a creature of the pond. When it encounters a storm, it transforms into a dragon. I firmly believe that you are destined for a grander stage, far beyond the confines of this modest team of happiness. However, regardless of the steps you take or the circumstances you find yourself in, please remember, our team of happiness stands as your most loyal comrades and supporters. Bestow upon your fellow warriors, who share life and death with you, a measure of trust." Upon hearing these words, Zhou's heart swelled with a tumult of emotions. It dawned upon him that the one who concealed the deepest secrets within this team was not himself, but rather the seemingly carefree yet astutely observant elder brother, Chu Qingfeng. In a world where there are always others beyond oneself, and realms that surpass the known, acquiring external enhancements does not grant one the privilege to underestimate the extraordinary individuals within this parallel dimension. After a prolonged silence, Chu Qingfeng broke the eerie stillness. So, was your earlier statement about not liking flat screens genuine? He inquired. Actually, I have numerous cousins of various types, from the slender to the plump. I could introduce you to them later. In that case, I shall be your elder brother in every conceivable sense, so do not forget to look out for me. Oh, the familiar feeling has returned. Chapter 25, Consuming Blood of the Beasts and Military Airdrops After the Night Watch Rotation. Zhou returned to his tent and accessed the data panel. Today, the mutation count for the blue quality, chaotic transformation, had not been exhausted. The items dropped by the zombie overlord earlier were all of blue quality, aside from the common necklace, mind suppressor, and the mysterious class's primary weapon, Psycho Orb. The disposable psychic scroll turned out to be the least valuable. As a one-time use item, it bore a restriction of 15 points of charm, rendering it tasteless yet regrettable to discard, thus becoming a mere trinket. It would merely occupy storage space, so he decided to use it directly. Disposable Psychic Barrier Scroll, blue. Patterned Harmonizing Berries, green. Patterned Harmonizing Berries. Type, food material. Quality, green. Effect, a stabilizer commonly used in the manufacturing of magical items to fix magical elements. It is also an essential agent in creating various awakening potions. It can be consumed raw, albeit with reduced efficacy. In the year 103 of the Holy Radiance era, the legendary alchemist Norton uncovered a marvelous potion, thereby enriching the illustrious history of potionology with vibrant hues through the subsequent development of various elixirs. It bears a resemblance to a magical version of a genetic harmonizer, harmonizing splendidly with the previously acquired beast blood. The beast blood is a common item that enhances attributes. However, if one's constitution and strength are insufficient, complete assimilation may be hindered, potentially resulting in diminished attributes or even malignant mutations. Fortunately, with Zhou's remarkable constitution of 36 points, coupled with the effects of the new item, the likelihood of successful assimilation is exceedingly high, with the worst-case scenario being merely a slight waste of absorption effects. Without hesitation, Zhou consumed the previously acquired beast blood alongside the newly obtained azure berries. You have used the striped harmonizing berry. You gain 30 elemental resistance based on various elements, and elemental compatibility increases by 10. A refreshing sensation spread from his stomach to all extremities, akin to stepping into a cool air-conditioned room on a sweltering summer day, bringing a wave of relief. Pale azure specks of luminescence emanated from Zhou, manifesting a serene and harmonious aura. However, the effects of the berry are transient, necessitating the swift consumption of the beast blood. A searing heat surged down his esophagus into his stomach, a sensation akin to being engulfed in flames during a fever, igniting his entire being. Fortunately, thanks to the striped harmonizing berry, the pain remained within tolerable limits. Having consumed the blood of the strange beast, fire. Digestion progress stands at 25. A physical constitution assessment has been triggered, resulting in a remarkable success. Digestion progress increased by 15. Constitution significantly exceeds requirements. Having consumed the blood of the strange beast, fire, digestion progress reaches 50. A physical constitution assessment has been triggered, resulting in a successful outcome. Digestion progress increased by 15. Berries reduce failure rate. Having consumed the blood of the strange beast, fire, digestion progress advances to 80. A physical constitution assessment has been triggered, resulting in a successful outcome. Digestion progress increased by 15. Constitution exceeds requirements. Having consumed the blood of the strange beast, fire. Digestion is complete. Absorption quality, excellent. Digestion complete, triggering a vigor assessment, which has been passed. Gene advantages are accumulating. Life points 20, vigor 20. You have gained 3 points in strength, 2 points in agility, and 3 points in constitution. Based on your absorption quality, tracing the bloodline memory, you have acquired knowledge related to fierce attack, green, 1-3. Based on your absorption quality, tracing the bloodline memory, you have acquired further knowledge related to fierce attack, green, 2-3. Zhou felt a tremor coursing through his body, sensing an enhanced explosiveness in his muscles. Unlike the balanced enhancement experienced upon activating the lightning release chakra mode, this felt like an unrestrained and frenzied eruption of power. With an increase of 8 attributes and the emergence of a swift green skill, the effects of the blood of the strange beast were truly formidable. After the attribute boost, behold, a humanoid zombie with a constitution of 40 and life points exceeding 500. With a satisfied smile, Zhou drifted into a deep slumber, where he valiantly battled colossal foes, striking high above with fists and delivering powerful kicks to creatures reminiscent of Godzilla, exuding an air of formidable prowess. Upon awakening the next day, Zhou felt an undeniable sense of lingering exhilaration, for since the onset of the apocalypse, he had not experienced such a delightful dream. While the others were still enjoying their breakfast, a sudden roar akin to the thunderous sound of a low-flying passenger aircraft erupted from outside. In a flurry of urgency, the group rushed to the balcony on the second floor, only to witness an astonishing sight. Dozens of gigantic birds, as large as airplanes, soaring majestically across the city skyline. Behind them trailed numerous small black dots with parachutes, drifting steadily towards various locations within the city. After several such occurrences, the enormous birds veered southward, disappearing completely from view. Could these be the creations of military evolvers? Have they truly attained such remarkable capabilities? It was nothing short of astonishing. Among the group, Zhou, endowed with the talent of heightened senses, possessed the keenest eyesight and quickly discerned the details of the falling black dots, erupting into jubilant cheers. How could he identify this as the work of military evolvers? Everyone could see that these colossal avians were not genuine creatures, but rather summoned entities crafted in the style of traditional inkwash landscapes, reminiscent of a certain famed comic series featuring ninjutsu super beast false painting. Yet, Zhou perceived even finer details. Those small black dots were, in fact, camouflage supply crates descending from the sky, the parachutes emblazoned with insignias of military-grade equipment, easily evoking thoughts of the military district. However, does this imply that the military can only assist the citizens in the city through such means, without the ability to conduct search and rescue operations? The experienced Lin Yu, reflecting comprehensively, proposed a more pessimistic conjecture regarding the actions of the military. Regardless, the most prudent approach would be to secure an airdrop crate to investigate. Not only could it potentially contain weaponry and equipment, but it should also provide information left by the military. Zhou, can you pinpoint the nearest airdrop to us? Chu Qingfeng decisively stated that, no matter what, the priority was to find an opportunity to obtain an airdrop. At the very least, it would ensure a supply of resources and equipment. No, the visibility here is too limited. As the airdrop descends, I cannot determine the precise landing point. Brother Zhou, take me to the rooftop. Faced with Zhou's eager gaze, Zhou nodded, activating the lightning release chakra mode, with electric energy swirling around him, coalescing yet unlaunched. He then hoisted Zhou onto his right shoulder like a mountain bandit, seizing a captive bride, transforming into a blue blur as he dashed towards the stairwell. Racing to the rooftop. Boom. In less than 5 seconds, Zhou reached the rooftop, violently kicking open the stairwell door that had been sealed just the day before. At this moment, the nearest airdrop package to Building D was nearly obscured by the rooftop of a distant high-rise. Zhou, being carried, had no time to critique Zhou's oblivious demeanor, quickly activating his powers to locate the approximate range of the airdrop's final landing point. In the distance, a mysterious woman clad in azure gazed through layers of obstructions towards the precise location where the supply drop would ultimately descend. The Leafin Building, situated just under 1 kilometer south of the Happiness Community, was their target. Chapter 26. The mysterious woman finally appears. Once again, the martial artist hoisted Zhou back to the second floor, reuniting with the awaiting group. As Zhou vividly recounted the events, Chu Qifeng and Lin Yun, well acquainted with the surrounding terrain, meticulously sketched a map of the area in their notebooks. The Leafin Building, located approximately 800 meters from the southern edge of the Happiness Community, was not far, a mere 10-minute walk under normal circumstances. However, in the wake of the apocalypse, one must consider not only distance but also the myriad risks along the way. For instance, despite the seemingly short distance of around 800 meters to the Leafin Building, the route traversed through a labyrinthine urban village, teeming with unknown dangers. Upon exiting the village, one would reach the main thoroughfare of the city, adjacent to which the Leafin Building stood. Due to the village's convoluted layout, with rental units densely packed, the number of lurking zombies remained a mystery. Additionally, the open terrain surrounding the Leafin Building on the main road posed a significant risk of being encircled by hordes of the undead. Thus, this mission was not suited for a full-scale deployment. Instead, it warranted the dispatch of a select group of elite operatives for a swift and decisive action. The principal combat force would be Zhou, with Chu Qingfeng providing crowd control and fire support. while Xiao Zhao would serve as an auxiliary with a mobile radar. The trio quickly organized a scavenging team and set forth, leaving the others to guard their sanctuary. The straight path must traverse a densely populated urban village, where hundreds of rental houses are crammed together, creating a suffocating sense of oppression that sends shivers down the spines of Zhou and his companions. Uncertain of the specific route or the number of zombies lurking within, the trio dares not venture through the labyrinthine alleys, for a swarm of ants can indeed bring down an elephant. In such a narrow and intricate terrain, being surrounded by a horde of the undead would make escape, even for Zhou, exceedingly difficult. Wisely opting to circumvent the urban village, the search team proceeds along the branching streets of the city's main thoroughfare. The streets are littered with mangled wrecks of vehicles, strewn haphazardly, their surfaces marred by oil and debris. Some cars bear shattered windows, while others stand empty with doors flung wide open. A few vehicles still contain zombies, bound to the driver's seat by seatbelts. To mitigate the risk of attracting further hordes with their sounds, Zhou promptly eliminates these threats upon discovery, ensuring silence is maintained. What would typically be a 10-minute journey for an ordinary person stretches into a full 20 minutes for the trio of evolved beings, their minds sharply attuned to the peril around them. Although the Li-Feng building is referred to as a skyscraper, it is, in fact, a structure dating back 2 to 3 decades, comprising a mere 10 stories. It forms a rectangular shape alongside 2 auxiliary buildings, each 6 or 7 stories tall. The airdrop crate has likely not landed atop the rooftop, but rather at the junction of the 7th floor. The glass at the main entrance of the Li-Feng building has been shattered, indicating that other survivors may have already rushed inside. Brother Zhou, there's already a commotion on the 7th floor. They must have found the airdrop crate. Hasten to your destination, lest you arrive too late. We shall follow shortly. The clashing of blades resonated with a clarity in Xiao Zhao's ears, heightened by her activated sense enhancement. Observing that the path ahead was nearly cleared of the undead, she felt assured that the two of them could manage. Zhou nodded, enveloped by a deep blue aura, and, upon entering the lightning release chakra mode, transformed into a streak of lightning as he surged up the staircase. On the 7th floor of Li-Feng Tower, a fierce battle unfolded around an airdrop crate among 6 or 7 evolvers. The sounds of metal striking metal and the surge of supernatural powers filled the air. It appeared intense, yet the fluctuations in energy were limited, and the resultant destructive force paled in comparison to that of mutated feline evolvers. He surmised that the collective level of the combatants was merely between 3 and 4. As Zhou stepped onto the balcony, he relied on his speed and defense, disregarding the ongoing fray, and barreled straight toward the airdrop crate like a lightning shadow. The presence of an intruder disrupted the ongoing skirmish, causing the fighters to scatter in disarray, abandoning their adversaries to unleash their assaults upon Zhou. However, the combination of his lightning armor, beast hide, and innate defense from his physique amounted to a formidable 60 or 70 points of protection. What seemed to be a perilous encirclement merely felt like a gentle scraping against him, hardly causing any damage to his shield. Although he sustained little harm, his momentum was interrupted, leaving him amidst the throng, brandishing a steel fork. Channeling 30 points of energy, he infused his weapon with potent energy. The electrified force surged onto the fork as he swept it in a wide arc, inflicting damage of an entirely different magnitude that sent opponents flying, akin to tumbling gourds scattered across the ground. This airdrop belongs to me. Who is in favor, and who is against? Surveying the surroundings, his piercing eyes, shimmering with a thunderous light, exuded an air of authority, and his austere demeanor commanded respect without the need for anger. With arms crossed, a palpable aura of strength emanated from him. The tension in the air was palpable. A mere flick of his hand sent us hurtling away. This is a master, not to be trifled with. Retreat. There was no moral coercion, nor any incitement for the crowd to collectively assault Zhou. Instead, they recognized their disadvantage and withdrew, seizing the opportunity to escape, while Zhou had yet to seize the airdrop box, ensuring their own safety. The acumen displayed by these young men was indeed seasoned, as they refrained from uttering a single derogatory remark. They remained vigilant towards Zhou while methodically navigating away through the corridors of another building. One could say their decision was both decisive and sagacious. After all, to survive in the early days of the apocalypse, to slay zombies and ascend to levels 3 and 4, and to dare venture out for an airdrop box, demanded immense mental fortitude and courage. These individuals were certainly not akin to the mindless antagonists often depicted in lowbrow narratives, ensnared by a halo of diminished intelligence. As they turned to leave, Zhou did not impede them. His objective was the airdrop box, not the others. Moreover, in a situation that was not entirely adversarial, Zhou did not wish to devolve into a mere maniac bent on slaughtering anyone in sight, even in a post-apocalyptic world. Watching them depart, Zhou approached the airdrop box that had landed upon the rooftop. The airdrop box before me measures approximately 80 centimeters in length, 60 centimeters in width, and 50 centimeters in height. This size can only be deemed modest among airdrop containers. Were it not filled with weighty supplies, Zhou, endowed with a formidable strength of 20, could likely hoist it upon his shoulder and carry it away effortlessly. Just as Zhou was nearing the airdrop box, a voice, imbued with a magnetic chill and reminiscent of an ice queen, pierced through the air and reached his ears. According to your theory, should you defeat me, this airdrop box shall rightfully belong to me. Though it is difficult to articulate the exquisite quality of this voice, it seized Zhou's attention with an intensity akin to a cat's claw raking at his heart. Unbeknownst to him, a tall woman clad in a green martial arts uniform had appeared to the right of the airdrop box, brandishing a bagua knife and directing its blade towards Zhou. Her alluring visage, however, bore the frigid demeanor of a serene ice princess, possessing a figure that was both delicate and enchanting. Her upright posture and composed aura were reminiscent of a solitary plum blossom standing proudly in the snow, with a natural beauty akin to a goddess. She exuded an icy elegance, and the long knife she wielded rendered her reminiscent of a valiant female general on the battlefield, exuding an aura of commanding prowess. The stark contrast between her breathtaking appearance and her formidable presence was as intoxicating as a potent poison, igniting an irresistible desire for exploration and conquest within the heart of any observer. More captivating than her beauty, however, was her strength. An aura of azure energy swirled around her, coiling like a whirlwind around her graceful legs. Judging by the intensity of her energy fluctuations, her might was undoubtedly on par with Zhou's. It appeared that this woman in green was a martial artist of equal caliber, not to be underestimated. For reasons unbeknownst, despite their initial encounter, an inexplicable and unarticulated animosity lingered between them, as if they were fated adversaries reuniting. The whisper of the wind gradually intensified, tousling the hair of the woman clad in azure and the fur adorning Zhou's robe. An indescribable sense of destiny enveloped them both. The spirit of battle surged with the wind, a tempest of emotions stirring within. Let us see if you possess the strength. With a deep cerulean aura of martial prowess enveloping him, Zhou unleashed the full extent of his power, radiating arcs of lightning that echoed through the desolate rooftop. Without further ado, the confrontation commenced. The steel fork aimed directly at the azure-clad woman, Zhou responding with decisive action. His piercing, frost-like gaze fixated on the long blade in her hand, the lightning in his eyes flickering erratically, reminiscent of the deceptive calm before a storm. As the lightning crackled and the whirlwind surged, the two forces collided with a palpable intensity, saturating the rooftop with an overwhelming sense of pressure and menace. The wind howled past them, lightning and shadows intertwining in a violent eruption. Chapter 27. The gears of fate begin to turn. 8 extremes fist versus 8 trigrams palm. A pinnacle duel between rivals. The fork, shimmering with lightning, lunged at the azure-clad woman, a seemingly mundane thrust that she deftly anticipated and evaded with grace. The miss left a crater the size of a fist in the ground. As the azure-clad woman advanced, her speed could not match the retraction of the fork. In the flicker of its movement, it glimmered coldly once more. The woman clad in blue found herself unable to breach Zhou's defenses, compelled instead to maneuver in a circular dance, her form flitting like a butterfly among flowers, evidently in search of an opportunity. The two engaged in a series of tentative exchanges, yet the stalemate persisted. Indeed, the martial prowess of the blue-clad woman far surpassed that of Zhou. But the task of overcoming a spear with a saber was no trivial matter. The adage an inch longer, an inch stronger was no mere jest, with a steady mindset. Even an ordinary foot soldier could hold his ground against a master swordsman like Miyamoto Musashi for a few exchanges, given the advantage of reach. Moreover, lacking sufficient technique, Zhou compensated with his enhanced physical attributes following his overload, which greatly eclipsed those of the blue-clad woman. Though he was slightly disadvantaged in speed, his flailing strikes akin to a novice attempting to best a seasoned master. However, it was precisely this slight disparity in speed that rendered Gu Zhou's numerous attacks ineffective. The rhythm of the battle gradually fell under the blue-clad woman's control. What appeared to be desperate evasions were, in fact, her means of deciphering Gu Zhou's martial patterns. Once she had fully grasped his techniques, the blue-clad woman struck with sudden ferocity. Another thrust of her spear missed its mark, but this time, she deviated from her previous tactics, abandoning her circular approach. Seizing the moment while Gu Zhou was still recovering from his last exertion, she lunged forward with a bow stance, closing the distance in a direct assault. With a sharp command, she unleashed the gale step. In an instant, a whirlwind enveloped her feet, and as her blue energy surged, the blue-clad woman split into two, each apparition wielding a long blade, one to the left and one to the right, descending upon Gu Zhou with fierce intent. In the blink of an eye, as the clash commenced, Gu Zhou swiftly raised his steel fork, positioning it across his chest to parry the dual strikes. The blades, conjured from her energy, bore but a single strike's worth of power before dissipating, revealing the true form of the blue-clad woman. On the left, Gu Zhou was acutely aware that engaging in a weapon-based contest was not his forte. Instead, he excelled in close-quarters combat, where he could truly leverage his strength and vitality. Moreover, as the confrontation drew closer, the inherent advantage of long weapons, length equating to strength, became negligible. Gritting his teeth, Gu Zhou resolved to draw his opponent into close combat. Challenging, indeed, but why not forego the challenge altogether? Since he could not outmatch his opponent with weapons, he would propose a weaponless duel. With a forceful thrust of his hands upwards, an ethereal stream of aquamarine water materialized, causing the long spear and blade to be hurled away as if bound by invisible cords. Gu Zhou swiftly transitioned from weapon to fist, concealing power in his left elbow while leveraging the ground with a vigorous stomp of his back foot. He advanced with a single sunken thrust, aiming with tremendous force at the torso of the woman in green. Though Gu Zhou had not formally studied the 8 Extremes fist, the high-level 8 Extremes, 5 mountains ascending, allowed him to grasp the essence of a simple technique. This powerful and assertive single sunken thrust was emblematic of his training. As the elbow strike approached with alarming speed, the woman's countenance betrayed a hint of concern. There is a saying, it is better to endure 10 punches than 1 elbow strike, particularly when it is a hallmark of the 8 Extremes fist. With her left arm embracing the elbow and her right hand releasing force, she deftly countered the elbow strike, swiftly positioning herself to the side front of Gu Zhou. The mud-walking step embodies the essence of Bagua Zhang, demanding a high level of agility, emphasizing a scissor-like movement of the legs, as if threading a needle. From this mud-walking maneuver, it is evident that the martial prowess of the woman in green is exceptionally profound, far surpassing that of Gu Zhou, who is merely a novice with only 2 or 3 days of exposure. In this close-quarters exchange, the disparity in their martial skills and combat experience is unmistakable. Gu Zhou is akin to a novice brandishing a broadsword before the legendary Guan Yu, or a fledgling attempting to display his meager skills before a master. One relies on brute strength, while the other compensates with finesse, resulting in a balanced exchange, neither gaining the upper hand. As they moved and shifted, the woman in green exhibited a fluidity in her footwork, reminiscent of a butterfly flitting among flowers, executing a series of bagua flowing palms around Gu Zhou's back. Her hand, enveloped in a greenish energy, struck at his throat, eyes, and face, delivering a flurry of 3 critical hits in a single second. Fortunately, Gu Zhou's high defense and robust physique, bolstered by his thunder armor, mitigated the blows. However, while the shield was not entirely breached, it was left with but a sliver of protection, as he turned to unleash a swift strike aimed at her face in an attempt to extricate himself. The woman in green anticipated his move, deftly evading with a backward leap and another mud-walking step, seamlessly employing a Tai Chi technique to redirect Gu Zhou's right hand downward. Seizing the opportunity created by his wide-open stance, she briefly gathered her energy before unleashing the white ape offering fruit once more. Her palms, now bursting with energy, executed a skillful strike to Gu Zhou's chin, sending him soaring into the air. As he was sent flying, Gu Zhou, relying on his remarkably resilient physique, managed to stabilize his form. Channeling his energy, he delivered a powerful kick aimed squarely at the woman's chest. Both were propelled backwards by the impact, staggering a few steps before regaining their footing. Dark crimson blood trickling from the corner of Gu Zhou's mouth. The throat and chin have always been vulnerable spots for humans, and Gu Zhou suffered a staggering critical hit, nearly reaching 200 points. The strike from the woman in blue had pierced through the newly activated shield, causing a significant portion of his health to vanish into thin air. The woman in blue was not without her own injuries. Although the blow did not strike a vital area, her protective armor had absorbed some damage. Nevertheless, Gu Zhou's powerful kick, enhanced by his energy, inflicted considerable harm, reducing her health by nearly half. In this exchange, while the woman in blue showcased her superior martial skills, Gu Zhou, through sheer brute strength and a flurry of punches, managed to hold his ground in a nearly equivalent exchange of blows. Is this body made of steel? My hands ache from the impact. Even a mutated zombie shouldn't be able to withstand the relentless barrage of my skills and lethal moves, should it? How can he still be merely lightly injured? The urgency of the situation pressed upon him. A swift resolution was imperative, for his energy would not sustain for long. The woman's eyes roamed over Gu Zhou, seemingly in search of a weakness. I cannot let this woman maintain her agility. I have been on the receiving end of her strikes. I must seize an opportunity to subdue her and deliver a decisive blow. Gu Zhou's gaze remained fixed on the figure of the woman in blue, thoughts racing through their minds in a fleeting moment, as if the complexities of their strategies were distilled into mere instants. Their gazes locked, as if signaling the commencement of battle. Gu Zhou swiftly lunged towards the woman in green once more. The second round commenced. The powerful stance of the bow and arrow technique surged forth with vigor. However, the woman in green discerned his wide-reaching punch yet again, elegantly sidestepping with a practiced grace. This time, she opted not for a forceful attack, but rather ensnared Gu Zhou's right arm with both hands and propelled herself into the air like a spring. Utilizing her body weight and the principle of leverage, she yanked Gu Zhou down, her long, slender legs, longer than life itself, locked against his chest, establishing a fulcrum. It was the flying cross lock. She had executed one of the most inescapable joint locks in grappling, firmly securing Gu Zhou's right arm and shoulder. This maneuver is among the most challenging techniques in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, nearly impossible to escape once locked in. Were this a formal combat match, victory would be unequivocally hers. Alas, this is not a sport, but a brutal struggle for survival. This scenario had been within Gu Zhou's expectations, albeit he hadn't anticipated such a predicament. A fragrant aroma wafted from the woman in green, yet Gu Zhou felt no allure in the atmosphere, even in a state of heightened adrenaline. The searing pain continued to throb through his arm. Yet, due to a disparity in strength and physique, despite the woman having successfully executed the cross-lock, she could not wholly subdue Gu Zhou. You cannot escape. Suppressing the agony, veins bulging on his forehead, Gu Zhou bit down on the woman's ankle with the ferocity of a street brawler, while his right hand seized the fabric of her garment. Thunderstrikes. Exhausting his strength, the lightning release chakra mode manifested once more, the frenzied electrical energy coursing through the armor enveloping him. Blue and white currents materialized out of thin air, surging into the body of the azure-clad woman. Paralysis. A noble paralysis. The physical assessment faltered, and the woman convulsed as the electricity coursed through her, rendering her grasp on Gu Zhou's flying crosslock feeble, causing it to loosen. After enduring so many blows, it was finally his turn to retaliate. Since the onset of the apocalypse, this marked the first time Gu Zhou had been so thoroughly battered. Even during his battles against the evolved cats, he had never found himself in such a dire predicament. With fury ignited, Gu Zhou turned the tide, breaking free from her control. His right hand shot upward, seizing the woman by the throat and forcefully pinning her to the ground. He mounted her, locking her waist with his body, and his left hand transformed into a palm that struck down upon her forehead with tremendous force, the palm radiating an almost tangible blue-white energy, coalescing into a formidable dragon's head. 8 extremes, 5 peaks rising. The sound of his descending palm echoed like a tiger's roar or a dragon's chant. The sheer might of the strike potent enough to shatter stone, let alone impact the fragile flesh of a human being. Just as the palm was about to descend upon her head, the azure-clad woman showed no sign of yielding, though her fair complexion had drained of color from oxygen deprivation. Her defiant gaze remained fixed upon Gu Zhou's face, her unwavering combat spirit stirring even the heart of her adversary. Gu Zhou, spare her. The urgency in the voice, breaking with emotion, was an unprecedented display from Chu Qingfeng, yet that familiar raspy tone allowed Gu Zhou to recognize it instantly. Fortunately, the skill had already reached level 8. While it could not be described as completely effortless, a temporary change in direction was still feasible. The left hand, with its force concentrated to a remarkable degree, pierced the ground like a hot knife through butter. Suddenly altering his exertion, Zhou found himself atop the green-clad woman. The scene resembled a classic trope from a romance novel, with the wall replaced by the ground, their faces so close that they nearly touched, the distance between them scarcely exceeding 5 centimeters. Their noses, positioned at the closest proximity, could directly sense each other's warm breaths. The life and death struggle transformed abruptly into an intimate and flirtatious exchange, the unexpected shift rendering both individuals momentarily blank. It felt as if fate had orchestrated this encounter all along. As their cold and radiant eyes met, the wheels of destiny began to turn. Chapter 28. Chu Qinghu joins the team. It's all our people. Though belated, Chu Qifeng successfully orchestrated a tragic scene akin to a ruthless flower being crushed. Upon seeing him, the green-clad woman's defiant gaze gradually widened into one of astonishment. Cousin? After a prolonged struggle, it turned out they were allies. Zhou, awkwardly getting up from atop the woman, extended a hand to assist her. The paralysis effect had not entirely dissipated. The green-clad woman stood unsteadily, reluctant yet compelled to lean against Zhou for support. Her eyes, filled with confusion, were curious about how Chu Qingfeng had come to be there. The disheveled man, with his unkempt beard, left a rather profound impression on her. After all, a person in their 30s who remains unmarried, relying solely on their parents' savings to manage a small grocery store and merely existing, is indeed a source of concern for relatives. Each year during the New Year celebrations, they bear the weight of the family's burdens, shouldering the majority of the familial strife, which is nothing short of admirable. It truly is you, Qinghu. I was wondering how Uncle's sword suddenly appeared here. I returned to Building F to help my grandfather tidy up, only to stumble upon the onset of the apocalypse. After some exchange, I learned that during these initial days of the apocalypse, the enigmatic woman in green, Chu Qinghu, was also in the happy community, albeit over in Building F. I had originally intended to go to Building D to rescue Chu Qingfeng, but the agile, mutated cat proved to be her nemesis, forcing me to redirect my efforts towards Building H, where I planned to clear out zombies and level up before devising my next move. You have indeed inherited the true essence of martial arts from Uncle. Taking on an entire building of zombies is a feat only old Gu could accomplish. Can he really? No wonder he was able to defeat me. Chu Qinghu's cool and captivating gaze fell upon the cheerful young man supporting her. We meet again under unusual circumstances. My name is Zhou, formerly a resident of Building C, and I am now the captain of Chu's team. Seeing Chu Qinghu looking in his direction, Zhou extended his right hand in a gesture of goodwill. As their delicate hands met briefly, Chu Qinghu withdrew hers immediately, her demeanor cautious, akin to a timid creature encountering a stranger. Perhaps she was startled earlier? Her voice, rich with magnetism yet slightly hoarse, lingered in the air. As for the reason behind her hoarseness, do not forget how Zhou had just rendered others powerless with a mere grip around their throats. Is the Chu family truly a lineage of martial arts? The four individuals stood by the airdrop box, exchanging bewildered glances, while Zhou, in disbelief, turned to Chu Qingfeng. You concealed your abilities remarkably well. Indeed, one cannot judge a book by its cover. Now free from the burdens of excess, Zhou shed the icy demeanor he had exhibited during the skirmish. As rationality reclaimed its dominion, he morphed into a figure of abstract humor. With curiosity, he playfully patted Chu Qingfeng's round belly, questioning whether he truly resembled someone trained in martial arts. Chu Qingfeng looked at Zhou with a mix of exasperation and disbelief. Is this truly the focal point of your attention? Are we not discussing the predicament concerning his cousin? Why has the conversation veered into such an absurd realm? Chu Qinghu, with an expression reflecting a tumult of emotions, fixated her gaze on Zhou. Had she not nearly fallen victim to this comical man just moments ago? The stark contrast between his usual demeanor and that of a fighter was almost surreal, leaving her in a state of disbelief. Which aspect represents the true essence of this enigmatic individual? Unable to suppress her curiosity, she mused internally. This is hardly the appropriate setting for discourse. There are still numerous zombies lurking about. Let us first relocate the airdrop box before indulging in nostalgic conversations. Observing the trio who had seemingly forgotten him, engrossed in their own dialogue, Xiao Zhao felt a pang of jealousy. The puffed cheeks he sported resembled that of an irate pufferfish. The journey back was remarkably smooth. Zhou led the way, effortlessly balancing a box in one hand while wielding a steel fork in the other, swiftly dispatching any lone zombies that dared to appear. Was he the one responsible for the previous fluctuations in value? This man seems to harbor countless secrets, igniting my curiosity further. Chu Qinghu possesses the S-rank talent, the Eyes of Qingxiu, which bestows upon her a remarkable array of enhancements, including the ability to conceal oneself, see through illusions, predict outcomes, hypnotize, and read minds, making her talents almost unparalleled among others of the same rank. However, in stark contrast to Chu Qifeng, a consummate master of magic, the Eyes of Qingxiu exhibit a pronounced specialization, even accompanied by certain drawbacks, an uncontrollable curiosity and an insatiable possessiveness. As they made their way back to the happy community, Chu Qinghu's cool gaze remained fixed on Gu Zhou's back, sending a shiver down his spine, akin to a mouse being scrutinized by a cat. Upon returning to the temporary base, a brief introduction of Chu Qinghu's identity was made, and the group warmly welcomed her. During their exchanges, the group learned that since the onset of the apocalypse, Chu Qinghu had been surviving alone, utilizing her talent to evade zombies. Sister Qinghu, why not settle in with us? It would be mutually beneficial for us to look out for one another. You must have encountered numerous battles these past few days. You look rather disheveled, and it pains me to see you like this. Initially, upon witnessing Chu Qingfeng return with such a stunningly beautiful woman, Lin Yu felt like a jar of vinegar had been overturned. She struggled to maintain a welcoming smile for Chu Qinghu, but behind the scenes, she was pinching the soft flesh at Chu Qingfeng's waist until it nearly bruised. All of this was witnessed by Gu Zhou, who couldn't help but smile and reflect. Wise men do not fall in love, while fools endure endless torment. The petite Chu Qifeng, how laughable. Upon learning about Chu Qinghu's identity and circumstances, his heart ached with sympathy, and now he had assumed the role of an older brother, tenderly inquiring after her well-being. As for who had left her in such a wretched state, Gu Zhou felt a pang of guilt as he furtively glanced around, only to meet Chu Qinghu's gaze. Very well, I agree. Chu Qinghu nodded slightly, a hint of a smile gracing her icy countenance, reminiscent of winter's retreat and spring's arrival. As the frozen landscape began to thaw and life returned, this exquisite smile left the men present momentarily entranced. Thus, the strength of the team had grown. Another formidable martial artist, rivaling Gu Zhou's prowess, had joined their ranks. What a splendid turn of events. A golden opportunity had fallen from the heavens. Chapter 29. Airdrop Unboxing. Bounty galore. After Chu Qinghu joined the happy team, the squad expanded from 8 to 9 members. At this moment, the 9 members of the happy team gathered eagerly around the airdrop crate. Their curiosity piqued as they awaited the reveal of what supplies Gu Zhou and Chu Qingfeng would extract from within. With a click and a clank, the 2 steel clasps were unfastened, and the heavy airdrop box was heaved open by Gu Zhou, unveiling a neatly arranged array of supplies and equipment, varying in size. The first items to catch their eye were the iron cans of military-grade compressed biscuits, each weighing a substantial 5 kilograms, with a total of 6 cans. Additionally, there were plastic containers of purified water, amounting to 10 kilograms. Lastly, 2 elongated steel daggers, each the length of an arm, were revealed. What remains are survival tools such as a compass, matches, and a multifunctional entrenching tool. More astonishingly, these items can be displayed on the data panel. Taking matches and the fine steel dagger as examples, they reveal the identity of their creators, distinguishing them from items dropped by slain monsters. Windproof matches. Type. Item. Quality. Pale white. Effect. Uses 1010. Description. A reusable match that provides a source of fire. Creator. Wang Jinghua. Hunter Series Dagger. Type. Weapon. Quality. Green. Category. Weapon. One-handed twin-wield. Basic parameters. Attack power 816. Durability 1515. Equipment requirements. Agility 11. Constitution 11. Attribute bonuses. Sharpness 1. Bleeding 1. Length 28 centimeters. Weight 0. 725 kilograms. Creator. Li Linsong. Beneath all the supplies and tools lies several sheets of thick, cowhide-like A3 white paper. One of these sheets contains a rough map of Yang City, indicating the location of the Yang City shelter on Bio Island, as well as the planned routes leading from various regions to the shelter. Another sheet records common knowledge and rules that emerged after the changes in world regulations, alongside foundational knowledge of various superpowered individuals and a proclamation adorned with the flag of the Flame Dragon Kingdom addressed to all compatriots. For instance, This inquiry concerning zombies. South China Sea Military Region. Humanoid Creature Investigation Dossier. Project Code. Zombie. Project Content. Humanoid creatures that emerged after August 7, 2035, alongside unknown particles. These entities originate from humans within 10 to 20 seconds post-mortem, exhibiting extreme aggression and assimilation tendencies. Their hunting relies primarily on visual and auditory perception, with a detection range of approximately 15 to 30 meters. The control centers are located in the cranium and the fourth lumbar vertebra. Severing or destroying these areas results in the cessation of activity. Groundbreaking progress. It has been observed that, over time, zombies spontaneously hunt humans or other living organisms to acquire energy for evolution. To date, based on existing records and the extent of their evolution, they can be categorized into common, mutant, overseer, and apex tiers. Mutant tier zombies develop specialized organs that enhance strength, speed, or constitution. Overseer tier zombies have developed a nascent level of self-awareness and can control lower tier zombies within small to medium ranges. Apex tier zombies are at least 3 to 5 meters in stature. Survivors are advised to evade them, as they are insurmountable threats. The 3 apex tier zombies encountered thus far have each inflicted at least 300 casualties on our forces. Recommendation. As time elapses, the rank and attributes of zombies are continuously escalating. Furthermore, with the increasing number of zombie hordes, the probability of higher-tier zombies spontaneously evolving is also on the rise. Note, zombies of chief rank and above may form crystal nuclei within their bodies. When superhumans absorb these nuclei, there is a chance of acquiring their unique abilities, influenced by the superhuman's physical constitution and energy level. The South Sea Military District is engaged in the unlimited acquisition of crystal nuclei of all attributes and levels. For further details, please refer to the Compendium of Knowledge related to superhumans. The foundational knowledge concerning superhumans records the characteristics and developmental trajectories of the 4 principal professions. It elucidates the transformations that occur at pivotal milestones, such as levels 10 and 20, and provides examples of several primary professional archetypes that are most conducive to the cultivation of combat prowess. For instance, the Wanderer build within the Martial Warrior branch requires only the selection of dagger mastery, breath control, ability attachment, posture, penetration, and agile steps, while allocating the remaining attribute points entirely to agility. This configuration yields formidable combat capabilities, enabling survival in the apocalypse, with the potential for subsequent advancement to Senior Assassin, Scout Elite, and other higher-tier professions. The final proclamation to all compatriots calls for unity in the collective struggle against the zombie apocalypse, accompanied by various slogans and ideological expressions. However, this is merely a rallying cry rather than a warning or restriction, indicating that the official government of the Flame Dragon Nation is overwhelmed and has essentially lost control over most cities and regions. With resources, equipment, and the critically scarce information regarding the situation and superhuman knowledge, this airdrop proves to be a bountiful harvest. Armed with these acquisitions, survival in the apocalypse becomes significantly more feasible. Yet, upon learning of the shelter's existence, some members of the team inevitably find their spirits wavering. After all, the shelters established by the nation and the military undoubtedly offer greater security. For ordinary individuals like the young white-collar couple, who possess neither logistical skills nor the traits of evolved beings, the prospect of seeking refuge in such shelters is appealing. In the early days of the apocalypse, the image of the state and military remained deeply ingrained in the public consciousness, instilling a sense of safety and authority that far surpassed that of survivor teams. However, one cannot help but wonder whether they might be conscripted to the front lines, which makes staying put seem a more prudent option for the time being. Due to his background and experiences, the migrant worker, Old Zhang, instinctively harbors a certain trepidation towards official entities, leaving him in a state of ambivalence. Each member of the group harbors their own thoughts and desires. The biological island is ultimately too distant, with a straight-line distance exceeding 10 kilometers, compounded by the need to traverse the city center. Today, even after venturing less than a kilometer, they had to take several detours to avoid the hordes of the undead. Could they truly make that journey? Among them, Zhou, a university student, possesses the most authority to speak on the matter, as she is quite familiar with the terrain surrounding the biological island and participated in today's expedition. She understands the immense difficulty of making the trek to the refuge in Yangcheng under current circumstances. It it is not a goal that can be realized in the short term. Reaching the shelter remains a distant aspiration. The immediate priority must be to eliminate the zombies within the community, thereby establishing a stable rear environment, which serves as the foundation for all subsequent actions, whether for continued survival or relocation. Zhou shook his head, for he lacked the insecurity that plagued the others, enabling him to perceive the situation's pros and cons with greater clarity. Indeed, the urgency to cleanse the community is paramount. The longer we delay, the greater the risk of formidable zombies emerging. This is the foremost issue that demands our immediate attention, as Chu Qingfeng nodded in agreement. The logical and well-reasoned analyses presented by the two captains succeeded in persuading the assembly. In the face of such peril, we cannot afford to remain complacent while others slumber. The immediate priority is to eradicate the remaining zombies within the community. In the happy community, the residential buildings 8, C, D, F, and G have been confirmed as thoroughly cleared. This leaves only the adjacent E building, along with the upper left H building and the right side A and B buildings, yet to be cleansed. However, considering the direction of the zombie horde observed on the rooftop yesterday, it is plausible that there may still be survivors within a building in the Central Park. A direct confrontation with the horde is certainly inadvisable. Even with two advanced martial artists, such an action would be recklessly audacious and unnecessary. Consequently, the Happy Squad ultimately resolved to first clear the neighboring E building, and then proceed along the western exterior wall of the community, meticulously searching and cleansing their way to H building. H building would then serve as a forward observation post and stronghold, from which to assess the situation at a building and Central Park before devising further plans. Chapter 30. Harmonious Cooperation Diary Entry 5. The neighboring E building, serving as the primary structure on the west side, mirrors the 10-story plus rooftop layout of Building D, which has been utilized as a temporary base by Zhou and his team. During its design, ample consideration was given to lighting, resulting in a distance of 10 meters between the two main buildings, significantly greater than the spacing between the main and auxiliary structures. Thus, attempting to leap from one balcony to another is impractical. The endeavor must commence from the ground level. Fortunately, the two main buildings and Building A are situated at a considerable distance from Central Park. Even if the impending battle generates significant commotion, it is unlikely to reach that far, attracting at most a handful of wandering zombies nearby. Moreover, our team possesses substantial combat prowess, with all members at level 2. Their capabilities rivaling those of evolved zombies, supplemented by several advanced evolvers, enabling us to effectively cleanse the zombies from Building E in one fell swoop. With the aid of his blacksmithing talents, Old Zhang fashioned a batch of square shields and spears from the airdrop box and steel reinforcement materials, providing the team with standard equipment. Excluding the non-combatant couple, the remaining team members emerged en masse, gathering at the foot of Building E. The main entrance of Building E was securely locked, yet through the narrow gap, two zombies could be seen shuffling in place. This time, there was no need for the cumbersome task of prying open the door or climbing through a window. Stepping forward from the protective circle of the team, Chu Qingfeng held aloft the psycho orb that had fallen from the zombie leader in one hand, while the other was raised toward the door. After a 3-second incantation, the fully charged explosive fireball was launched toward the entrance, resulting in a tremendous explosion that obliterated the door into countless fragments. The force of the blast was nearly equivalent to that of a grenade. The deafening explosion drew the attention of all the zombies within the building. According to Xiao Zhao's perception, zombies from the 1st to the 5th floors began to pour down the stairs, while those on the upper floors remained dormant, likely due to limited sensory range. Within mere moments, the first wave of zombies emerged from the staircase, numbering 6, but perhaps due to several days without sustenance. They were nothing more than gaunt, level 2 evolved zombies. In the face of such formidable adversaries, there is no need for Zhou to intervene. The meager experience gained would hardly compare to the opportunity for the other members of the combat team to hone their skills. As the zombies charged forward, the group remained unfazed, each raising their long rifles in anticipation of the impending collision. Their makeshift spears, each measuring a full 2 meters in length, were capped with fruit knives bound tightly with hemp rope, the blades honed to a razor's edge. The two zombies surged forth with a primal hunger for flesh, unyielding and relentless, crashing directly into the phalanx of spears, impaled through their chests. With a swift withdrawal, they repositioned, reforming their line, and dispatched 3 more zombies that had lagged behind, turning them into mere sieves. Only the last zombie, hot on the heels of its predecessors, managed to breach their defenses. Adhering to their rehearsed strategy, the strongest among them, old Zhou, relinquished his rifle to wield his shield, delivering a mighty blow that sent the creature sprawling to the ground. Meanwhile, Lin Yu and Xiao Zhao, having reloaded, swiftly delivered 2 decisive shots, ensuring the complete annihilation of the undead fiend. What a formation of rifles! Clean and efficient. The Trio's previously executed arrangement, which adeptly countered numerical superiority with simplicity and effectiveness, was a streamlined adaptation of the renowned Mandarin duck formation, allowing for seamless coordination among the remaining combatants. The method of holding rifles steady, retreating to reorganize, and then encircling to finish off the breach was straightforward and brutal. Devoid of intricate variations, yet it appeared remarkably rudimentary. However, against mindless zombies, it proved more than adequate, offering safety and efficiency far surpassing solitary skirmishes. Indeed, it was impressive. After only a few drills, their spirit and vigor had undergone a remarkable transformation. Zhou nodded in agreement. Yesterday, he had taken a few individuals to hunt zombies, and their performance in battle had been rather disheartening. Little did he expect that after merely half an hour of guidance from Chu Qinghu, such a remarkable transformation would occur. He couldn't help but glance at Chu Qinghu beside him, astonished to discover that not only was she exceptionally skilled in martial arts, but she also possessed a profound understanding of military formations. This newfound insight made Zhou regard her with renewed admiration. Sensing Zhou's gaze, Chu Qinghu's icy eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a hint of cunning, as if she had spotted her prey ensnared in a meticulously woven trap. "Do you wish to learn, Captain? I can teach you." Her voice, as fragrant as orchids, echoed in his ears. For reasons unknown, despite the earnestness of her words, they carried an inexplicable air of provocation when spoken by her. Mutated zombies. "Captain, take the front line." The arrival of the second wave of zombies quickly interrupted Zhou's thoughts. Standing at the center of the formation, acting as commander, was Chu Qingfeng. There would be plenty of opportunities to learn, but there was only one mutated zombie, and he could not allow her to seize it. A peculiar desire to compete with Chu Qinghu emerged in Zhou's mind, prompting him to instinctively activate his lightning-release chakra mode and surge into the horde of corpses. With his energy surging, he shattered the mutated zombie's skull with 2 powerful punches. Surrounded by crackling lightning, Zhou merely stood at the stairwell, effectively blocking over a dozen zombies. The mere second-level evolved zombies were utterly incapable of breaching his defenses, instead circling around him in confusion, scratching their heads in bewilderment, unsure of how to proceed. 3 figures brandishing spears formed a line, thrusting their weapons towards Zhou with relentless determination. The zombie in the center found itself caught in a vice, unable to turn towards either side. After a series of vigorous stabs, the once formidable zombie was reduced to a mere sieve, collapsing in unison. With a nimble retreat back into the formation, Zhou turned to his companion, Chu Qinghu, with a smile. "I prefer to resolve matters with my fists rather than weapons." Their eyes met, radiating warmth, yet an inexplicable tension of gunpowder lingered in the air. "Shall we have a friendly contest then, Captain?" Chu Qinghu inquired, her gaze playfully fixed on Zhou, who wore an expression of pride. "Let us compete. But if I win..." Zhou paused, his gaze inadvertently trailing down Chu Qinghu's form, eventually locking onto her waist with a glimmer of mischief in his eyes. "Cut it out, you flirt," she teased silently, though her delicate ears had betrayed her, blushing a soft pink. "You must teach me the ways of the blade. It's so cool. Carrying around a steel fork like a fool is no way for a real man to behave. A true warrior wields a knife." Strength aside, the allure of that imagery captivated her. She envisioned herself wielding 2 cleavers, slicing through the streets from Xiankyo to Changhua Avenue in a flurry of sparks and brilliance. Zhou, unable to contain his excitement, spread his arms wide, resting them on her shoulders, his eyes sparkling with admiration for the strength she aspired to embody. Meeting the bewildered gaze of Chu Qinghu. Diary Apocalypse Memoirs, August 5, 2035. Today marks the 4th day since the onset of the apocalypse. Thanks to the myriad of intelligence I covertly provided to the military, they should be able to retain greater strength in this lifetime, preventing a loss of capacity to stabilize the situation in the years to come, which would have led to the formal eruption of extraordinary conflicts in South China. To delay the emergence of more leader class, and even officially awakened D-tier combatant zombies in the city center of Yancheng. The military has initiated the underflow plan in advance. Elite teams have been dispatched to various districts and streets of Yancheng to investigate and eliminate potential leader-class zombies, thereby clearing urban pathways and preparing for the subsequent relocation of survivors and the reclamation of the city center. In my previous life's memories, this operation was supposed to commence in the 3rd week. However, due to my interventions, a significant butterfly effect has been triggered, with fewer leader-class zombies. The number of survivors in this lifetime should considerably increase. This development carries both advantages and disadvantages. Consequently, the scale of the Yanqing sanctuary is likely to surpass the 100,000 mark, I recall, allowing many exceptionally gifted evolvers who did not have the chance to flourish in my past life to grow and thrive. It appears that I need not worry about the advancement tasks on the path of the sages in the future. On the downside, as the population grows and the proportion of high-tier extraordinary beings rises, the arrival of extraordinary conflicts will inevitably occur at a pace even quicker than in my previous life. After all, as the new productive forces represented by extraordinary beings gradually evolve, there will inevitably be corresponding ideological shifts, a necessary evolution in the fabric of society. In the previous life, those future powerhouses who shone brilliantly at this stage have likely begun to reveal their true potential, haven't they? They managed to slay leader-class zombies and acquire crystal cores even before the onset of the Underflow project, enhancing their capabilities and widening the gap between themselves and the evolutionary beings. As long as they do not falter along the way, they are destined to become transcendent entities that trace back to the origins of their bloodlines, truly embarking on the path of evolution. Much like the illusion fox, which absorbed a lightning crystal core at the dawn of the apocalypse, unleashing a tempestuous assault that brought countless martial artists to their knees before her. Not only is she stunningly beautiful, but she also pioneered martial arts schools such as Storm Flow, Frost Falcon Flow, and Mirror Heart Flow. Such a captivating and formidable figure would surely ignite the hearts of even the most stoic individuals. Speaking of which, I must secure a high-quality crystal core before my bloodline evolution reaches level 40. The accumulation of advantageous genes can significantly influence the direction of my bloodline's origin, and I cannot afford to be careless. A time-based crystal core, that will be quite elusive to find. There is a time-type evolutionary beast in the Longtu Mountain Forest Park, but its primary form is that of a bull, leaning more towards physical enhancement, which may not suit my needs. I shall continue my search. Where there is a will, there is a way. There is still ample time before reaching level 40. In the Yang City Sanctuary, Sister Ning, would you like to join me in distributing flyers for the upcoming event? The girls' dormitory, temporarily transformed into a residence for female evolvers, welcomed a girl with long black hair cascading like a silken curtain as she entered. She approached Zhou Yuaning, who was lost in thought, holding a substantial stack of white paper. Indeed, the very sheets used today to document information from the airdrop boxes. It turned out to be the handiwork of survivors from the Yanqing Sanctuary, who had painstakingly transcribed the information. Xiao Yueying, with all this time, you would be better off honing the mastery of the abilities I have taught you. Anyone among the survivors could undertake the task of transcription. But an S-class gifted evolver like you is a rarity, not something one finds just anywhere, Zhou Yuaning remarked, lightly poking Xiao Hongyu on the forehead with a green onion, her tone tinged with disappointment. But, Sister Ning, I just want to help, Xiao Hongyu replied, her expression one of earnestness. If I copy one more set of information to the survivors, it might just save another life. Seeing the pitiful look on Xiao Hongyu's face, Zhou Yuaning couldn't help but pinch her slightly chubby cheeks playfully, engaging in light-hearted banter. All right, I'll help you finish this stack. But you must promise me to practice your abilities afterward. Zhou Yuaning coaxed, her gaze filled with compassion for the adorable girl. How much suffering must this sweet child have endured to transform into the emaciated queen of flames etched in her memories? Chapter 31. The pseudo-leader level zombie of building. Due to the intricate geographical layout of the corridors and floors, it was impractical for the trio to engage in combat formation. Thus, for the zombies above the 5th floor, those that had not been attracted, Gu Zhou and Chu Qinghu took it upon themselves to clear the area. Amidst the flickering lightning and the howling winds, a tempest of martial energy wreaked havoc within the corridor. 2 formidable martial artists surged forth like human bulldozers, and wherever they tread, the zombies fell like grass beneath a scythe. In less than 3 minutes, The fifth-floor passage was rendered immaculate. As they ascended to the rooftop via the passageway from the 10th floor, Zhou and Chu Qinghu stepped in unison, one to the left and the other to the right. Level 2 zombie eliminated, earned 14 experience points. 25, level 3 zombie eliminated. Earned 34 experience points. 5. The information cascading across the screen resembled a flowing stream, bringing Zhou's experience points close to 2,000. What if we cannot determine a victor, Captain? Chu Qinghu inquired, casting a glance at her unused enhancement skills, her eyes glinting with playful intrigue. Then let us engage in another contest. Encased in a deep blue aura, Zhou gazed toward the distant H building, his spirit aflame with combat fervor. Chu Qinghu scrutinized him with keen interest, her gaze appraising his robust physique, and ultimately, she bestowed upon him a faint smile. Indeed, such a strong physique is well suited for rigorous training. Very well. Let us compete once more. To Zhou's astonishment, Chu Qinghu acquiesced. However, should you lose, will you grant me a favor? She posed, delicately tapping her lips with her alabaster fingers, adopting a look of feigned innocence. Humph, as I suspected. You are a cunning woman. I knew you were not so benevolent. Agreed, but I assure you, I shall not lose, Zhou declared, his spirit ignited, clenching his fist with unwavering confidence. Panel, allocate my points. You have consumed 900 experience points, and your fist and foot mastery has been elevated to level 10 max, granting you 1 potential point. You have advanced to level 8. Please select one of the following 3 advanced skills: fist and foot specialization, street fighting, or chi energy development. Fist and foot specialization enhances unarmed attack power with a percentage bonus. Street fighting provides an advantage when utilizing simple, improvised weapons. Comparable to the legendary Jackie Chan, often referred to as the god of war in Furniture City. Chi energy development focuses on harnessing the benefits of chi energy in close combat. As the cornerstone technique of martial artists, the more skills related to chi energy, the better. This choice is straightforward and requires no hesitation. Chi energy development. You have acquired Chi Energy Development LV1, green, Fist and Foot Mastery LV10 Max, white. Chi Energy Development LV1, green. Attune yourself to your Chi Energy. It will illuminate your path forward. Total Chi Energy 2, range of Chi Energy release, Chi Energy damage 2. Slight enhancement of Chi Energy inclination. Fist and Foot Mastery LV10 Max, white. Your fists and feet are your weapons. Unarmed attack power 10. With this upgrade, your unarmed attack bonus has reached an impressive 21. Coupled with Zhou's inherent strength, the damage increase from this enhancement rivals that of ordinary green weapons. Should one choose to focus on the monk archetype dedicated to unarmed combat, the exclusive skill, True Chi Strike, provides an absurd boost to unarmed attacks, making the prospect of unarmed combat prowess truly formidable. However, for Zhou, who possesses the innate ability of chaos evolution, he remains oblivious to what his next skill might be, leaving him unable to construct a targeted skill system, forcing him to proceed with caution, step by step. In this context, the versatile energy manipulation skill serves as a plug-and-play universal adapter, perfectly suiting his needs. With a bit of effort, the two have already leapt from the rooftop of Building G to that of Building H. The other members of the team remain in Building E to gather and organize supplies while taking a moment to recuperate. Continuous high-intensity combat proves to be premature for lower-level evolvers. Thus, the task of clearing Building H is entrusted to the 2 6th-level martial artists. Previously, Chu Qinghu had been active in the vicinity of Building G, and her next plan was to clear Building H. However, her efforts to seek out an airdrop had yielded no results. During her earlier observation with Eyes of Qingqiu, she had discovered a giant zombie towering over 2 meters between the 1st and 2nd floors of Building H, exuding a formidable life force. It now appears to be a mutated variant that has transcended to a boss level, albeit of a different type than the large-headed zombies Zhou had encountered. For safety's sake, Zhou and Chu Qinghu chose not to act separately. Instead, they agreed to determine the winner of their contest based on the percentage of damage inflicted on the boss-level zombie. As the two stealthily entered Building H via the stairs and began to methodically cleanse the floors of zombies, a fierce internal conflict among the undead was unfolding in Building A, located in the northeastern corner of the Happiness Community, which also lies at the northernmost edge of the complex. A towering, commanding zombie, distinguished by its oversized head, directed a horde of lesser undead in a relentless assault against a formidable 3-meter-tall alpha zombie, whose physique was as robust as that of a gorilla. Despite the immense creature's every attack resulting in the obliteration of several evolved zombies, the relentless tide of the undead surged forth, undeterred by the threat of annihilation. In a battle that raged for half an hour, although half of the zombie horde was vanquished, the colossal zombie ultimately succumbed, its skull crushed by the telekinetic force wielded by the oversized headed zombie. With invisible tendrils of psychic energy, the commanding zombie seized the entire head of the fallen behemoth, its face splitting into a grin, revealing rows of menacing white teeth, before devouring it whole. Astonishingly, a phenomenon ensued. Dark particles materialized from thin air, coalescing into ebony chains that ensnared the colossal zombie. As energy accumulated to a critical threshold, the dark chains shattered explosively, and the diminutive-headed zombie, as if infused with steroids, surged in height to an impressive 2 meters. It continued to grow, even sprouting a second head upon its shoulder. Just as a third head was on the verge of emerging, the dark particles vanished as abruptly as they had appeared. The shattered chains reformed and coiled around it once more, halting its ascent at approximately 2.5 meters. The alpha zombie observed that, despite its imposing stature, the effects of its specialized physique resulted in a low energy density, insufficient for the commanding zombie to achieve full evolution. Feeling the uneven, lumpy core within its mind, the oversized headed zombie kicked the body of the fallen giant in frustration and relinquished its control, allowing the horde of zombies to surge forward and feast upon the remains. Perhaps it is no longer appropriate to refer to it as the big-headed zombie, standing at an imposing height of 2.5 meters. Its head is only slightly larger than that of an ordinary person, rendering its proportions less exaggerated. It may be more fitting to call it the two-headed zombie. Having consumed another zombie of the leader class, this two-headed creature has reached the pinnacle of its kind, with one foot poised on the threshold of the leader level. The crystalline core, a symbol of authority, has solidified, yet its energy supply remains insufficient, leaving its body ensnared at the leader level, unable to undergo a complete metamorphosis. At present, the two-headed zombie is in dire need of high-quality sustenance to facilitate its evolution. Pulses of psychic energy ripple across a significant portion of the happy community, as the two-headed zombie casts a wary gaze over Central Park, ultimately settling upon Building H. 3. Food. With a mere thought, all zombies within a 50-meter radius of Building A momentarily freeze, transforming into puppets under the control of the two-headed zombie. It appears that, following its breakthrough, the range of the two-headed zombie's control over its kin has expanded. Whether they are the swarms within Building B or the scattered few prowling the streets outside the happy community, all eyes converge upon Building A, marching in unison with an almost choreographed precision, akin to rivers flowing back to the sea, as they surge toward the entrance of Building A, numbering at least 200 to 300. With a fearsome roar, the two-headed zombie leads the massive horde of zombies, their clawing limbs reaching out as they advance toward Building H, forming a thick, undulating wave reminiscent of a colossal black tide sweeping across the land. Chapter 32. Striking Gold? Will the luckless youth ever dream of the kiss of a fortunate maiden? Returning our focus to Building H. As Zhou and Tianhe clear a path to the first floor, they encounter a brawny zombie towering at 2 meters and 70 centimeters. Its imposing figure blocking their way. The robust zombie lifted a fragment of a table and hurled it towards the two individuals, the projectile traversing the entire floor at an astonishing speed. Fortunately, the pair managed to evade just in time. Otherwise, they might have suffered a significant dent akin to the one in the nearby security door. Confronted by such a clearly powerful zombie, the most effective strategy was to engage in close combat and exhaust it. Zhou and Tianhe exchanged a knowing glance, instinctively charting two arcs as they charged toward the formidable undead creature. With the breath of the wind enveloping him, Tianhe formed his left hand into a sword-like gesture, and a tumultuous gale surged forth from the whirlwind beneath his feet. You have received the enhancement of Wind's Breath LV6, Green, Agility 8, Movement Speed 20, Duration 3 minutes. Zhou was similarly encircled by the whirlwind, as if cradled by a gentle breeze, liberating him from the constraints of gravity, significantly enhancing his speed and agility. With a swift movement, he darted through the gaps between the robust zombie's arms, delivering a counterstrike with a cerulean trident that pierced through the towering zombie's foot. Activated Tide Surge. You have inflicted 79 points of damage, and you have applied the statuses wet and lame on the target. Based on the damage dealt, you have obtained the following information. Level 8 Boss Class Robust Zombie. Level 8. Attributes: Strength 36, Agility 28, Constitution 37, Intelligence 12, Perception 12. Charisma 9, Health 861 940. Talents: None. Skills: Assimilation Infection, Zombie Physique, Explosive Zombie Strike, Throwing, Brute Force, Steel Skin. Reduces physical damage by 15 points. Sturdy Constitution. Additional 100 health points. Description: A paragon among boss-class zombies, possessing exceptional offensive and defensive capabilities, with remarkable endurance. Well done. With the activation of Overload, Zhou's attributes already surpass those of the robust zombie, and with the enhancement of Chu Qinghu's mental energy, his speed has escalated significantly. Seizing the moment while the robust zombie is still disoriented, Zhou has maneuvered to its flank. A surge of deep blue energy envelopes his fist, crackling with lightning as it strikes forcefully against the zombie's knee, inflicting 129 points of damage, with both lower limbs sustaining such injury. The staggering robust zombie collapses onto its knees, leaving 2 deep imprints on the concrete floor. Timing his movements perfectly, Chu Qinghu advances towards the exposed throat, wielding 2 elongated daggers that dance through the air, precisely slicing across the throat and delivering a devastating critical hit. In a mere 30 seconds, the robust zombie's health reaches 0, erupting into 3 orbs of light, 1 blue, 1 green, and 1 white. You have successfully defeated an 8-level boss zombie, 48, earning 938 experience points. Based on your combat experience, you have acquired the martial arts skill, Polearm Mastery. Polearm Mastery General LV1. You have mastered the use of all polearm weapons. While wielding a polearm, your weapon attack power increases by 2, damage dealt increases by 2, and attack range expands by 2. How formidable! Although the rewards are bountiful, having lost the contest, Zhou could not help but ponder. Could this wicked woman's demand be to give him a beating in return? The mere thought of the earlier scene where he had pressed Chu Qinghu to the ground sent a shiver down his spine. In the vast expanse between Building A and Building H, a 2-headed zombie, infuriated by the absence of food, frantically commanded its underlings to hasten their pace. Roar! Roar! The howling horde of zombies attracted the attention of the happy team, who were scavenging for supplies in Building E. Upon witnessing the tide of corpses and the striking figure of the 2-headed zombie, it was evident that trouble was imminent. Upon reaching the rooftop, Chu Qingfeng, from a distance, observed that the zombies had already surrounded Building H. There was no time left to rush over and inform them. He could only rely on the omnipotent magic. He summoned the data panel for an upgrade, utilizing the recently acquired potential points to unlock the long-range communication skill, Whisper of the Breeze, White, and fully upgraded it with experience points. Thanks to his innate talent, Chu Qingfeng's Whisper of the Breeze transcended over 100 meters, conveying the news of the 2-headed zombie leading the horde surrounding Building H to Zhou and his companion. The horde of the undead encircled them, led by a formidable 2-headed zombie, numbering in the hundreds. As the 2 individuals collected their spoils, they were struck with trepidation upon receiving Chu Qingfeng's telepathic warning. The high-level zombies, skillfully manipulated, formed a cohesive unit that far surpassed the chaotic gatherings of lesser undead in both strength and organization. Confronting such a daunting assembly was already a formidable challenge, particularly with the terrifying count of 2 to 300. Additionally, the 2-headed abomination towered at over 2 meters. Its combat prowess not to be underestimated. My previous encounters with these cunning zombies had proven to be exceptionally troublesome, unless we eliminated the mastermind behind this horde. Our chances of escape were virtually non-existent. However, this mutated zombie was evidently more powerful than the one I had previously faced, and whether we could behead it remained in uncertainty. To avoid being cornered on the first floor by the relentless undead, Zhou guided Chu Qinghu up the staircase while analyzing the dire situation with her. Thus, our strategy must involve breaking through the tide of zombies before we could confront the 2-headed monstrosity, providing us a glimmer of hope for escape. Chu Qinghu nodded thoughtfully, as if an idea sparked within her, yet her eyes betrayed uncertainty and hesitation. Do you have a plan? If so, please share it promptly. I will lend my utmost support. Otherwise, we would both find ourselves devoured by zombies today. Although Zhou harbored a certain confidence in his combat abilities, The prospect of facing a horde of 200 to 300 undead was undeniably daunting, leaving him with a sense of uncertainty. After all, his previous encounters with the formidable large-headed zombies had proven exceedingly difficult, relying on clever tactics merely to achieve a tenuous victory. Now, he was confronted with the even more powerful two-headed zombies. Zhou had initially intended to expend all of his accumulated 2,000 experience points, hoping to level up and force his way to safety. This was a desperate measure, and he estimated the success rate to be less than 30%. If Chu Qinghu had a more viable plan, it would be most fortuitous. Chu Qinghu produced a voluminous cloak from the sphere of light and turned to Zhou. My talent allows me to temporarily conceal my presence, but I cannot engage in combat. If you could carry me into the heart of the horde, we might attempt to jointly vanquish that two-headed zombie. Her cherry blossom petals trembled slightly, revealing her bashfulness. Although one might say that the world of martial artists is unconcerned with trivialities, this level of intimate contact was a first for Chu Qinghu. Why didn't you mention this sooner? This plan seems far more reliable than mine. Zhou readily assented, turning away from Chu Qinghu and crouching down. If they were to charge into the fray, the range of his fists and feet would prove inadequate. He would require a long weapon. The sooner they could eliminate the lesser zombies, the better their chances of penetrating the horde. After signaling for Chu Qinghu to mount, Zhou instinctively opened his attribute panel. After accumulating experience for so long, it was time to put it to use. Having consumed 1265 experience points, your martial arts apprentice has ascended to level 5. Enhancing your chi power by 20, strength by 1, agility by 1, and constitution by 2. You have earned 4 free attribute points and acquired 2 potential points. Based on your innate talents, you receive an additional constitution boost of 4. After utilizing 4 free attribute points, your constitution has reached 50, unlocking the second tier of the Chi Mastery skill tree. By expending 2 potential points, you have learned the martial arts skill, Chi Release LV1, green. Additionally, by spending 1 potential point, you have acquired the universal skill, Sweeping Thousands LV1, white. The attribute growth from reaching level 5, combined with the 4 free attribute points allocated to Constitution, has finally allowed Zhou's primary attribute, Constitution, to surpass the threshold of 50, thus unlocking the new Chi Mastery skill, Chi Release. Unlike the purple Lightning Release, Chakra Mode, Altered, which emanates a fierce aura, Chi Release serves a role similar to Chu Qing's Breath of the Wind, enabling the conversion of Chi power into damage or amplifying effects. Furthermore, the potential points granted from Mastery of Fists and Feet LV10 Max were wisely utilized by Zhou to learn a universal area attack skill. Fortunately, today's attempts remain unspent. May fortune favor him as the moment of peril approaches. Zhou's fingers hovered over the interface, poised over Mastery of Long Weapons LV1. Sweeping Thousands LV1, and the luminous orb before him Breaker, Mo Dao Forging Blueprint, blue. In the realm of skill selection, there exists a yearning for the chance to draw an enhanced version that augments combat prowess. The weapon Blueprint, an unopened orb of light, harbors the potential to transform into various types, yet Zhou harbors the hope of directly acquiring a tangible weapon. Such aspirations are indeed delightful, though the fortune of the day remains uncertain. Within Zhou's exclusive line of sight, 3 vibrant vortices materialize out of thin air, consuming the chosen skills and items, transmuting them into 3 grand wheels of fortune, each with its own distinct probability of quality. As Zhou engages in the allocation of points and the lottery, Chu Qinghu has already employed her contortion technique, curling herself as much as possible upon Zhou's back, draping her cloak to obscure her form. Her elongated jade legs entwine around his waist, her front pressed against his sturdy back. Despite being tightly wrapped in white cloth, one can still perceive her astonishing elasticity. Regrettably, Zhou has immersed himself entirely in the lottery wheel of his talent, chaotic evolution, thereby missing out on such a splendid sensation. If luck is a requisite, It seems that Chu Qinghu has caught a whisper of Zhou's thoughts, her delicate face instantly flushing a rosy hue. Upon noticing Zhou's eyes still tightly shut, her demeanor slightly improves. Ensuring that Zhou's awareness is wholly absorbed in the data panel, Chu Qinghu, blushing, stretches her neck slightly. Her soft lips brush against Zhou's cheek in a fleeting moment, eliciting an almost imperceptible sound, while her hands instinctively clutch the fabric on his shoulders. The girl, Her cheeks ablaze, buries her head deeply against Zhou's back. You have received the blessing of Qingqiu's secret transmission. Kiss of blessing, orange, lux 60, duration 10s, cooldown. The innocent affections of a maiden are capable of creating treasures known as miracles. In the captivating realm of chaotic evolution, a radiant golden light suddenly erupted from the spinning wheel. Chapter 33, The Orange Special Weapon, Divine Martial Slashing Blade. With the emergence of the orange glow, the area designated for high-quality options within the wheel expanded dramatically, dazzling Zhou with a plethora of purple, pink, and orange skills and items. Ultimately, he drew forth 3 orbs of light, 1 orange, 1 purple, and 1 blue. You have acquired Inheritance, Divine Martial Slashing Blade, orange, Thunder Half Moon / LV4, purple, Exotic Long Weapon, Mo Dao Specialization LV9, blue, Inheritance, Divine Martial Slashing Blade, Stage 1, Quality, Deep Orange. Every inherited weapon harbors a poignant and legendary tale. Type, Weapon, Long Weapon, Exotic, Two-handed, Basic Parameters, Attack Power 80-120 Durability. Equipment Requirements, Strength 32, Constitution 32, Mastery of Exotic Weapons. Attribute Enhancements, Strength 8, Constitution 8. Attack Range 16, Attack Damage 16, Ignore Defense 48, Attack Speed -48. Dimensions, Length 281 centimeters, Blade Length 126 centimeters, Long Handle 155 centimeters. Weight, 18. 725 kilograms. Additional effects. 1. Inheritance of the Breaking Array's Glory. Upon slaying 1,000 enemies with this weapon, the second phase is unlocked, further enhancing attribute bonuses and skills. 2. Resolve of the Trapped Legion. As the battle prolongs and the disparity in numbers increases, the wielder gains additional bonuses to strength and constitution, reaching up to 30, lasting until the battle concludes. Echo, the glory of the Great Tang, shatter all who stand in the way. The entire weapon is adorned with dragon patterns, featuring a dark golden long handle, crowned by a fierce dragon's head at the junction of the grip, from which protrudes a hefty blade of deep black hue, as wide as a palm, with the dragon's sharp fangs. This dragon-patterned saber exudes an imposing and majestic aura, imbued with the essence of battlefield carnage, showcasing a strikingly cool and audacious design, unmistakably crafted for a legendary warrior of unparalleled might. Thunder Half Moon / LV4, purple, 0-2000. The renowned technique of the General of the City of Time, known as Thunderfire, unleashes a crescent-shaped arc of blade light, imbued with vitality attributes. Effect 1, Half Moon Slash, consumes 160 vitality points to deliver a crescent strike with a diameter of 16 meters, inflicting 220 of attack damage, with a cooldown of 15 minutes. Effect 2, a Desperate Struggle. For every 15 decrease in health, the final damage of this skill increases by 8, up to a maximum of 32. Effect 3, Long Weapon Limitation. The use of this martial skill is restricted to long-handled weapons. Is my ancestral grave emitting green smoke? Zhou, who has spent his entire life as an unfortunate soul, has never experienced such a delightful sensation. After 2 lifetimes of diligent efforts to secure a minimum threshold of luck, has he finally reached the point of a triumphant rebound? Oblivious to the fact that he has been graced with a luck-enhancing buff, Zhou feels as though he is on the verge of turning his fortunes around, transforming into a fortunate being among men. The experience required to upgrade the blue skill for the first 5 levels is 400 points, while the subsequent 5 levels demand a doubled amount of 800 points. Observing that his remaining experience stands at 850, although insufficient for another level up, he can still elevate Exotic Long Weapon, Dagger Mastery, to level 10. To his astonishment, reaching level 10 is not the cap for blue skills, a fact that was not even mentioned in the military airdrop information. Could such a scenario be rare? You have consumed 800 experience points to elevate Exotic Long Weapon, Dagger Mastery, LV9, to LV10. Exotic Long Weapon, Dagger Mastery, has been upgraded to LV8. Please select one of the following 3 advancement effects: Armor Break, Slaughter, Whirlwind. To his surprise, reaching level 8 for the blue passive skill grants him the opportunity for an advancement effect. Must one attain the maximum level to unlock advanced skills? Though puzzled, Zhou promptly refocused his attention on selecting an advancement effect. The armor-piercing effect is specifically enhanced for the specialized use of the Exotic Long Weapon. Slaughter increases damage against low-armored targets, and the spinning dance gradually elevates the attack speed of the exotic long weapon during combat. Considering that the impending adversaries consist of low-level zombies, their health may be substantial, yet their armor is rather feeble. Although armor piercing seems advantageous, it is, in fact, exceedingly trivial. Likewise, the spinning dance is overly abstract. The exotic long weapon inherently seeks to deliver immense, crushing blows designed for one-hit kills. If one were to pursue attack speed, it would be wiser to opt for dual blades. Moreover, if you can withstand the second strike, you are indeed formidable. Zhou decisively chose Slaughter for maximum damage output, thus altering the skill effect as follows. Exotic long weapon. Exotic blade specialization LV10, blue. When utilizing the exotic long weapon, melee attack power is increased by 30. And attack range is augmented by 15 when an enemy's defense is less than half of our base attack power. An additional damage of 20 of base attack power is inflicted. Final calculations exclude any enhancements. Regardless of whether it is a skill or equipment, it appears deceptively simple. Yet the numerical values are exceedingly high, living up to its renowned reputation of shattering foes. Do not be misled by the fact that its numerical multiplier may not even surpass that of 8 Extreme's fist. One must remember that this pertains to unarmed damage. However, both Thunder Half-Moon Slash and Exotic Blade Specialization take into account the weapon's inherent attack power. If I can't win even with a cheat, I shall leap from here. Upon reopening his eyes, Zhou displayed no trace of anxiety, only the confidence of a player utilizing hacks and the eager excitement of a boy with a new toy, a slight smile gracing his lips. Regrettably, no one is present to appreciate the spectacle before them, save for the solitary observer, Chu Qinghu, who is currently buried in the back of Zhou, her face flushed like a teapot. Now, it is time to launch a counterattack. The surroundings are too constricted. I must break free. Enveloped in a more resplendent shade of deep blue martial energy, Zhou charges forth, wielding his strange blade. In the expanse of 20 meters just outside the main entrance of Building H, a pair of two-headed zombies, initially displaying an expression akin to a cat playing with a mouse, suddenly transformed their gaze into one of ferocity upon sensing the diminishment of their prey. With a sweeping motion of its arm, a cadre of high-level mutated zombies, previously stationed nearby, is dispatched to join the onslaught against Building H. With a resounding crash, the window directly opposite the two-headed zombie is shattered by a powerful kick, and a figure, ensconced in deep blue martial energy and brandishing the strange blade, descends with a formidable slash. The hefty blade strikes the heart of the zombie horde, unleashing a tangible force that sends a circle of zombies hurtling through the air. Before the surrounding zombies can reclaim their positions, Zhou, wielding the blade, executes a sweeping cut, cleaving through the ranks of zombies with the ease of mowing grass. A multitude of deep crimson numbers erupts, signifying that the life force of the zombies has been utterly depleted. Instant kill. This orange weapon, nearly impossible to encounter at this level of proficiency, combined with an exceptional weapon mastery, culminates in a staggering damage output exceeding 300. Thus, the scene before us unfolds, reminiscent of the exhilarating carnage of slaying zombies as one would cut through grass, evoking memories of the epic Three Kingdoms era. With a single stroke, Zhou obliterated the horde of zombies within a 3-meter arc before him. Gripping with a reverse hold, he adeptly maneuvered through the gaps in the tide of corpses, charging towards the location of the two-headed zombie, intent on seizing the leader before subduing the rest, thereby replicating his familiar decapitation strategy. Unexpectedly, the seemingly trapped mouse offered fierce resistance. Yet for the two-headed zombie, all this was merely futile struggle. Mistaking a basic attack for a skill, the two-headed creature believed that Zhou would be incapable of executing such an extraordinary strike again in a short span. Nevertheless, it remained vigilant, understanding that even a lion exerts full force when hunting a rabbit, observing its prey's defiance. The cautious two-headed zombie not only summoned its fellow undead to encircle and besiege the intruder, but also descended into the fray, determined to deal with Zhou thoroughly. Invisible psychic energy surged forth like a torrent from each of its grotesque heads. One head focused on defense, enveloping its vicinity with a tangible psychic shield, while the other head engaged offensively, launching psychic shockwaves to hinder Zhou's advance. You have taken 50 points of physical damage. The shield has absorbed it. Based on both parties' levels and attributes, you have obtained the following information. Psychic specialization. Two-headed zombie. Level. 10 attributes. Strength 24, Agility 22, Constitution 28, Intelligence 16, Perception 46. Charisma 28. Health. 660,660,300 Shield. Talent. Duality. B. Imperfect. Skills. Assimilation infection. Zombie physique. Psychic shield. Psychic shock. Psychic enhancement. Psychic flight. A half-foot step into the realm of the formidable leader-level undead. The grotesque form of the zombie had begun to coalesce into a nascent crystal core. Fortunately, the psychic shockwave inflicted physical damage, which could be partially mitigated by the physical defenses afforded by one's constitution. Coupled with the protective shield inherent to the modified Thunder Release Chakra mode, much of the damage was absorbed. Despite enduring 4 or 5 psychic impacts, Zhou surged forth before the two-headed zombie, appearing as vibrant and vigorous as ever, his health bar remaining robust. Even Tianhe, who was concealed behind Zhou, scarcely felt the tumult of the encounter. Observing Zhou's prowess, which exceeded his expectations, the two-headed zombie hastily commanded a multitude of towering mutated zombies to form a barricade, serving as both human wall and meat shield. Without clear knowledge of the hidden abilities possessed by the undead, Zhou refrained from unveiling his Thundermoon Slash. Should he fail to exploit the creature's overconfidence for a decisive strike, the airborne two-headed zombie could unleash an unending tide of corpses upon him. Zhou merely executed a tentative slash, infused with qi, to probe the reality of the situation, hoping to elicit the hidden skills of the two-headed zombie. The deep azure energy, enveloping the dragon-patterned blade, cleaved horizontally, carving a vast wave of destruction through the horde. The wave extended nearly a meter, effortlessly bisecting the towering zombies as if they were mere tofu, while simultaneously shattering the formidable psychic shield of the two-headed zombie, leaving a grievous wound upon its chest, deep enough to reveal bone. The martial artist who has mastered the chi release technique is gradually revealing a terrifying destructive power, especially in the case of Zhou. A formidable fighter characterized by high attack and defense, his strength is akin to that of a human bulldozer, rivaling the legendary generals of ancient times who could take on thousands of foes. However, the undead horde does not possess the same morale as a human army. The two-headed zombie clearly lacks the resolve to fight to the death. After receiving a blow, it swiftly retreats while utilizing its telekinetic abilities to ascend, attempting to distance itself from Zhou's attack range. Now is the moment. With Zhou's horizontal slash and subsequent turn, a commanding shout sounded the call to arms. The long-prepared Tianhe no longer concealed her aura. She propelled herself forward with a kick against Zhou, her body enveloped in azure energy, launching into the air with the grace of a startled hare, directly targeting the still nearby two-headed zombie. Chapter 34. The Crystal Core Prototype. The Infected Tianhe. Vajra Crush. The wind, harnessed by strength, elevated me towards the heavens. The agile and dynamic nature of the wind-based chi was showcased to perfection by Tianhe, as she leapt with a gravity-defying bounce, positioning herself atop the two-headed zombie. With her long legs, she executed a downward axe-like strike, akin to a slam dunk, forcefully returning the two-headed zombie to the ground. Though she had managed to send it reeling, it had not yet reached the point of execution. Thus, further control was necessary. 8 extremes, 5 mountains ascending spike. Zhou, wielding the unfamiliar blade with one hand, charged towards the two-headed zombie's landing spot, anticipating its descent to deliver a rising palm strike. Launch. Stun. The two-headed zombie was sent flying once more, its life force plummeting like torrential rain. As the descending Tianhe adeptly harnessed her exceptional core strength to control her descent, her long legs, longer than life itself, encircled the waist of the two-headed zombie. With a deft front flip, she hurled it to the ground. The back slam, aerial combat edition. Boom. The two-headed zombie finally crashed down, the tremendous force creating a massive pit in the earth, shattering the cement surface and penetrating deep into the soil, sending clouds of dust and smoke spiraling into the air. The tactical maneuver proved successful, but could the pseudo-leader-level zombie truly be vanquished so easily? Clearly not, for the data panel offered no notification of a kill. And the encroaching horde of zombies showed no signs of abating, surging forth like a relentless tide, effectively encircling Zhou and Tianhe at the center of the undead deluge. In stark contrast to Zhou's tank-like positioning, Tianhe, as an agile assassin martial artist, could not disregard the attacks from ordinary zombies. She was compelled to rely on her nimble footwork to evade the onslaught. Yet, in this battleground where foes surrounded her on all sides, the space for evasion rapidly diminished, and her situation grew perilous. As the swirling dust gradually settled, it revealed a towering two-headed zombie, its form elevated to 3 meters. No, it was not a two-headed zombie. There was only one head. Where had the other gone? Beneath the dark mass of the undead horde, a head slightly smaller than that of an average adult shot forth from beneath the towering zombie. Its bizarre trajectory took everyone by surprise, and Chu Qinghu was unable to evade in time, suffering a severe bite to her shoulder. The razor-sharp, ivory teeth sank deeply into her pristine skin, droplets of blood cascading down as her once immaculate complexion began to take on a hue of bruised blue and purple, likely indicating poisoning. Enduring excruciating pain, Chu Qinghu, with a palm imbued with fierce energy, struck the head embedded in his flesh and muscle, sending it flying and tearing off a large piece of skin and flesh. The intense pain caused Chu Qinghu to gasp sharply, his delicate face turning pale and ashen. The head, now detached, spun backward like a satellite orbiting its body, the zombie's original form. The dual-headed zombie, now separated, seemed to gain a flicker of self-awareness, its eyes gleaming with a sinister cunning. Its laughter, no longer a guttural roar, was eerily sharp and malicious. From the VIP viewing platform on the G building's rooftop, Chu Qingfeng watched in horror, his eyes wide, his right hand pounding the railing in frustration. Unable to unleash his most potent explosive fireballs for fear of harming his comrades amidst the zombie horde, he was left seething with helpless rage. Chu Qinghu, having repelled the zombie's head, was also in dire straits. The pain and the encroaching zombie virus made his steps falter and unsteady, nearly causing him to collapse. Assimilation infection in progress. Constitution check failed. Assimilation infection deepens. Current progress 15. Like Chu Qingfeng, Chu Qinghu was an S-class talent holder who had transitioned upon the appearance of the panel. His primary profession was that of a psychic master, specializing in controlling and releasing energy, transforming it into psychic energy. The primary attribute of a mind energy master is perception rather than physical constitution. Although, as a subclass of martial artists, Chu Qinghu possesses a commendable physique, it pales in comparison to the extraordinary talents of individuals like Zhou. With merely 20 or 30 points in constitution, facing the virulent onslaught of a level 10 zombie boss is indeed a daunting challenge. At long last, Zhou arrived, wielding his foreign blade as a formidable barrier before Chu Qinghu, standing tall and unwavering like a majestic mountain, bracing against the tide of the undead. I am fine. Do not concern yourself with me. Focus on eliminating the zombies. As the zombie virus infiltrated, Chu Qinghu felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Yet she summoned her will to unleash her mind energy martial technique. Breath of the wind, unleash your might. With a spirited cry, the pallor of her face transformed, regaining color as her vitality surged. She struck the ground with a powerful fist, releasing a tempestuous wave of mind energy that enveloped a 30-meter radius, ensnaring the zombies in a binding gale. Assimilation infection triggered. Constitution check failed. Progress of assimilation infection deepened. Current status 35, sensing Chu Qinghu's resolute determination. Zhou refrained from uttering further words, solely focusing on consolidating his energy. The foreign blade rested across his waist. As soon as the binding state concluded, his electric energy reached its peak. In an instant, he twisted and struck, unleashing a deep blue blade of light, akin to an enraged dragon soaring through the air. The ferocious electric energy caused a noticeable shift in the expression of Chu Qingfeng, who stood several dozen meters away. Thunder half-moon slash. With a staggering damage output of 1120 points, this strike, bolstered by immense power, could only be described as cataclysmic. The zombie, boldly confronting the blade of light, was instantly vaporized, while the two-headed zombie, its expression shifted with alarm, retreated in vain, unable to evade the lightning-fast arc of the blade that cleaved it in two. The blade, having severed the two-headed creature, continued unabated, crashing into the bronze statue of a golden bull at the entrance of the residential complex. The upper half of the statue toppled gracefully along the smooth fracture, sending a subtle tremor through the entire happy community. As the assimilation infection was triggered and the physical constitution assessment failed, the process deepened, now at 55. with the assimilation progress surpassing the halfway mark. The player was in the irreversible process of becoming a zombie. The last scene that beheld before losing consciousness was that dazzling strike. As radiant as the sun breaking through the clouds, and Zhou turning to charge towards her. A barrage of notifications erupted from the data panel. You have slain. But Zhou had no time to peruse them. He swiftly scooped the unconscious into his arms. Wielding his weapon in one hand while carrying her with the other, charging towards the periphery of the horde. Thanks to the blade's devastating sweep that had cleared the immediate wave of zombies. Zhou's escape route aligned perfectly with the direction in which the two-headed creature had fled. A stream of luminescence, intertwined with several blue and purple orbs, surged forth from the remnants of the two-headed zombie, landing directly before Zhou, who deftly snatched it up. You have acquired Crystal Core Prototype, blue-purple. With the horde behind him, Zhou's speed surged to new heights as he took a wide detour through the Central Park, returning to the temporary base at Building D. The zombies trailing behind were either lost or hindered by other creatures, failing to pursue Zhou to Building D. Beneath the thick, decayed soil of Central Park, a large, glistening black nose twitched repeatedly, as if it had caught a whiff of something tantalizing. In an instant, the entire subterranean space was filled with countless glowing red dots, all fixated on the direction in which Zhou had departed. Setting aside the situation behind him, Zhou hurried into the temporary base's room, carrying the unconscious Chu Qinghu, and laid her down before firmly shutting the door, leaving the others outside in a state of bewilderment. Due to the extensive exertion from earlier, Chu Qinghu's already limited strength had been completely drained. With her energy depleted, the assimilation of the zombie virus progressed unchecked, the once localized purplish toxin in her shoulder now spreading gradually through her bloodstream to her chest and neck. What are we waiting for? Just tear off her clothes and see. What is there to hesitate about at this point? Although Zhou could not ascertain the extent of the infection from Chu Qinghu's data panel, he was certain that if no measures were taken to suppress the assimilation of the zombie virus, it would take no more than half an hour before he would have to make the agonizing decision to put down a once beautiful zombie. Zhou, how is my cousin? Chu Qifeng, who had hurried back from Building H, was anxiously knocking on the door, having been amidst the horde. Neither Chu Qifeng nor the others had witnessed the moment when Chu Qinghu was bitten by the two-headed zombie. They only sensed that she had sustained severe injuries without knowing the specifics of her condition. However, just now, I witnessed Zhou hastily rushing in from outside the base, cradling Chu Qinghu, who was tightly wrapped in a cloak. Without daring to ask too many questions, he immediately dashed into a room. It wasn't until Chu Qifeng returned that I felt it appropriate to inquire about the matter, as he, being the vice captain and the cousin of Chu Qinghu, was the most suitable to address this issue, whether for official or personal reasons. I was channeling energy to stabilize her injuries. Just give me a moment. Zhou's voice resonated with confidence, yet inwardly, he lacked any reliable solutions. He merely feigned composure to reassure Chu Qifeng and the others, hoping to prevent them from barging in and discovering the dire situation of Chu Qinghu's infection by the zombies, which could lead to further complications. It was a desperate gamble, relying solely on luck for survival. Glancing at the bluish-purple crystal core in his palm, Zhou felt a mix of frustration and helplessness. Crystal Core Prototype, Telekinesis Charisma Duality. Type, Item Bloodline Material. Quality, Blue-Purple. Effect, Item dropped after defeating a leader-level zombie, capable of awakening bloodline origins, unearthing the depths of one's lineage, providing substantial attribute enhancements, or even granting new talents. Description, Bloodline Evolution, which can increase absorption limits. Current absorption limit 01. Echo, do not ingest, keep close to the heart, and activate with energy manipulation. As it was not entirely classified as purple quality nor blue quality, he could not utilize chaotic evolution to draw cards. Otherwise, with the abundant fortune he had today, he might have gambled on obtaining a higher-grade counterpart. Zhou let out a faint sigh. In her current state, Chu Qinghu hardly seemed capable of actively invoking the Crystal Core Prototype. Without the slightest hesitation, he unfastened the buttons of Chu Qinghu's garment and inserted the crystal core. With his other hand, he placed it over her heart, fingers crackling with electric energy, ready to stimulate activation. The area where his palm met the fabric exuded a soft texture and remarkable elasticity, sensations that surged into Zhou's mind, stirring feelings within him, a young man who had never engaged in intimate contact with a female, yet consumed by thoughts of saving her. Zhou refrained from succumbing to such distractions. Instead, a daring idea suddenly ignited in his mind. Could this assimilation infection be deemed a skill? Would my chaotic evolution prove beneficial against it? With resolve, he decided to act. After all, there was no certainty of success, and a dead horse could be treated as a live one. As he willed it, the electrical energy surged forth, enveloping the entirety of Chu Qinghu in a mesmerizing blue-purple glow. Simultaneously, a vibrant vortex emerged, absorbing the electric energy from Zhou's fingertips and the encroaching zombie virus. A familiar roulette materialized before him, yet Zhou discerned no specific information, only witnessing a kaleidoscope of colored orbs swirling in his line of sight, ultimately settling within an exceedingly narrow pink zone. Is this fortune truly mine today? Chapter 35, Split Personality? The alluring, mature temptress versus the cold, shy Valkyrie. The chaotic evolution was not without its toll. Although it did not require the expenditure of energy, the process of drawing lots demanded considerable mental effort. Gambling, indeed, is quite reasonable. Previously, the items introduced into the chaotic transformation were merely light clusters ranging from white to blue. Zhou was unaware that, as the quality of the mutated items increased, the consumption of mental energy by chaotic transformation escalated exponentially. The infection assimilation he introduced this time appeared ordinary, yet it concealed subtle foundational rules of the zombie species, possessing an exceptionally high essence level, which instantaneously drained his remaining mental strength. 12th level brother Zhi lacks the necessary power. Oblivious to this, Zhou attributed his fatigue to the rigors of battle, and in the blink of an eye, he inadvertently began to doze off. 10 minutes elapsed, and as the hazy blue-violet light gradually dissipated, it revealed a dramatically transformed Chu Qinghu within the light cluster. The lithe figure, honed from years of martial training, had become even more alluring, the originally full and rounded curves now strikingly pronounced, accentuated by the tightly fitted martial attire that outlined captivating contours. Delicate white fur sprouted from her petite ears, rendering Chu Qinghu's cool visage exceptionally enchanting. Two snowy white fox tails, reminiscent of soft brushes, swayed gracefully at her lower back, their tips adorned with pale pink fur akin to that of a newborn, playfully brushing against Zhou's cheek. Affected by, you have acquired a new talent, Twinborn, A, and based on your talent, a secondary main profession has been unlocked. Affected by, based on your talent, Twinborn, you have obtained a personal exclusive template, Mother Empress. As a cascade of incessant information illuminated the screen, mysterious violet-hued patterns unfurled along Chu Qinghu's shoulder, gracefully extending to her cheek. Her eyelids fluttered slightly, and her originally pitch-black eyes transformed into a mesmerizing heterochromatic gaze of azure and amethyst, bestowing an exotic allure upon her already stunning visage. Upon awakening, still enveloped in a haze of confusion, Chu Qinghu beheld Zhou, whose hand rested upon her chest. Unconsciously, her other hand grasped the delicate pink tip of her tail, which had brushed against his cheek. A peculiar sensation akin to an electric shock surged from her tailbone to her mind, igniting a flurry of bashful indignation that caused her thoughts to spiral into a state of overload. With the intense fluctuations of her emotions, the enigmatic violet patterns receded beneath her skin, vanishing from sight. Suddenly, beneath her drooping eyelashes, a blush reminiscent of the evening sky surged forth, as rosy hues crept from her alabaster collarbone to the tips of her ears, akin to a shattered rouge compact scattered upon the snow, vividly striking in its contrast of crimson and ivory. A soft, pink steam began to emanate from the head of Chu Qinghu, now embodying the essence of a steam maiden. Rascal! With a sharp slap, she jolted the drowsy Zhou into consciousness. What is this? So soft and fragrant to the touch? Despite the force of her palm, which could not breach the formidable defenses of a martial artist's skin, he merely felt something cool and refreshing land upon his face. As if awakening from a dream, Zhou instinctively raised his hand, capturing Chu Qinghu's delicate, almost ethereal fingers. His fatigued eyes lifted slightly, meeting her flustered gaze, which darted about in a charming panic, reminiscent of a timid creature lost in the woods. Bloodstains lingered in her disheveled hair, and her hollow gaze, drained of vitality, spoke volumes of the arduous battle just fought. Zhou appeared utterly worn, as if he were silently narrating the tribulations of their recent struggle. An overwhelming surge of emotion, Both compassion and guilt struck Chu Qinghu like a hammer, piercing through her inner defenses in an instant. This disheveled figure before her, was he the one who had rescued her from the tide of corpses? Had he risked himself for her sake? How could I be so wretched to have struck him after the impulsive embarrassment subsided? And upon surveying her surroundings and the information panel, Chu Qinghu belatedly grasped the gravity of her actions, her thoughts entangled in a chaotic web. I am truly sorry. I should not have treated you this way. I am grateful for your rescue. Her stammering apology emerged, each word awkwardly tumbling from her inexperienced lips. It was evident that she was unaccustomed to such expressions of contrition, her clumsy yet sincere demeanor strikingly amusing, creating a sharp contrast to her usual ethereal composure. A soft chuckle escaped Zhou as he took a step back, observing the apparent goddess of aloofness before him transform into a clumsy, innocent girl in her earnest but flawed apology. What does this mean? Does he not mind? Or does he believe my actions were too egregious to forgive? Chu Qinghu had never before been so attuned to the feelings of another, this unprecedented experience stirring a whirlwind of thoughts within her mind. Compared to this moment, the once inscrutable complexities of ancient martial arts now seemed trivial. The two inarticulate souls exchanged glances, and for a fleeting moment, the atmosphere thickened with awkwardness. Speak. For heaven's sake. Chu Qinghu's cheeks were flushed a vibrant red, reminiscent of a freshly boiled egg, irresistibly enticing. Overwhelmed, having just regained consciousness from a faint, her body was still rather weak. Under the tumultuous clash of emotions, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted once more. Fortunately, Zhou was quick-witted and managed to catch her. Given her not-so-bright disposition, another bump to her head could have dire consequences, perhaps even rendering her utterly helpless in the future. In an instant, a flicker of light shone from the purple iris of her left eye, and she revived again. Though she seemed transformed, as if possessed by a spirit, her demeanor shifted from aloof to alluring, exuding an enchanting charm akin to that of a fairy, with every smile and frown imbued with a captivating maturity that rivaled even Daji herself. What a handsome young man! Can my sister truly restrain herself? With a flirtatious smile, Chu Qinghu playfully scratched Zhou's palm, her tone dripping with seduction as if she intended to consume him entirely, drowning him in that damned realm of tenderness. Goodness, this is truly a predicament. Instead of becoming a fool, she has developed a split personality. Zhou slapped his forehead, feeling a sense of helplessness wash over him. After all this, she might just start drooling. Faced with the insensitivity of his straightforward remarks, Chu Qinghu's expression stiffened momentarily, yet bolstered by her innate lineage and the unlearned prowess of an experienced courtesan. She decided against pretense, flooring the accelerator and driving straight over Zhou's face. Since it was all her brother's fault, perhaps he should consider compensating her in some way. The supple waist, reminiscent of a serpent, entwined itself around him unbeknownst to him. A raspy, magnetic voice whispered in Zhou's ear, her warm breath, fragrant as orchids, eliciting a tantalizing itch akin to a cat's paw grazing the heart. A delicate, alabaster finger traced circles on Zhou's firm abdomen through the fabric of his clothing. The peculiar duality of Chu Qinghu's mismatched azure and violet eyes flickered with intensity, as if engaged in a fierce contest. Ultimately, the azure prevailed, and Chu Qinghu languidly leaned against Zhou, her posture instantly stiffening. No, this cannot be. Regaining control, Chu Qinghu attempted to push Zhou away. But the dizzying sensation compelled her to instinctively clutch the sole lifeline, Zhou's shoulder, drawing herself closer. Her indignant, shy rebuke caught the attention of those outside, particularly her cousin, Chu Qifeng, who had been anxiously awaiting their emergence. With a resounding kick, he burst through the door. And upon witnessing the seemingly flirtatious interplay between Zhou and Chu Qinghu, he felt as though struck by lightning. Though a lean camel is larger than a horse, he hailed from a martial arts lineage and possessed some foundation. After all, chuckling, his prized cabbage had been ravaged by a swine. Oh, dear uncle, how I, Chu Qingfeng, have wronged you. Chapter 36, Flames and Hope. Diary 6. As night fell, the stars twinkled against the moonlit sky, the resplendent Milky Way shining particularly bright. On the second floor of Building D, in a newly expanded area, everyone gathered around a crackling bonfire, indulging in a barbecue. Today, I acquired a fire-starting tool from the airdrop box and celebrated the inclusion of new survivors into our ranks. As the fresh provisions I had hoarded were nearing their expiration, we organized a modest yet heartwarming bonfire gathering. As the evening progressed, The atmosphere became increasingly convivial, allowing everyone to unburden the pent-up emotions of recent days. The middle-aged man, old Zhang, and the office worker, Xiao Ding, found themselves in a drunken embrace, weeping openly as they shared the unspoken sorrows of their lives. The women, who had initially appeared confrontational, now affectionately referred to one another as sisters. While skewering meat and exchanging stories of their experiences, their glances occasionally drifted towards Zhou and Chu Qingfeng, who were engaged in a silent standoff, provoking bursts of laughter reminiscent of silver bells. Zhou, holding a skewer in one hand and juice in the other, glared vacantly at the seemingly adversarial Chu Qingfeng. "How many times must I say it? I did not pursue your sister. She approached me. I refuse to believe it. My sister is far too charming to be interested in a wretched man like you. Just yesterday, you called me a true dragon and promised to introduce your cousin to me. Nonsense. I, Chu Qingfeng, would rather starve than jump into that abyss." Meanwhile, Lin Xiaolu remained silent, contentedly accepting the offerings from the pregnant Wang Yu, her cheeks adorably stuffed. The flickering flames of the bonfire dispelled the darkness, illuminating the faces of those gathered, revealing expressions that were strikingly different from their usual heaviness and numbness. With the reclamation of buildings, E&H, the zombies within our community had been largely eradicated. With a relatively stable environment, at least within the confines of the happy community, there is no longer the need for constant trepidation. Compared to the despair that engulfed us just days ago during the apocalypse, this present reality feels as enchanting as a dream, for the first time, hope has emerged among the masses. In the face of the apocalypse, the hope of surviving against all odds shines through like a solitary flame ignited in the depths of a long, dark night. Though feeble, it remains unwavering, providing warmth in the chill of despair and illuminating the path forward. In this world rife with hopelessness, this flicker of hope acts as a potent elixir, reviving color in the lives of the numb. Beneath the same celestial canopy, on Biological Island, and at the Sheep City Sanctuary, amidst the eager gazes of countless individuals, the spotlight atop the towering lighthouse constructed with earth magic flickers to life, successfully powered on, casting a brilliant beam that pierces the heavens. This is not merely a shaft of light. It represents the radiant beacon of hope for Sheep City Sanctuary. Across the vast expanse of the world, in numerous locales, human cities, now shrouded in the shadow of the zombie apocalypse, appear to be sinking into an endless night. However, one by one, they are igniting glimmers of light. Be it the campfires kindled by fire wielders, the torches crafted by mechanical evolutionists, or the magical flames conjured by mystic practitioners. Yet, even the smallest spark can ignite a great conflagration. Once more, across the vast territories that humanity once occupied, the embers of civilization are reigniting. Though it may not reach the zenith of human achievement that was visible even from space, it is at least illuminating the darkness anew. Diary Chronicles of the Apocalypse, August 6, 13, 2035. Today marked the lighting ceremony of the Sheep City Sanctuary. Although it lasted a mere 30 minutes, the military mobilized 5 level 10 mechanized evolutionists, who were in the midst of weapon fabrication, to meticulously study the blueprints. They relentlessly extracted the last vestiges of strength from the sanctuary's 2 remaining Thunder-type abilities. Ultimately, this laborious and costly endeavor was deemed a success, and it was all worthwhile. In the memories of my former life, a renowned sage of biological evolution once posited a compelling theory. Fear and hope are the most potent emotions and driving forces behind the evolution of life. The former is an inheritance inscribed in our very blood since ancient times, while the latter serves as the torch lit by humanity, breaking free from its cocoon to conquer the darkness. Countless evolutionists have substantiated the relative credibility of this theory through their harrowing experiences on the brink of life and death. As humanity's once proud technological civilization reemerges under extraordinary powers, the profound fear of the apocalypse within people's hearts is temporarily alleviated, allowing the embers of hope to reclaim the heights of wisdom. The common populace's remaining fear and reverence for the mechanisms of the state, combined with the last line of stability before the moral threshold of the apocalypse plummets, resonates with the fading echoes of technological civilization being ultimately consumed by the extraordinary. This presents an opportune moment to execute the underflow plan, as the zombies remain disorganized and engaged in their own battles. The survivors trapped in the cities can still upgrade steadily, enjoying the final respite of the novice protection period before being relentlessly pursued by the undead. Whether it is to eliminate potential leader-level zombies in advance or to gather the population of urban survivors, thereby expanding the size of shelters. This is a fleeting window of opportunity. As the 7th day after the apocalypse arrives, the explosive emergence of leader-level zombies awakens the intelligent zombie leaders. The upper limits of species growth are gradually shattered, and the once ferocious beasts have ultimately evolved into super individuals known as monsters. The limited short-term food supplies and water resources within the urban confines are being consumed rapidly, while the newly evolved group has yet to reintegrate productivity into their daily lives. Various natural and man-made disasters threaten to crush humanity, which has only just adapted to the rhythms of the post-apocalyptic world, compelling them to abandon the steel confines of the city and strategically retreat towards the relatively sparse suburbs and rural areas. The timid continue to cling to survival, while the brave turn to face the challenges ahead. The first threshold and watershed of the extraordinary system at level 20 will serve as a golden standard to redefine this society, bringing forth countless heroes, tyrants, and fleeting figures who will shine brightly, leaving their own unique and resplendent mark on the historical stage of evolution. Chapter 37. Night Raid. The Rodent Plague as Night Descends. Creatures that thrive in darkness venture out in search of sustenance, although they begin to evolve and grow larger. The biological clock inscribed deep within their genes continues to influence their daily rhythms, much like the hidden colonies of rats in the Happy Community. In Central Park, the verdant banyan forest thrives. The robust root systems intertwine, and layers of withered branches and fallen leaves blanket the ground, imparting a sense of being enveloped in a forest. The thick layer of decomposed matter has been unearthed, revealing several black-furred rodents, each roughly the size of a medium-sized dog, scurrying from below. Leading the pack is a black-furred rodent, comparable in size to a calf, who is quivering its nose in search of the scent of food, as ordered by its leader. Before long, the black-furred rodent, utilizing all 4 limbs, dashes in the direction where the scent is most disordered. It is precisely the location outside Building H, where Zhou and Chu engaged in a fierce battle against a 2-headed zombie. Upon sniffing the spot stained with Chu's blood, the rodent is enveloped by a sense of danger, causing its fur to bristle and prompting a hasty retreat. Yet, a new discovery awaits. The rodent has caught a whiff of moving food, and a glint of excitement sparkles in its small eyes. Following the trail, it soon stumbles upon the dismembered corpse of the 2-headed zombie, cleaved in 2 by the thunder half-moon slash. Is it spicy strips or fiery chicken flavor? Even the remains of a leader-class zombie pale in comparison to the formidable incisors of the black-furred rodent. Oh, how I adore this flavor. A few lingering sparks of lightning emanate from the cellular tissues, sending delightful tingles across the rodent's tongue. Delicious. Rodent leader. Yes. Keep searching. Spicy strips. So tasty. Instructing a few of its subordinates to transport the zombie's remains back to their lair, the lead black-furred rodent continues to track the residual scent of electricity, moving southward. It is the most keenly evolved rodent in the colony, adept at locating both stationary food sources and succulent mobile delicacies for its leader. Having recently been elevated to one of the 3 great commanders of the rodent horde, tasked with the search and pursuit of sustenance. They returned to Central Park and continued southward. Under the cover of night, the rodents advanced towards Building D. This edifice was traditionally regarded as a forbidden zone for the rodents, for it was the domain of their natural adversaries, the 3 mutated cats. Although, following the apocalypse, the rodent leader had surpassed these foes both in size and strength, thanks to the mystic artifacts within their lair. The innate fear inscribed in their genetic makeup was not easily surmountable. Hence, the rodents seldom ventured into the vicinity of Building D in search of food. Conversely, the evolved cats frequently scoured Central Park for their meals. Fortunately, the rodents were adept at survival, and the zombie cats could only manage to feast on a few each day, treating it as a charitable donation. However, in recent days, the rodents that voluntarily offered themselves reported that the 3 evolved cats had vanished. This revelation emboldened the rodents to trespass into Building D, a courage not merely bestowed upon them by Liang Jingru's song. As the hefty paws of the rodents encroached upon a 10-meter radius of Building D, Chu, lying in bed, was abruptly roused from his slumber. An invisible wave of psychic energy rippled through the air, instantly revealing the stealthy intruders within Building D. Enemy attack. Chu Qinghu's commanding shout awakened the entire happy team. Such was the allure of a psychic adept whose primary attribute was perception, bestowing an unparalleled sense of security. Interestingly, it was not the highest-ranking Zhou who reacted first, but rather Chu Qingfeng, the magician. As the saying goes, late-night cultivation yields boundless magical prowess. For magic is indeed a form of power. Slightly awakened, Chu Qingfeng relied on the invigorating effects of active meditation to sober up, as his meditative techniques naturally facilitated self-recovery. Consequently, he was among the first to regain awareness. One by one, others began to stir from their slumber, with Zhou being the last to be roused by Lin Xiaolu. At that moment, he sported a pair of dark circles reminiscent of panda eyes, gazing intensely at the staircase, burdened with a profound sense of urgency. The rustling sounds of the rodents and the ominous noises of wall demolitions were alarmingly close. By the time everyone had risen, the rodents had successfully breached the thick outer defenses. Although the reinforced magical earthen walls erected by Chu Qingfeng were formidable, resilient even against hordes of the undead, the rodents' incisors proved to be the bane of all structural barriers. Akin to a bulldozer wreaking havoc, it seemed unlikely that the barricades would hold for long. The zombies were poised to assault us, and the rodents were intent on breaching our sanctuary. Thus, it was time to fight. With that declaration, Zhou brandished his unconventional sword and charged forth. Thanks to his prowess as a human bulldozer, initiating a countercharge against encirclement had become a standard tactic for the Happy Squad. Moreover, the confined indoor space rendered Zhou's 3-meter-long blade unwieldy, causing concern over any collateral damage to precious supplies. As for the subsequent defensive strategies, the responsibility naturally fell to the Chu Qinghu siblings. His sole duty was to plunge headlong into battle. Following the breach in the wall gnawed open by the rodent horde, Zhou surged forward, directly confronting the main force of the rodents. However, these creatures were not the mindless zombies that would halt their advance at the sight of a living being. After a portion of the brown-furred rats encircled Zhou, the relentless stream of black-furred rats continued to flow past him and surged into the room through the breach. Although their numbers had diminished, they still posed a formidable threat to the other members of the Happiness Squad. In the clash of two armies, the archers took the initiative. This not only inflicted initial damage upon the enemy, but also spared them the perils of close-quarter combat. During the early apocalyptic days, when the tactics of the evolved beings had yet to become overly flamboyant, ranged weapons remained particularly appealing. However, the spoils dropped by the zombies, combined with the handcrafted bows and crossbows made by old Zhang the blacksmith, ensured that each member of the Happiness Squad was equipped with their own weapon. Even Lin Xiaolu and the pregnant Wang Yu each carried a compact hand crossbow to unleash a barrage upon the rat horde. In no time, arrows rained down. Precision was unnecessary, as simply releasing the projectiles would guarantee hits. The oversized rodents had no room to evade, their numbers bolstered by the borrowed arrows buff. Yet, despite several rounds of fire, their casualties paled in comparison to a single, explosive fireball cast by Chu Qingfeng. The cramped terrain, the unavoidable congestion, and the inherent weaknesses of the rats, these factors culminated in Chu Qingfeng's fire magic reaching its zenith. Effectively obliterating a circle of black, the Law Master shall forever remain your Law Master. As one ascends in rank, the destructive prowess of the turret mage begins to escalate exponentially. Meanwhile, outside, Zhou finds himself embroiled in a fierce battle against the brown-furred rodents, where the situation grows increasingly precarious. Chapter 38, Underflow Operations and Secret Missions. Armed with a peculiar blade, Zhou stands resolutely at the breach, effectively blocking more than half of the advancing mutated rodent horde, particularly those of the more evolved brown-furred variety. A mere 10 feet away, all mutated rodents facing the tip of his blade are swiftly dispatched. Within that distance, the blade's arc leaves no black-furred rodent unscathed, while the brown-furred ones are left gravely wounded. However, as one approaches the handle of the blade, Zhou finds himself in a somewhat vulnerable position. You have slain a level 2 mutated rodent, earning 11 experience points. Seizing the moment as Zhou swings his blade, several brown-furred rodents manage to breach his defenses, leaping onto his calves, back, and shoulders. Their formidable incisors, akin to drill bits, inflict more damage than the ordinary zombie's claws, and even manage to penetrate the defenses of his thunder armor. Yet, due to the paralyzing properties inherent in the electrical force, these rodents, once they latch onto Zhou, often find themselves incapacitated after a few futile attempts to attack, only to be flung to the ground and crushed beneath his feet. Consequently, the sustained damage from the mutated rodents remains minimal, even slightly outpaced by his own regenerative capabilities. Moreover, faced with this army of rodents, whose physical prowess and health pale in comparison to that of zombies and rely solely on sheer numbers to prevail, Zhou finds no need to activate any enhancement states or employ skills. Merely relying on his fundamental attacks, he engages the horde with a spirited exchange. He is no longer the feeble novice who would tire after a few thrusts of a spear at the onset of the apocalypse. With his formidable physique boasting a staggering 50 points of stamina, enduring a battle of such intensity for an entire day was hardly a daunting task. Additionally, the skirmish within the confines of the room appeared to be progressing smoothly, with no rodents breaching their defenses or sustaining injuries. Embracing the mindset of honing his teammate skills, Zhou deviated from his usual approach. Unlike his past strategies where he single-handedly decimated entire hordes, today he exhibited a somewhat lackadaisical attitude. The evidence was clear. The combat prowess of their fortunate squad was indeed commendable, even after engaging in combat for a considerable duration of over 10 minutes. The defensive line inside the room remained as steadfast as ever, while the rodent swarm outside, encircling Zhou, had been thinned out significantly. 30 meters away from Building D, a colossal black-furred rat, which had refrained from joining its smaller brethren in the assault, felt a wave of relief wash over it. Thankfully, it had not ventured inside. That lightning-imbued cow-patterned cat was exceedingly formidable. Indeed, the leader never needed to hunt for himself. Had it not been for the carnage inflicted upon Building D today, it would have remained oblivious to the prowess of this third adversary. It hastily resolved to return and report to the Rat King. In the perception of the oversized black-furred rat, Zhou, clad in his cow-patterned fur armor, resembled a towering figure, standing upright with claws extending 3 meters in length. As the early morning light began to break through the lingering mist, the colossal black-furred rat led the remaining minions in a hasty retreat to their lair, the Central Park. As for those subordinates, their numbers had never been a concern for the rodent horde, with just a few of those ratlings. The Rat King could easily replenish his ranks with a bit of effort over a few days. The seemingly vast horde of rats is merely a fraction of the cannon fodder under the command of the enormous black rat. This colossal creature is, in fact, the weakest among the 3 leaders of its kind, accompanied by the most feeble and least capable subordinates, tasked with sourcing sustenance and gathering intelligence for the clan. It is thus conceivable to imagine the truly immense scale of the rat population lurking beneath Central Park. It is possible that their presence extends beyond the confines of the happy community, perhaps infiltrating several neighboring areas. After all, to sustain such a formidable multitude, the combined resources of all the zombies and humans in happy community would scarcely suffice for long. As the enormous black rat retreated, the invading rats in Building D ultimately proved to be a source without sustenance, swiftly eradicated by the formidable Happy Squad. Zhou, having cleared the zombies within Building D, pursued the retreating shadows, obscured by the morning mist, which revealed only a few furtive silhouettes that eventually vanished into the dense foliage of Central Park. There exist nocturnal creatures like the rats, which venture forth in search of food at the break of dawn. Yet, there is also a cohort of beings that, while not nocturnal, defy logic by embarking on their endeavors at such an hour. Under the cover of the early morning fog, an armed bicycle brigade continuously departs from the Yangsheng University town. They disperse along the high-speed thoroughfare that traverses the urban landscape, infiltrating every corner of Yangsheng. This is, in fact, a specially selected special operations team from the military, poised to initiate their covert operations. Most of them operate in teams of 4. Although their ranks are not particularly high, they encompass all primary professions, with roles that complement one another remarkably well. The martial artist serves as the assault breacher. The mechanic provides fire support and logistical repairs. The psion acts as a versatile leader. An especially designated ability user is allocated based on the squad's mission requirements. This constitutes the most conventional team configuration, though there are also tactical task forces and central command units configured for specific operations. For instance, the tactical strike team before us is advancing under the cover of night into the Longwei community, where the Happy District is located. Team members, we have successfully infiltrated the streets of Longwei community. According to the directives given to our squad by the commanding officer, this area harbors a massive colony of evolved rats. including 4 to 5 that may have reached the elite rank of Vanguard, and one that has undoubtedly evolved into a leader. Our objective is to locate and eliminate the leader of this rat colony. Do you understand? This particular team stands out as one of the more distinguished elite squads among many. The team leader is a captain in his 30s, wielding a staff. Although his head is still bandaged, no one in the squad dares to underestimate this parachuted leader, as he hails from the elite strike team of the 2nd Battalion, which was recognized for its exemplary performance during the siege of the biological island. Under the protection of 2 teams of mechanics armed with heavy and light weaponry, they charged into a horde of 2,000 to 3,000 zombies, successfully dispatching the leader class undead and returning unscathed. The captain of this squad, Machi, is indeed a formidable individual who has clawed his way back from a sea of corpses and blood. This underscores the profound significance of their mission. It is imperative that they accomplish their objectives. The response, though muted, was resolute and unwavering. A heavy sense of responsibility weighed upon their hearts. Yet as elite soldiers of the Yanlong Kingdom, they felt an immense honor and passion, willing to make any sacrifice to fulfill their mission. Observing the spirited determination of his comrades, Machi couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. The methods of the company commander were indeed effective. However, unlike the fervent enthusiasm of his team, Machi's heart was burdened with weight and guilt. For what they faced was merely the public facade of their mission. The true task was one of utmost secrecy, entrusted solely to him by the command squad overseeing the old district. They were to recover meteorite fragments from the rodent horde and locate a survivor named Lin Xiaolu for protection, with subsequent reports to be made to the command center. Should the missions conflict, the latter would take precedence. Chapter 39, Physical Level LV4, Trait Refinement on the Side of the Happy Community. Zhou returned to a scene of devastation, a temporary base littered with the remains of rodents. The team was diligently cleaning the battlefield. Each member engaged in their respective duties, recovering arrows, transporting rodent corpses, inventorying damaged supplies, and tending to injuries. It was truly fortunate to have such a capable and astute vice captain. Witnessing the orderly scene before him, Zhou, who recognized his lack of aptitude for management, felt relieved to have entrusted the command responsibilities to Chu Qinghu in advance. Indeed, the newly appointed Chu Qinghu was designated as the 2nd vice captain just yesterday. Observing Chu Qinghu, who is tirelessly engaged in her duties, Zhou's mind was flooded with myriad thoughts. Merely a day prior, he had dealt a decisive blow to others, only to turn around and bewitch her into assuming the role of vice captain. What a predicament! Perhaps he ought to hang about a street lamp for a spell. Yet, the exhilarating sensation of relinquishing control is undeniably delightful. Although the original vice captain, Chu Qingfeng, was seasoned in interpersonal relations and adept at managing logistics with precision, he still lacked in the realm of combat command. The arrival of Chu Qinghu has wholly rectified this deficiency, even bestowing a training acceleration buff upon the team. Just days ago, the members were mere ordinary individuals, but now, in the heat of battle, they exhibit a semblance of soldiers, showcasing a burgeoning warrior spirit. The existence of the data panel may have, in a certain sense, expedited this evolution. After all, they no longer had to engage in close-quarter combat with zombies as Zhou initially did. Instead, simply defending the line and firing arrows yielded an impressive 200 to 300 experience points. The expressions of the team were devoid of the heaviness that often accompanies battle. Instead, they radiated a sense of fulfillment and joy. Take, for instance, old Zhang, who, tasked with bearing the shield and holding the line, sustained a minor injury but now sat cross-legged on the ground, accelerating his recovery thanks to the physical enhancements brought about by his level up. As a blacksmith, he naturally held certain expectations regarding strength and physique. However, the output within the team had become excessively saturated. Thus, old Zhang envisioned a path that leaned towards becoming a shield-bearing warrior, adept at defense. This versatile profession, which had endured the test of millennia of warfare and was only phased out with the advent of firearms, has now been revived as humanity embarks on its journey of evolution. Not only old Zhang, but everyone was engrossed in fervent discussions about how to allocate points and configure skills after the upgrade, while diligently working. Even Zhou found himself lost in contemplation. What, then, is my own definition? How should I allocate my points? In what style shall I engage in battle? With a single strike of the Thunder Crescent Slash, he cleared away the dual-headed zombies and a small cluster of lesser corpses, instantly catapulting his experience points into 5 figures. Such a substantial influx of experience could yield significant advancements, whether in leveling up or enhancing skills. However, how to improve and in which direction to progress became his immediate priority. Zhou had initially preferred not to raise his level. After all, the higher one ascends, the lesser the rewards for slaying lower-tier evolved zombies. For instance, despite his recent eradication of a significant portion of a rat horde, the experience gained was a mere 1 or 2,000, far inferior to the rewards of vanquishing a pseudo-leader zombie. It was evident that as the zombies grew stronger, the experience they provided would also increase. Yet, the experience required for leveling up would rise correspondingly, and perhaps even more steeply. To accumulate sufficient experience through defeating zombies of the same level or lower-tier ones, a certain quantity of kills is necessary, which felt painfully slow. However, to truly amass a considerable amount of experience, one must target the elimination of high-level leader zombies. Little did Zhou realize that this mindset, reminiscent of a kind of Versailles thinking, stemmed from his exceptionally high level of prowess. While military soldiers were continually engaged in fierce battles, for ordinary survivors, leveling up once every couple of days was already a commendable achievement. In the quest for survival, it often suffices to clear a single room or an entire floor of zombies. However, not every location is as fortunate as the Bliss community, where the number of survivors is exceedingly sparse, often besieged by hordes of the undead. Returning to the matter at hand, how to utilize experience points to enhance combat prowess. Zhou currently employs 2 primary combat styles, a nimble form of close-quarters boxing and the formidable, yet somewhat cumbersome use of a broadsword. Thanks to the unique nature of chaotic evolution, the potential for future combat styles may expand even further. So, which combat style should take precedence? Should he focus on the broadsword's capability for decapitating foes, or should he emphasize the finesse of hand-to-hand combat? The choice of primary and secondary skills is crucial, as it will determine Zhou's advantages when confronting various adversaries in the near future. Nevertheless, this does not imply a total abandonment of the other skill set. It merely reflects a matter of prioritization. After all, this is a post-apocalyptic survival scenario, not merely a game where one need only consider cost and combat effectiveness. In such an environment, striving for a more well-rounded skill set to enhance one's margin for error is undoubtedly prudent. Who knows when one might encounter an enemy that possesses a counter to one's strengths? After much contemplation, Zhou ultimately decided to concentrate on the broadsword style. Firstly, the weapon, Divine Weapon Breaking Formation Sword, presents a significant advantage. In contrast to other survivors who struggle to acquire even a single piece of blue gear, this orange weapon is exceptionally rare, setting aside its other attributes. The base attack of 80 points is akin to the benefits derived from a boost of 40 points in strength. How many levels would one need to ascend to achieve that? However, due to the skills that constitute the Mystic Blade style, the equipment has nearly reached its maximum potential. Zhou can only seek ways to enhance his combat power through universally applicable energy and attributes. For instance, he can achieve substantial attribute bonuses by raising his energy level. Currently, Zhou's energy value has reached over 800, just a stone's throw away from the milestone of 1,000 points required for energy level 4. Since the day following his class change, he had not activated the core skill, Breath Control, which he has now finally remembered. 900 experience points consumed. Breath Control upgraded to level 10 max, earning 1 potential point and unlocking the main class skill tree, Cultivation Techniques. 2,000 experience points consumed, completing 20 energy refinements. Energy 200, Health 200. Breath Control, level 10 max, grants 50 health, 50 energy, Strength 4, Agility 4, Constitution 4, Refinement Attempts 2020, has gained 200 energy, 200 health. Your total energy has surpassed 1,000 points, elevating your energy level to 4. Energy level 4, 1,000. Agility 8, Strength 6, Constitution 8. Energy level has been upgraded to level 4, enhancing energy quality. Please select one of the following 3 enhancement directions. Reflow, better energy conduction effects. Reducing energy transmission losses. Refinement, higher energy density, resulting in greater destructive power. Precision, improved control accuracy, allowing for easier shaping. The Resurgence enhances endurance, making it particularly suitable for mechanics or puppeteers engaged in large-scale warfare. The ability to intricately alter forms elevates the limits of micromanipulation, aligning seamlessly with the release-oriented techniques of the Thunder King. For martial artists like Zhou, the remaining option is refinement, which can augment the quality of true energy. For the essence of a martial artist lies in the mastery of qi. Surrounding Zhou, the deep blue electric energy grew more profound, transitioning from a night sky blue to a deep sea blue, exuding a somber intensity that evokes a sense of impending storm, heavy and oppressive. This transformation instilled a prickling sensation among those nearby, akin to being scrutinized by a formidable beast of a higher life form, causing an unsettling awareness. Chapter 40. The Fortunate Team's Strategic Retreat. After laboring for a considerable duration, the Fortunate Team finally managed to conduct a cursory cleanup of the battlefield. With no time to relax, they gathered to deliberate on their next course of action. Presently, they faced a grave predicament. Their temporary base was no longer secure. From Zhou's observations, the wave of rodents attacking them might not represent the main force of the infestation. Furthermore, their current location had been compromised, and the only intelligence regarding the rodent horde indicated that they had previously appeared in the central park of the community. Additional information, including the scale of the horde and its specific capabilities, remained utterly unknown. With the enemy aware of their presence while they remained in the dark, the situation was exceedingly precarious. Should they choose to remain in Building D, they might soon confront an even larger onslaught of rodents. And should they find themselves encircled without the means to retreat, escape would be impossible. After all, the proximity to the Central Park was alarmingly close. This group of mice is very likely the same one that appeared in our community just a week before the apocalypse. If their nest is indeed located in Central Park, it stands to reason that their daily activities would not go unnoticed. After all, Central Park, frequented by numerous middle-aged and elderly individuals in the days leading up to the end, has no recorded incidents of encounters with rats, although there are woods for concealment. The challenge of hiding seamlessly in such a densely populated area for an entire week is exceedingly daunting. Even trained professional units would hesitate to guarantee such a feat, let alone a mere group of ordinary wild rodents prior to their evolution. As a victim who suffered from rat infestations even before the end times, Chu Qingfeng possesses profound insights into their behavior. The mice tend to build nests in various locations. Could it be that what lies within Central Park is not a refuge for the rodent horde, but merely a passageway for their comings and goings? Lin Yu expressed this perspective. The group analyzed the existing intelligence, and Lin Yu's viewpoint appeared to hold a significant degree of probability. However, to ascertain the truth, a field investigation is necessary. Unlike the zombies, the command exhibited by today's rodent swarm suggests that at least their leader possesses considerable intelligence, demonstrating an understanding of weighing pros and cons and retreating when necessary. First, considering retreat before engaging in battle. Regardless, we must prepare for the worst-case scenario. We must contemplate potential escape routes and alternative locations in the event of a defeat. Chu Qinghu shared his thoughts. But if we were to relocate, how would we transport our abundant supplies? Would that not be a sheer waste? The working couple, Ding Sheng and Wang Yu, were primarily concerned with pragmatic issues. After all, without trucks to transport goods, relying solely on the strength of the crowd would yield minimal supplies, likely unsustainable for more than a few days. As long as life persists, resources can be sought anew. However, once life is extinguished, any remaining supplies become irrelevant. They contemplated finding a location abundant in resources to serve as a refuge, such as a shopping mall. Survival would enable them to procure sustenance. Despite their reluctance to hoard resources, the prospect of a covertly concealed and vast horde of rodents proved far more daunting. After a round of discussions, they ultimately resolved to split their efforts. One group would prepare for relocation while another would dispatch individuals to Central Park to gather intelligence. The remaining members would stay in Building D, organizing essential survival supplies in readiness for an immediate departure. The elite scouts, Zhou and Chu Qinghu, ventured towards Central Park to investigate. Thanks to the absorption of the crystal nucleus from a two-headed zombie, Chu Qinghu's attributes had significantly enhanced, awakening her telekinetic abilities. Thus, she was now capable of functioning as a sensory unit, which justified the decision not to include the less experienced Xiao Zhao. This way, even if Central Park turned out to be the rodent's lair or still harbored remnants of their kind, the two seasoned martial artists would be able to retreat unharmed. Having endured the events of the previous day, Zhou and Chu Qinghu felt a certain awkwardness in their interaction, leading to a silence as they trudged onward. Within mere minutes, they arrived at Central Park. Contrary to their expectations of a massive rodent swarm, they were met only with the disheveled remnants of the park. Particularly striking was the large hole, approximately 1 meter wide, gouged into the ground at the center of the banyan grove. Perhaps humans cannot pass through, but for the mice, the space is remarkably ample. It appears that the leader of the rodent horde is even more decisive than one might have imagined. Realizing they could not contend with Zhou and his companions, they hastily retreated with the swarm beneath Central Park. Below, a vast cavern has been excavated, its structure intricate and expansive, possibly once harboring a significant number of evolved rodent beasts. However, at present, only a few evolved mice remain, far from the scale of their previous assault, suggesting they have likely relocated. At the very bottom of the cavern lies a fresh passage, the destination of which remains unknown. Chu Qinghu shook her head. Evidently, these rodents have also migrated from elsewhere, establishing this location merely as a temporary stronghold rather than their true lair. The surge of mice this morning may have already moved underground to another site or their actual den. With no other option, they must return for now. The enemy is aware of their presence while they remain in the shadows. It is a truth that a thief can thrive for 1,000 days. Yet a guardian can only defend for so long. Clearly, a relocation is necessary. Zhou and Chu Qinghu returned to Building D to convene with the others and deliberate on a new refuge. They must evade the rodent horde while remaining ignorant of the pathways the mice traverse. The optimal choice would be to steer clear of natural areas like parks and instead seek locations within urbanized, modernized zones. It is essential to ensure an adequate supply of resources for survival, ideally in proximity to high-rise residential buildings, which would facilitate the group's subsequent efforts to clear zombies and gain experience. Residing in elevated structures not only provides a broad vantage point for reconnaissance, but also offers relative safety, effectively mitigating the risk of surprise assaults from the ground. The supermarket where I previously worked is located just a couple of kilometers to the south at Zhou Plaza, which perfectly meets our requirements. Lin Yu, a former supermarket cashier, shared her experiences of working in that mall with the group. Zhou Plaza, a mature commercial hub radiating over several kilometers, is an expansive complex that houses supermarkets, dining establishments, and residential areas, fulfilling their needs almost impeccably. It boasts a complete shopping center stocked with supplies and an ample number of zombies to hunt, providing valuable experience for future upgrades, all within a highly advantageous location. Each member strapped on their meticulously packed, oversized backpacks, containing enough resources to sustain the entire team for a week. The group scaled the wall and set off towards Zhou Plaza to the south. The route was familiar. It was the same path Zhou and his companions had taken when heading to Lifeng Building, albeit slightly longer. The agile and perceptive Chu Qinghu, endowed with psychic abilities and combat prowess, took the lead as a scout. Upon encountering zombies, she swiftly eliminated them, while large hordes of corpses veered off course to avoid confrontation. Behind her, the others, laden with supplies, formed a swift arrow-like formation in pursuit. Zhou lingered at the rear, ensuring the safety of Chu Qifeng as she used magic to obscure their scent along the way, preventing swarms of rats from tracking their trail. Unbeknownst to them, a fierce battle was already unfolding at their destination, Zhou Plaza. Chapter 41. The failed infiltration operation and the successful direct assault. As a colossal plaza encompassing supermarkets, dining, and residential functions, Zhou Plaza was bustling with a vast crowd during the peak hours of operation when the apocalypse struck. Thus, when the apocalypse descended, countless throngs of humanity were transformed into the undead. The overwhelming tide of corpses was far beyond the capabilities of the newly evolved beings to confront. Coupled with the mall's unique expansive layout, there was scarcely any refuge to be found. The commercial area spanning from the 2nd to the 5th basement level saw nearly all perish. Only a fortunate few managed to escape into the safety corridors or sealed environments, reaching the apartment zones above the 6th floor. The apartments from the 6th to the 18th floor, designed with a hotel-like enclosed structure and individual room configurations, provided initial safety for the survivors. However, this relative security fostered a reluctance among the survivors to venture outside, favoring solitude over the formation of teams. The general level of the evolved beings was rather low, and there was a lack of higher-level leaders to rally against the zombie onslaught. Consequently, the majority of survivors in Zhou Plaza remained within the apartment zones, while the lower commercial areas remained largely unpurged. Today, however, the unreclaimed commercial zone welcomed 4 exceptionally powerful evolved beings. the elite military squad led by Ma Chi due to the nature of their mission. They intended to first investigate and liberate Zhou Plaza, establishing it as a stronghold and temporary base for subsequent operations. Zhou Plaza's geographical advantages allowed for excellent surveillance of the surrounding areas and facilitated the identification of mutated rodent populations, aiding in the completion of their task. Utilizing the ground-penetrating abilities of team member Zhang Yantong, they infiltrated Zhou Plaza from the underground parking lot. Upon entry, the psionic member Zhao Hai activated psionic silence, forcibly reducing the sound decibel levels within a 30-meter radius to the point where even a falling needle could be heard, ensuring that a massive zombie horde would not be stirred. As a martial artist, Ma Chi donned meticulously crafted carbon alloy light armor, taking the lead at the forefront. With an adept staff technique impervious to water, he repelled a horde of zombies attempting to breach his defenses. From a young age, he was sent to the Shaolin Martial Arts School, where he honed his exceptional skills in the Shaolin staff technique. After joining the military, he achieved notable rankings in the Grand Army competitions. Now, having transitioned to a martial artist, his proficiency with the staff has soared to new heights, breaking through to the realm of blue specialization. Even among the evolutionaries of the entire military district, his close combat skills rank among the elite. Mechanically Linsong, a sharpshooter hailing from the Special Forces, slung a high-precision sniper rifle across his back while wielding submachine guns to clear the zombies encroaching from the flanks. With his exceptional shooting skills and remarkable reflexes, every shot found its mark, transforming the rapid-fire submachine gun into an instrument of precision akin to a pistol's single-shot accuracy. Captain, at the 9 o'clock position, 100 meters away, a large number of zombies are approaching, estimated to be around 50 to 60 in number. Thanks to the synergy among teammates and under Zhang Antong's subtle signal, Zhao Hai, who had been maintaining the psychic silence, interrupted his spell. Sensing the sudden increase in noise, Ma Chi unleashed a sweeping strike enhanced by Chi attachment, instantly depleting the life force of the zombies before him. Let us reposition. Linsong, cover Antong as he clears the path, while Zhao Hai and I guard the flank. Upon receiving the command, the squad executed the orders with precision, shifting from the rear to the front, moving towards the location where Zhang Antong sensed the zombies were relatively weak. This direction led straight to the entrance of the shopping mall. After the power outage, the automatic doors of the mall had completely sealed shut. This area, which once teemed with a multitude of zombies, now appeared surprisingly deserted. What could be the reason for this sudden change? Someone had intruded. Countless zombies surged towards the main entrance of the mall, drawn by the sound, encircling a tall figure enveloped in a dark blue martial aura. Yet, regrettably, they could not confine him. With each sweep of the unfamiliar blade, severed limbs and shattered corpses flew in all directions, creating an instant breach in the horde. The figure moved like a flash of lightning, deftly weaving through the throng of undead. The one wielding the lightning and the blade was none other than Zhou, the captain of the Happiness Squad. Though Zhou could easily escape by leveraging his speed, he chose to remain amidst the swarm, seemingly intent on drawing their attention and buying time. Huff, huff. This is exhausting. Meanwhile, several dozen meters away, the group finally reached their destination at the 5th-floor Sky Garden Terrace, breathless and weary. They set down their climbing packs and took a moment to rest. Thanks to Zhou's diversion of the zombies, the members of the Happiness Squad had managed to avoid the horde and swiftly infiltrate the interior of Jiazhou Square. This area marked the boundary between the mall and the residential complex, shaped like a semicircle that opened outward, with only one side adjoining the mall, ensuring a safe environment and a broad field of vision. The battle scene below was laid bare before them, and upon reaching their destination, they could finally call him back. With a single leap onto the railing, Chu Qinghu signaled an okay gesture to Zhou, who was deeply entrenched in the zombie swarm. Oh, look over there at the main entrance. A few soldiers have suddenly appeared. Are they coming to assist our captain? In a moment of heightened awareness, the perceptive ability user, Xiao Zhao, discovered the unexpected presence of Ma Chi and his team. As they emerged from the underground level into the bustling first floor of the mall, the team realized that the decrease in the zombie horde was due to other survivors engaging in combat, drawing the undead away. Amidst such a formidable tide of corpses, they remained calm and composed. A level 20 martial artist with at least 50 points in strength and constitution, Ma Chi was astonished to find such powerful individuals among the common folk. As a martial arts enthusiast, he immediately recognized Zhou's formidable prowess. While he could fend for himself within a horde of hundreds, he could never manage with the same ease as Zhou. Perhaps out of mutual respect for another martial artist, coupled with his own intent to clear the zombies from Jiazhou Square, Ma Qi instinctively considered offering assistance. However, he rationalized that Zhou was likely waiting for his teammates to regroup, deliberately holding off the horde. After all, he was capable of extricating himself from the throng. He might even view Ma Qi's interference as an unwarranted intrusion. Regardless, Ma Qi felt compelled to lend a hand, hoping to foster goodwill that might one day lead to Zhou joining their elite squadron. Zhao Hai assisted by silencing his movements, while the others coordinated to fend off the surrounding zombies. The tactical team harmonized their efforts, ultimately deciding to extend a personal favor, as it was a task that required little effort. Meanwhile, within the tide of corpses, Zhou observed that all his teammates had successfully retreated. As Chu Qinghu signaled him, he prepared to swiftly eliminate the zombies before him. Retrieving his foreign blade from his waist, he gathered his strength and executed a sweeping horizontal strike, even incorporating a 360 spin. The attachment of qi and the release of qi is a remarkable combination technique learned from Chu Qinghu, highly effective for group assaults. It not only significantly expands the attack range of qi, but also manifests the nature of the qi itself. A circle of dark blue, arc-shaped shock waves erupted from Zhou at the center, resembling the sudden explosion of water waves. The damage, amounting to 500 or 600, illuminated the screen. The blade's light collided with the horde of corpses, akin to a hot knife slicing through butter. Within a radius of over 10 meters, the zombies disintegrated, leaving behind a scene of severed limbs and shattered remains. Zhou nodded in satisfaction, realizing that having fully upgraded the release of qi mid-journey yielded such impressive results. He noticed the tactical team members, their jaws dropped in astonishment, even pausing their actions. Though Zhou did not hear their conversation, he observed that they wore the uniform of the Yanlong National Army and offered their assistance. The sudden silence may have been a result of the opposing spell. Zhou courteously acknowledged the four with a nod and a thumbs up to express his gratitude before turning to head towards Chu Qinghu's position, leaving the tactical team members in a state of disbelief. This strength rivals that of a squad leader. We must find a way to recruit him, Ma Qi murmured as he watched Zhou's figure fade, his eyes filled with admiration for the martial arts prodigy. Chapter 42. The Martial Enthusiast and the Battle Maniac. 5th floor, rooftop garden. This fellow's combat prowess is becoming increasingly extraordinary. He has certainly latched onto a formidable ally. Had we known the captain was this formidable, we would have charged in without hesitation. Good heavens, this is faster than slicing through tender vegetables. The stunning blow that obliterated the horde left not only the four members of the tactical squad in a state of astonishment, but also captivated Zhou's companions. Witnessing Zhou's formidable display, spirits soared among the onlookers, who yearned to charge into the marketplace at once. However, the four officers had also arrived, reminding everyone to remain vigilant. Chu Qinghu's frigid voice, akin to a bucket of cold water, temporarily extinguished the group's fervor. Let us pause for the moment. Just as Zhou had reached the rooftop garden, the members of the tactical squad followed closely behind. May I inquire if there is something amiss? Before Zhou could speak, Chu Qinghu stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with him. The two resembled guardian deities, shielding the other team members from view. Do not be alarmed. We are the Special Operations Team from the Southeast Military District of the Yanlong Nation, currently executing a combat mission. Ma Qi displayed his officer's credentials, alleviating some of the tension among Zhou and his companions. The Yanlong Nation has enjoyed decades of peace, and its military discipline is renowned for its rigor among nations. The bond between soldiers and civilians is not merely a saying. Noticing the group's slight relaxation, Ma Qi continued with a smile. If you have come across any airdropped supplies in the past few days, you might be aware that our military has established a refuge on Biological Island. As the zombies within the city grow increasingly formidable, our Yangqing refuge has decided to dispatch a rescue team. We will be evacuating and rescuing a portion of the survivors along the main thoroughfares surrounding the S-81 highway. We are the Vanguard Squad, the first to enter the city and clear obstacles, and the subsequent rescue units should arrive shortly. Jiazhou Square serves as one of the pivotal nodes in the retreat plan for the upcoming 2 days. Should you wish to journey to the sanctuary in Yangqing, you may depart with our main force in 2 days, having just been compelled to leave the happy community by a horde of rodents. The news of a shelter and rescue team feels like divine nectar descending upon us. What a blessing it is to have a sanctuary. with military protection to escort us there. While there is a sense of security in following the captain, this news is undeniably tantalizing. One cannot help but wonder if the captain will accompany us on this journey. In such an uncertain environment, the prospect of a safe and stable refuge is incredibly alluring. However, Ma Chi cleared his throat, slightly interrupting the jubilant crowd. In this apocalyptic world, resources are scarce, and the shelter employs a wartime rationing system. This means that each individual must engage in labor and work to earn contribution points, which can be exchanged for food and other essential resources. This demand is quite reasonable, as one must remain vigilant. In a vast forest, one encounters all sorts of creatures. If everyone were to languidly await salvation from the state, relying solely on the bounty of resources, it would never suffice. Additionally, the rescue efforts require substantial manpower and resources. Those entering the sanctuary through this rescue will owe the shelter 5,000 contribution points. Of course, this debt can be repaid within a year, lest one incur late fees. This demand seems somewhat opportunistic, yet it is not entirely unexpected. However, it ultimately depends on the difficulty of obtaining contribution points and their intrinsic value. Upon entering the shelter, the supplies one carries can be exchanged for contribution points. Engaging in work, such as fortifying the shelter's walls, yields 200 contribution points daily. Naturally, the points earned from combat far exceed those from ordinary labor. Whether one serves in the city guard defending the shelter or participates in external combat units to vanquish zombies, the rewards are significantly greater. The redemption value of system items is also substantial, with a single green item capable of being exchanged for 500 contribution points. In light of this, the requirements appear quite reasonable and, at the very least, attainable, even for an average individual, after accounting for basic living necessities. A determined effort over a few months would suffice to repay the debt, sparing one from the clutches of exorbitant interest rates and a lifetime of exploitation. Have you considered enlisting, my young friend? With your remarkable skills, you would undoubtedly shine during the military's upcoming recruitment drive in 2 weeks. The High Command has established a new elite unit in response to the increasingly dire circumstances ahead, characterized by a blend of seasoned officers and numerous fresh recruits, aimed at rapidly assembling and training a formidable force. This is the rationale behind the current military expansion, which seeks to attract a wealth of dynamic new soldiers. Given that the new unit is designated as the elite force of all evolved beings, the registration requirement is set at a level 5 evolution, with no restrictions on profession. Under the leadership of Zhou and Tianhe, the members of the Happy Squad, who had undergone numerous battles and accumulated a wealth of experience, found themselves only averaging levels 3 to 4. It is evident how daunting the threshold for becoming a level 5 evolver is. Not everyone possesses the extraordinary talent of Zhou or the S-class aptitude of Tianhe and her relatives. If our squad assists you in completing the task of clearing the Zhou Square, what amount of contribution points can we expect to earn? Zhou inquired, stroking his chin. His curiosity piqued as he turned to Ma Chi. A flicker of excitement ignited within Ma Chi, though he maintained a facade of calmness. I can authorize a maximum of 10,000 contribution points from my personal quota, he stated after a brief pause, seemingly weighing Zhou's combat capabilities. However, considering your strength, I can report to the command center and request additional points for your squad. At that moment, everyone turned their hopeful gazes toward Zhou. At least 10,000 contribution points. That's enough for 2 individuals' entry fees. The ease with which high-level evolvers could earn money was astonishing. Even Wang Yu and Ding Shang, who were not professional fighters, felt a surge of motivation to slay zombies and level up. What are we waiting for? 10,000 contribution points await us. Let us go, Zhou declared, shouldering his weapon as he rallied the squad, striding confidently into the depths of the mall. What was that sound? Were others breaching Zhou Square? The tremendous blast and the ensuing tremor reverberated through the structure, reaching the residential area above. Countless survivors peered out of their windows, eager to discern the happenings in the outside world. This time, they chose not to employ psychic abilities to muffle the noise. For Zhou's intention was to attract the remaining zombies in the mall. A deep blue martial aura coalesced around his body, forming a substantial suit of armor. His 3-meter-long broadsword twirled like a tempest, stirring a bloody maelstrom amidst the horde of zombies. He opted to separate from the others, establishing a personal battleground at the center of the mall. Ha ha ha. Let the battle be exhilarating. surrounded by dozens of elite zombies and hundreds of evolved ones. Zhou stood as a lone warrior against the tide. Freed from the need to protect his comrades, he reveled in an unprecedented sense of ease, his fighting spirit soaring. Chapter 43. Solitude and Teamwork. The leader-level obese zombie meanwhile, Chu Qinghu led the Happiness Squad. Coordinating with Ma Qi's tactical team from a distance of 40 to 50 meters behind Zhou, systematically dispatching the scattered remnants of zombies. With a swift step forward, pivoting his waist and twisting his hips, Xiao Zhao's spear found its mark, piercing the eye socket of an evolved zombie. Once again slaying the massive creature whose legs had been severed by the broadsword. The once timid college student, who had cowered behind fortifications in the face of zombies, had now transformed into a composed level 4 evolved being capable of confronting the undead alone. In this regard, Xiao Zhao had already surpassed many in this post-apocalyptic world. Yet, despite her progress, she remained burdened by self-doubt. Withdrawing the spear and returning to formation, Xiao Zhao expressed, "Sister Qinghu, are we perhaps burdening the captain too much?" His voice bore a tinge of bitterness, laden with self-doubt, seemingly stemming from Ma Qi's invitation to Zhou earlier that day, leaving him anxious about the possibility of Zhou departing from their team. The once naive and innocent university student, having endured the trials of the apocalypse for several days, had grown increasingly sentimental. In this bleak world devoid of a visible future, there exists an instinctive urge to draw near and follow the strong, relishing the sense of security their power affords, while simultaneously becoming ensnared in feelings of anxiety and insecurity. It is akin to huddling close to a bonfire on a frigid night, cautiously inching nearer to absorb its warmth, yet fearing the burn of the flames should one get too close. Thus, one must strive to elevate oneself. Even if one cannot match their pace, at the very least, they can become a source of support behind them. Chu Qinghu's tone wavered initially, but gradually grew resolute, her voice unwavering, embodying not only a comfort for Xiao Zhao, but also a firm commitment to the goals she had set for herself. Unlike the uncertain and anxious Xiao Zhao, the other members of the happiness team, apart from Lin Xiaolu, were seasoned adults who had navigated the complexities of society and were well aware of this truth. If one merely takes without giving, even the deepest bonds may fray one day. Only through mutual effort can this precious connection be sustained. Although their current strength may not yet aid Zhou, they are diligently fighting and striving to grow stronger, contributing their share of effort for the team's journey ahead. For instance, reaching level 5 and participating in the military expansion? Well, I must strive today, slaying more zombies, in hopes of achieving level 5 within these few days. Being a university student is advantageous. I have scarcely consumed enough motivational discourse. Encouraged by my teammates, young Zhao felt a surge of enthusiasm, igniting a fervor within him akin to a shot of adrenaline. Not far away, a tactical squad observed the positively charged atmosphere of the happy squad, exchanging knowing glances and nodding in silent agreement. The camaraderie within the team appeared harmonious, and the members held them in high regard. This suggests that Zhou is likely a well-loved and competent leader within the happy squad, rather than a tyrant who exploits his power to oppress others. Conducting background checks is an integral part of their responsibilities. Although the military seeks to expand, there are numerous other constraints beyond mere strength. Factors such as the applicant's character and conduct after acquiring power must be taken into account. The aim is to cultivate a high-quality army of evolved individuals. While strength is undeniably vital, ethical and moral development cannot be overlooked. We cannot allow any rogue elements to infiltrate. In fact, one might argue that these considerations are even more crucial than raw power. After all, external attributes like strength can be honed over time, while intrinsic qualities such as character and demeanor are far more challenging to alter. If recruitment were solely based on strength, admitting those who misuse their abilities would jeopardize the integrity and authority within the military ranks. To speak in smaller terms, it is akin to a pot of fine kanji tainted with rodent droppings. On a grander scale, it resembles a fragmented military, nurturing forces aligned with anti-people sentiments. Within the once pristine university town, there existed several local tyrants who, upon gaining power, began to oppress the weak and reverse the course of history. Following the conquest of Biological Island and the reclamation of the university town, they took considerable measures to cleanse the ranks of those who flouted the law and acted with impunity. Zhou has successfully navigated this vetting process. Utilizing the specialized skills honed through their elite training, it is not difficult to discern the truth behind the words of the Happiness Squad. Not only Zhou, but even the members of the Happiness Squad have garnered preliminary recognition. This squad is a rare example of harmony, where the strong do not impose their might, but instead protect the vulnerable. Such a team is indeed a rarity in an apocalyptic world, where humanity often devours itself. While the background check has been cleared, does Zhou genuinely wish to join the military and become a professional soldier bound by the constraints of order? Would a once roaring tiger, accustomed to the wild, willingly return to the confines of a regulated cage? Meanwhile, on the second floor of the Zhou Square, in the central area of the mall, it is well known that the central section is designed as an atrium to accommodate escalators, creating an exceptionally spacious and airy environment. For instance, before Zhou stands an enormous, rotund zombie, towering at least 1 or 2 stories high, positioned beside a snack shop. Resembling a sumo wrestler straight out of an anime, this grotesque creature boasts a corpulent, spherical form, its layers of fat coalescing into a monstrous figure, akin to a being forged entirely from excess flesh and blubber. Though it stands merely 4 to 5 meters tall, its imposing stature and massive bulk render it more astonishing than an Asian elephant. The term situated is truly appropriate, for it has remained stationary since it was first observed. Only when other zombies approached its colossal form did it exhibit a modicum of reaction, languidly using its hand to grasp an evolved zombie and consume it with deliberate slowness. Perhaps due to its immense weight, this chief-level, extraordinarily corpulent zombie has not moved from its original position. It is inconceivable that it could incite a horde of zombies. Even summoning others seems uncertain, as it may not be sufficient to satiate its own appetite. However, upon seeing Zhou, the rotund zombie displayed a degree of excitement. This was not due to Zhou being a high-energy meal, but rather because of the substantial throng of zombies trailing behind him. It craved sustenance, evolution. The obese zombie made an arduous attempt to crawl toward Zhou, only to collide with a deep blue wave of slashing energy. The blade, imbued with kinetic force, had just severed several zombies and struck the thick hide of the corpulent creature, failing to penetrate its greasy exterior. This illustrates the absurdity of its defensive capabilities. You inflicted 200 damage to the target. Based on both parties' attributes, you acquired the following information. Large, obese zombie. Level, 14, boss level. Attributes, Strength 24, Agility 12, Constitution 68. Intelligence 16, Perception 5, Charisma 6. Health points, 2,480 2,680. Talent, Constitution Enhancement. Skills, Assimilation Infection, Zombie Physique, Thick Skin 300 health points, Fat Layer 20 Defense. Regeneration 100 health points per minute, Low-level Resilient Physique, Life Coefficient 15. Description. Due to exceptional talents, this boss-level zombie gained abilities prematurely. However, its development is somewhat hindered due to insufficient energy supply. This was the first time Zhou encountered a zombie with a constitution surpassing his own. Although its strength and agility were lacking, the sheer volume of its health, exceeding 2,000, was enough to intimidate other evolved beings. Even in military engagements, without the concerted effort of multiple mechanist teams, it would be challenging to subdue this massive, fleshy behemoth. Fortunately, it was Zhou who faced this corpulent zombie today, and he still possessed the strength to fight back. In confronting such an adversary, relying solely on punches and kicks might not breach its defenses. To further enhance his offensive capabilities, Zhou focused on the skill, Exotic Long Weapon, Mysterious Blade Mastery, LV10. Pre-battle enhancement was an age-old tradition. Luckily, this obese zombie lacked significant offensive capabilities, allowing Zhou to safely strengthen his skills. In order to maximize the activation of the Divine Weapon, Slashing Array effect of Ambush Spirit, Zhou deliberately gathered a horde of zombies near the corpulent zombie, instructing everyone to maintain a considerable distance from him. Upon reaching level 10, the blue skill required an astonishing 2,000 experience points for each subsequent level, akin to the purple skill, Lightning Chakra Mode level 3. Observing his own panel displaying over 20,000 experience points, Zhou confidently invested it all to elevate the blue skill to its pinnacle. You have consumed 10,000 experience points. Your Exotic Long Weapon, Unknown Blade Mastery level 10, has been upgraded to level 15 max. Please select one of the following 3 mastery styles. Style, Breaking Steel. Style, Slashing Mountain, or Ninefold Thunderblade. Note: This skill is of the style type and cannot be further enhanced. The three radiant purple skills dazzled Zhou's eyes. 1. Style, breaking steel, ignores defense by 30. 2. Style, slashing mountain. The larger the opponent, the higher the final damage, up to 30. 3. Ninefold thunderblade. Activates actively, with the next strike's base damage fluctuating between 30 and 300. Prioritize calculations based on luck and relative health percentages. The style, breaking steel, fully exemplified the armor-piercing characteristics of the unknown blade. The noble percentage of defense disregard, combined with the inherent boosts of divine weapon, slashing array, resulted in strikes akin to fiery blades, comparable to severing a major artery, inflicting not merely damage, but a semblance of true harm. The style known as Slaying the Mountain embodies the essence of a giant slaying skill, perfectly suited to Zhou's current predicament. The corpulent zombie before him can inflict at least an additional 15 in final damage. While the first two styles are commendable, they pale in comparison to the third. Dubbed Ninefold Thunderblade, it is more accurately referred to as the Gambler's Strike. Its advantages and drawbacks are readily apparent. The fortunate ones may acquire it without a second thought, yet for someone like Zhou, who is less favored by fortune, there remains a sliver of opportunity, albeit one that demands considerable finesse. Zhou, thrive on skillful execution. Ninefold Thunderblade, Unknown Blade Specialization LV-15 Max Blue. When wielding the exotic long weapon, Unknown Blade, melee attack power is increased by 45. And attack range is augmented by 23. For every 20 decrease in an enemy's health, an additional 15 damage is inflicted. Upon activation, the base damage of the next strike fluctuates between 30 and 300. A fine steed deserves a fine saddle. Thus, a skill style that pursues ultimate offensive capabilities must be capable of delivering explosive damage. You have expended 8,000 experience points. The skill Thunder Half Moon Slash has been elevated to LV8. The purple skill requires 2,000 experience points for each level, with the 8th level granting advancement effects. Subsequently, the experience required for each level doubles to 4,000 points. Your skill, Thunder Half Moon Slash, has ascended to LV8. Please select one from the following three specialization styles: Twin Moons, Thunderbolt, or Dragging Blade. 1. Twin Moons unleashes an additional strike, with base damage equal to 50 of the first. 2. Thunderbolt accelerates the blade's speed, ensuring it carries the attribute of force. The Drag Knife, after a buildup of 1 to 5 seconds, the base damage gradually escalates to 200. The Double Crescent technique offers a buy one get one free advantage. However, it is important to note that the bonus strike does not benefit from the effects of the Ninefold Thunderblade. This minor drawback is sufficient for Zhou to dismiss this option entirely. The Thunderbolt technique, which invariably attaches a force attribute, is indeed alluring. However, its presence in an ultimate skill is questionable. This is especially true for the Mozho, a weapon characterized by its slow attack frequency, making it particularly unsuitable. If it were a dual blade, one might consider a special effects approach, but the Mozho presents considerable challenges. The Thunder Half Moon Slash, level 8. Purple, 4000. A renowned technique of the General of the City of Time, Thunderfire, capable of unleashing a crescent-shaped blade of light, enhanced with a force attribute. Effect 1, Half Moon Slash, consumes 320 points of energy to deliver a strike with a diameter of 32 meters, inflicting 340 attack power with a cooldown of 15 minutes. Effect 2, Desperate Battle. For every 15 decrease in health, the final damage of this skill increases by 16, up to a maximum of 64. Effect 3, Drag Knife buildup of 1 to 5 seconds, with base damage gradually rising to 200. Effect 4, Long-Handled Limitation. This martial skill necessitates the exclusive use of long-handled weapons. Surrounded by a horde of zombies, Zhou radiated the cheerful smile of a sunny, carefree boy, akin to a child who has just received a new toy. The mere presence of the undead could not hinder Zhou's advance with the Drag Knife. With his state fully charged, his strength soared to an impressive 60 or 70, causing the veins in his exposed arms to stand out. The armor composed of crackling lightning effortlessly pushed aside the zombies obstructing his path. The heavy blade of the unfamiliar sword sparked against the floor of the marketplace. With each deliberate step, an imprint was left behind as I approached the colossal, corpulent zombie. Exactly 5 seconds passed after lowering my long knife. Based on the respective sizes and mass, the opponent exerts a crushing effect upon you. Without defense, the opponent lands a critical hit, shattering your shield and inflicting 200 crushing damage. There was no evasion. The zombie's robust arm bore down heavily upon Zhou. Despite his health exceeding 1,000, he spat blood from the corner of his mouth. Yet instead of fury, a smile adorned his face, revealing teeth as white as fangs. "This blow shall send you away." The words, articulated slowly, coincided with the swift rise of the unfamiliar blade. The dense, dark blue wave of slashing energy captivated the attention of all present. 3,289. You have slain the level 14 boss zombie. Gaining 18,432 experience points. 100. You have acquired all information regarding the martial arts skill Power Strike, green, and learned the skill Power Strike LV1. You have obtained a physique crystal, purple, an elephant hide armor, blue. The dark blue blade light, as if tangible, cleaved through the horde and the obese zombie with unyielding momentum, continuing its flight through the air. Boom. Due to the angle of the strike, the blade soared diagonally upward. After severing a load-bearing concrete pillar, it carved a gaping hole, over 10 meters in diameter, into the wall of the mall on the 5th floor. My goodness, has the building been dismantled? Is this still human? Ma Chi stared in disbelief, feeling the long staff in his hands grow somewhat burdensome. In an instant, he dismissed the thought of engaging in a martial arts duel with Zhou. Although Zhou was a martial enthusiast, he was certainly not foolish. As for the daunting task of recruiting Zhou, that responsibility was best left to the command center behind. Meanwhile, Ma Chi discreetly crushed a blue item he held in his hand. You have used the item, one-time communication talisman, blue. Chapter 45. The injured Zhou and the brutal muscle brute with the ninefold thunderblade and the blade drag technique in full force. The damage surged to an astonishing 3,000 points, a figure unattainable at this level of progression. Consequently, the repercussions were equally severe. Acquired negative status, muscle tear, strength -20. Duration 30 minutes. Acquired negative status, exhaustion, stamina bonus -20, duration 10 minutes. The ninefold Thunderblade's already exaggerated limit of power, combined with the accumulation of the blade drag technique, resulted in a tremendous backlash. This force traveled through the unfamiliar blade to his right arm, which was responsible for executing the power. As a result of counteracting the backlash, the biceps and other muscle groups were torn, spasming, and swelling significantly. Furthermore, a series of purple skills were unleashed in quick succession, nearly depleting Zhou's stamina in an instant. The most effective way to enhance overall stamina was to elevate the primary profession, especially upon reaching level 20 and undergoing a job change, which could significantly augment stamina capacity. This enhancement would lead to a higher stamina tier and additional attribute bonuses, greatly improving an individual's physical capabilities and combat prowess. This also elucidates why the military evolvers primarily focus on leveling up in the early stages, as this approach enables a swifter enhancement of combat prowess and allows for a greater margin of error, particularly for military evolvers, who face hordes of zombies almost daily. Opportunities for combat and the acquisition of experience points abound, thus alleviating any concerns regarding level suppression. Naturally, there exist specially trained military elites who can adeptly balance both level and skill, achieving maximum combat effectiveness. Theoretically, the potency of skills can be infinitely stacked. However, the ability of the physical body, as the primary force, to withstand such backlash presents another pragmatic issue to consider. Presently, the situation is quite favorable, with a constitution of 60 points under normal circumstances and an impressively rapid recovery rate, where wounds stop bleeding in less than half a minute. After all, due to the influence of innate talent, Zhou's constitution attribute has consistently outpaced other attributes. Strength has surged, yet it remains within the limits of his physical capacity. Consequently, the backlash he experiences is not particularly severe, manifesting merely as slight strains. Injuries that could take an ordinary person several days to heal can be restored to full health in just 30 minutes for him. Wave of wind, release of qi. Chu Qinghu descended from the sky, unleashing a torrent of fierce wind that swept away the remaining zombies surrounding Zhou, much like autumn leaves caught in a brisk breeze. Are you all right? Chu Qinghu approached, supporting the slightly unsteady Zhou. There are no significant issues, just minor injuries, merely an exhaustion of strength. Zhou did not refuse Chu Qinghu's assistance. Instead, he raised a hand to pause her, unconsciously brushing his small hand over his shoulder. A young man must take care to protect himself, while venturing outdoors. After all, at this moment, Zhou was bare from the waist up. His robust and muscular physique was exposed, having relinquished his defensive energy in non-vital areas during the recent skirmish. After enduring numerous assaults from the horde of corpses and the attacks of the corpulent zombies, the green beast-hide armor that had accompanied Zhou for many days had finally succumbed, its durability reduced to 0 and rendered utterly ineffective. However, the newly acquired elephant hide armor was indeed a testament to its origin, dropping from the obese zombies. Its texture mirrored that of the zombies' flabby flesh, evoking a sense of dread that one would feel upon sight, as if one might suffer mental anguish merely from viewing it. Wearing it was out of the question. Even going shirtless would be preferable. Nevertheless, the defensive capabilities inherent to the lightning release chakra mode, altered, were no less than that of the blue armor. Wearing it would not offer much more protection, yet it would certainly mar the aesthetic entirely. Subsequently, Zhou returned to the ranks and refrained from further action. With the singular leader-level zombie in the mall vanquished, the remaining zombies were merely a disorganized rabble, easily dismantled and eliminated. Due to the presence of the corpulent zombie, the majority of the undead congregated from the basement to the second floor. There were relatively few zombies on the 3rd to 5th floors, totaling only a few hundred, and they were swiftly cleared away one by one. Upon reaching the 5th floor, the entrance to the apartment area was obstructed by a chaotic array of debris. Wooden planks, mattresses, and other items were haphazardly piled, forming a relatively stable structure, clearly the handiwork of the survivors from the apartment complex. Evidently, the placement lacked meticulousness, appearing somewhat precarious and serving merely as a cautionary measure. Yet, surpassing these impediments was the nude corpse of a woman, brutally decapitated. Her head and body were suspended on opposing sides of the exit, forestalling any potential zombification. Despite the grime, her delicate features were marred by injuries, vividly portraying an expression of terror and despair. Her tormented body hung listlessly, akin to a tattered sack, stained with blood and filth. The cadaver's presence likely extended beyond a day, initiating the odious processes of putrefaction and decay, emitting an intensely nauseating, fishy odor. Expeditiously, Lin Yu shielded Lin Xiaolu's eyes, deeming such a visually jarring spectacle inappropriate for a minor's observation. Even Zhou, a grown adult, was rendered speechless. The last time he witnessed such a scene was during the gruesome slaughter of D-Block survivors by the zombie cats. Stirred by these somber recollections, the denizens of D-Block were overcome with a palpable sense of animosity. Damn it, these scumbags again. Zhao Hai, the youngest psionic warrior in the tactical squad, exclaimed as he struck the wall with his fist. Despite his aloof demeanor, he possessed a fervent sense of justice and was easily incensed, especially given his youth. From the brazen display of the woman's corpse at the entrance, one could infer the dire and oppressive conditions prevailing within the apartment complex. Let's proceed. We have authorization to engage freely during this operation, Ma Chi stated somberly as he unsheathed the staff from his back. He surveyed the surroundings, emphasizing his words when his gaze fell upon Li Linsong, the mechanic. With a resounding tremor, the long staff prepared to forcefully breach the obstruction, charging into the residential area. However, a figure moved with swifter grace. Zhou, transformed into a flash of lightning, delivered a flying kick that shattered the barrier. The sound of the fallen debris was unmistakable, drawing the attention of the survivors within the lodging zone. A flurry of hurried footsteps and the clanging of chains echoed through the air. Damn it. That wretched creature is not even a zombie. If it weren't for the fact that your meager abilities have some utility, I would have ended you long ago. Damn it. I must see which unfortunate soul dares to encroach upon the territory of our Blood Wolf gang. A burly man, his torso bare and muscles bulging, rushed forth, clutching his sagging trousers and wielding a fire axe. In his free hand, he gripped a chain, the other end tethered to a disheveled, emaciated woman, forced to crawl on the ground, her body exposed. Who are you? A man? No matter. How dare you damage my door? I'll have you for dinner. The hulking figure's bloodshot eyes widened like saucers upon seeing Zhou. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised the fire axe high and swung it down toward Zhou's head with lethal intent. His execution of the move was so practiced, devoid of any second thoughts, that it was evident this rotund man was no stranger to such grim endeavors. Chapter 46. The Awakening of the Insects. Annihilate evil without exception. Possessing ample strength, but lacking in speed, he was at most a level 4 evolver. With a deft sidestep, Zhou effortlessly evaded the hefty brute's axe, After 2 days of rigorous training in boxing with Chu Qinghu, he was no longer the novice who only knew how to flail about clumsily. According to the most orthodox methods of combat, he should have targeted the wrist and disarmed the assailant. However, anger clouded Gu Zhou's judgment. Employing the fierce technique of Bejiquan, he launched a savage elbow strike that sent the burly man hurtling several meters back, crashing heavily against the corridor wall. Cough. Damn it, if you have the guts. Kill me, and you won't escape either. Our blood wolf leader will avenge me. The fallen brute did not plead for mercy. Upon seeing the tactical squad in camouflage behind Gu Zhou, he understood that surrender was not an option. He was acutely aware of how detestable his actions were. Even if he were captured and spared immediate death, he would likely face severe repercussions later. Silent and resolute, Gu Zhou was about to deliver a finishing blow when a hand clasped his shoulder, halting his advance. Though I too wish to execute this scoundrel. The wartime regulation Article 47 forbids the mistreatment of prisoners. For enemies who have lost their capacity to resist, even in egregious circumstances, we must await unified judgment from the wartime command. Ma Qi sighed but stood firm, blocking Gu Zhou's path. The nation had its considerations, and as a professional soldier, he would carry out his duties steadfastly, even if he did not fully comprehend the rationale behind them. Captives like the burly man, bereft of their combat prowess, are more economically viable as unpaid laborers, clinical trial subjects, or even in public executions resembling grievance sessions, which would undoubtedly garner support from those they once oppressed. Any of these options is preferable to outright execution, provided they are rendered harmless and controllable. However, such a seemingly flawless resolution can be devastating for the victims involved. Since the conflict's inception, the emaciated woman with a chain around her neck had been lying prostrate on the ground, her face devoid of emotion, regardless of which side prevailed. Her fate remained unchanged, enslavement and torment, merely under a different master. Yet, upon hearing the phrase wartime regulations, a glimmer of hope flickered in her otherwise listless eyes. And she lifted her head in disbelief. Familiar camouflage uniforms. Soldiers of the kingdom. A maelstrom of emotions, anguish, numbness, shame, and suffering surged within her. And tears welled up and streamed down her cheeks. In that moment, she was jolted out of her objectified mindset, reclaiming her identity as a human being. Had it not been for this, she might not have endured the past week's torment. Like the woman who attempted to escape, only to be recaptured, subjected to unspeakable abuse. Brutally dismembered and displayed as a grotesque warning, she had been on the verge of succumbing to despair. But upon hearing the latter half of Ma Qi's statement, her face, contorted with uncontrollable emotion, froze in place. Tears, uncontrollably cascading down her cheeks, mirrored the profound shock and anguish in her eyes, as if she had been betrayed. Are you suggesting that such a scoundrel should be coddled and nourished for a few more days? By the time the esteemed gentleman from your command arrive, will he merely be assigned a punishment shrouded in ambiguity? The agonized and incredulous gaze of the naked woman pierced Gu Zhou's heart deeply. How absurd. Laughter born from fury. Yet Gu Zhou's smile was rife with derision and disdain for the absurdity of the situation. Although exceptions like him exist, rules are established to safeguard the majority. Do not act impulsively. I assure you, he will face a just trial. Rules are rules. While they may seem unreasonable at times, they are certainly preferable to a chaotic disorder. Furthermore, if the law were to fluctuate based on the disposition of its enforcers, it would lose its inherent authority. Though he acknowledges that this regulation can seem quite inappropriate at times, he remains a soldier. Rules are rules, and his duty is to uphold them. Ma Qi interjected, explaining that allowing Gu Zhou to eliminate the vile man would tarnish his reputation in future background checks, labeling him as overly emotional. This would prove detrimental to Gu Zhou's prospects within the military, and he certainly did not wish for such a promising talent to engage in actions that would leave a stain on his record. Such an ostentatious display of authority. What a commendable adherence to protocol. Once upon a time, his decision to become a web novelist stemmed from an inability to accept the myriad societal norms imposed upon him. Lacking power, he remained submissive. With power, he continued to be submissive. What, then, was the purpose of his ascension? Is delayed justice truly justice? And what does this signify for those he has harmed? What semblance of fairness can be found in that? The judgment that the law cannot provide, I shall administer with my own hands. Be it infamy or responsibility, I shall bear it all. Ma Qi let out a helpless sigh. Logically, Gu Zhou indeed appealed to him. He yearned to recruit Gu Zhou into the ranks, naturally wishing to shield him from the stain of bloodlust. Yet, emotionally, his sense of morality rendered him incapable of obstructing Zhou's actions. The divergence born from their respective positions left him in a predicament of conflicting loyalties. Zhou, I warn you. The impetuous Zhou stepped forward, his voice elevated as if to underscore his point. In principle, our search and rescue team does not interfere in the internal strife among survivor groups. However, should the circumstances prove egregious, it will be recorded in your file, potentially leading to fines or even the penalty of exclusion from the shelter. I hope you take this to heart. As he spoke, Zhou deliberately nodded, emphasizing the file and fines, fearful that Zhou might not fully grasp the gravity of his words. Did you hear my name? Be sure not to misremember it underground. Without wielding a weapon, he used his palm to snap the iron chain binding the frail woman's neck. A tight noose encircled the neck of the rotund man, dragging him step by step to the grisly site where the headless woman had been dismembered. A series of brutal blows rendered his limbs utterly incapacitated, while the iron chain around his neck was pulled taut, fastening him to the place where the head of the decapitated woman was impaled by nails. Observe closely his desperate struggles. Zhou placed the woman's severed head on the ground, aiming it at the rotund man, who, gasping for breath and deprived of oxygen, began to thrash violently. The exceptional physical prowess of the evolver would afford him a longer duration of torment. Stop! A cold, commanding voice echoed from afar, followed by a spear hurtling toward the group. There remains the threat of the malevolent leader. Radiant lightning surged from Zhou's form, as he donned deep blue armor crackling with electrical energy, transforming into a shadow of thunder, racing toward the source of the voice. Chapter 47. Bloodline Abilities and the Mechanisms Against the One-Sword Style. To everyone's astonishment, the spear was not aimed at any of them. Its target was unmistakably the suspended rotund man. Though the intention of the adversary remained unclear, it was imperative to intervene. In midair, Zhou, utilizing his remarkable agility, executed a one-handed seizure of the weapon. Damn it, my blood pack. The furious leader of the Blood Wolf gang, racing to the scene, was not enraged over the loss of his subordinate, but rather incensed that the experienced pack he had nurtured for so long had been snatched away by another. The leader of the Blood Wolf gang was no benevolent figure. His ruthlessly brutal methods suggested that he hardly cared for the cultivation of his subordinates. His subordinates merely serve as tools for him to gain experience points through murder after reaching a higher level. It is precisely through this cannibalistic method of advancement that the leader of the Blood Wolf gang has managed to become a high-level evolver without ever leaving his abode, driving away all opposition and transforming the lower strata of the residential area into his personal hunting ground. Then, let your life repay that debt. The leader of the Blood Wolf gang is a tall, slender man whose voice is cruel and arrogant, piercing like the shrill cries of certain nocturnal creatures. With little provocation, he strikes directly, his pale right hand clenched into a fist, as if manipulating something from afar. The spear gripped by Zhou is enveloped in a greasy, dark red liquid that seems to come alive with a tangible essence. It transforms into a crimson needle, unusually penetrating his lightning armor, yet its speed is greatly diminished, only managing to pierce the surface before being halted by his formidable muscles. As the electric energy surged, the crimson needle was extinguished, dissipating into a cloud of blood-red mist that left a pungent, indelible scent of blood lingering in the air. You have been attacked by blood manipulation technique. Effect: break shield, -60 energy defense, currently diminishing, causing 30 points of damage. Based on the levels and attributes of both parties, you have obtained the following information. Unnamed Evolver. Overall level, 10. Profession, Esper, blood energy type. Attributes, Strength 30, Agility 50, Constitution 40, Intelligence 20. Perception 60, Charisma 20. Health, 900 status, sated with blood energy, 800 rank. D specialty, Baron of Blood Skills, Dagger Mastery, Preliminary development of abilities, blood energy manipulation. The Esper is a primary profession that specializes in perception, emphasizing the mastery, utilization, and development of one's extraordinary abilities through acute supernatural insight. The awakening of such abilities is innate, distinguishing it from other primary professions. The varieties of extraordinary powers are vast and varied, ranging from fundamental enhancements of strength to the manipulation of universal principles such as gravity and time-space. Even Zhou's Spirit Meridian Thunder Pulse can be considered a form of extraordinary ability, albeit he has not pursued the path of an Esper. resulting in a limited level of development. Due to the diverse nature of awakened abilities, the specific attributes of an Esper vary according to their powers and the direction of their development. For instance, the current Esper possesses a primary attribute of perception, which significantly surpasses that of Zhou. Consequently, Zhou's inferior perception hinders his ability to obtain complete information about the other. The question marks signify an unknown name, and under the disadvantage of perception, he has failed to acquire all details regarding specialties and skills, unlike Zhou's chaos mutation, which presents a bug that renders even the panel invisible. In the eyes of his adversaries, Zhou's status panel was obscured by a plethora of question marks. For his skill levels were so elevated that even with their perceptual advantage, they could glean no specific information. Moreover, could such a life force, exceeding even his own bloodline talent combined with his blood-based abilities, yielding a total life coefficient of 20, truly exist? Where had this unexpected rodent emerged from? Hadn't Wang Xing claimed to have thoroughly eliminated that group of insurgents in the corridor? The tall, coldly stern man, Zhou Zhuoqing, the leader of the Blood Wolf gang, regarded Zhou with eyes brimming with a thirst for blood, mingled with a hint of trepidation. Though his level was merely 8, the exaggerated attributes and numerous hidden skills revealed to him that Zhou's strength was not to be underestimated. Halting his advance, Zhou Zhuoqing resolved to adopt a more cautious approach. With a swift motion of his arm, his gang of ruffians surged forth like a school of fish, flooding the sides of the corridor, brandishing an array of knives, guns, and clubs as they charged forward. Zhou's companions likewise prepared for battle, demonstrating their support for his decision through their actions. A fierce confrontation was imminent. Here, within the domain of the Blood Wolf gang, the law of the jungle reigned supreme. A brutish man with a vicious countenance led the charge at the forefront of the crowd. Yet, before he could unleash his bluster, a fully charged explosive fireball struck him squarely in the face. It was Chu Qingfeng, standing resolutely at the center of the formation, cradling a spirit energy orb. The elemental fire particles in the air clamored to converge before him, akin to rivers flowing into the sea. Boom! The fireball detonated, and the ruffians at the very front were instantly blown away, transforming into a chaotic heap of rolling bodies. Fortunately, amidst the crowd, an individual endowed with extraordinary abilities timely unfurled the defensive artifact, coupled with the fact that the majority of the Blood Wolf gang members are robust martial artists. They were merely thrown back by the explosion, rolling a few times before managing to stagger to their feet, still clinging to a semblance of combat capability. However, it was evident that their morale had plummeted instantaneously. They hesitated, fearful of another fiery projectile that could spell their demise. The loosely organized Blood Wolf gang lacked the tenacity and resolute fighting spirit of a professional army. While they were accustomed to engaging in favorable skirmishes to bolster their reputation, they swiftly revealed their disarray when confronted with such a formidable adversary, a mere assembly of ineptitude. Yet, merely serving as a meat shield to absorb the opponent's spell was already of value beyond measure. Zhou Zhuoqing had initially intended to Zhou Zhuoqing staggered back several steps, barely managing to maintain his stance and balance. However, the terrifying impact surged through the blade, penetrating deep into his chest and abdomen like a torrential waterfall. A mouthful of blood, mingled with fragments of his internal organs, was expelled, and the awakened powers coalesced into a crimson shield that enveloped him, deducting a third of his life force. This was under the circumstances of blocking and specialized damage reduction. What manner of creature was this? Combat was not a turn-based game. Zhou Zhuoqing's thoughts raced, yet Zhou's blade showed no sign of relent. Seizing the moment while Zhou was off balance, Zhou advanced with ferocious attacks, each wave more powerful than the last. The recently airborne blade, after a brief circular charge, descended with renewed vigor. At that moment, Zhou Zhuoqing, desperately attempting to stabilize his footing, found it increasingly impossible to defend. With a resounding crash, Zhou Zhuoqing abandoned his defense, instantly transforming into a formless mass of blood. The impact of the blade struck the ground, cleaving a fissure of 30 centimeters in length, yet it could not harm the fluidity of his blood form. In contrast to the singular tactics of zombies, battling an evolved being presented its own challenges. One could never anticipate the skills they possessed, and one might just encounter an ability that countered their own. For instance, the current transformation into blood rendered him imperceptible, effectively countering Zhou's high explosive skill. The Thunder Half-Moon Slash. The sanguine mass surged past Zhou's blade, reconstituting into a humanoid form, brandishing twin swords as it lunged forward, leaving a trail of crimson afterimages in the air. Seizing the opportunity presented by the exhaustion of Zhou, Zhou swiftly engaged his advanced skill, preparing to close in for a brutal melee. The danger was palpable. Chapter 48. Thunder unleashes life. What danger? A formidable adversary capable of single-handedly taking down a leader-class zombie would hardly fear a mere ruffian unable to venture beyond the confines of the residential area. Zhou deemed close combat to be Zhou's weakness. Retreat was tantamount to death, so he preferred to confront his foe in battle, hoping to seize a chance of survival amidst peril. His reasoning was sound, yet he regrettably chose the wrong opponent. Zhou's close-quarters combat prowess, demonstrated by his ability to defeat even the martial arts adept Chu Qinghu, rendered him a daunting challenge for someone with inferior physical capabilities. As the blade of Zhou approached menacingly, Zhou wielded his foreign blade in his right hand while his left arm, encased in lightning armor, stood resolutely before him. In the lightning release chakra mode, with a defense level reaching 80, Zhou's body possessed the resilience akin to deep blue armor, showing no fear towards his adversary's weapon. The armored arm deflected the dagger's edge, redirecting it away from his body, leaving merely a superficial scratch. In the fray, Zhou found himself wide open. Zhou drove the divine martial/array blade into the ground, advancing his right leg to close the distance to his opponent's chest. The principle of the 8 extremes declares, striking is akin to kissing, emphasizing the necessity of engaging at the shortest possible distance. With his left hand resting firmly on Zhou's shoulder, Zhou aimed to secure his opponent's body, signifying his intention to deliver a decisive blow. Power assessment in progress. Assessment successful, capture achieved. In the realm of 8 extremes boxing, grappling and delivering continuous strikes proved far more damaging than a single elbow strike that sent an opponent flying. Elbow strikes, horizontal elbows, and heart strikes, one after another, like a tempest unleashed. Concerned that the adversary might employ skills akin to transformed blood cluster, once more, Zhou refrained from using skills, opting instead for unadorned basic attacks. Nevertheless, with an impressive agility score of 50, he was capable of delivering 3 to 4 crushing elbow strikes in a mere second. If he were to join the NBA, he would undoubtedly be a prodigious talent. The damage, ranging from 70 to 80 points, cascaded forth like a torrential downpour. Although the damage itself was modest, the fists charged with electric energy incessantly numbed Zhou's body, interrupting his desperate struggles. It was akin to a dull knife slicing through flesh, an accumulation of power. Today, I am determined to bring him down. 2,800 experience points consumed. Skill, grappling LV1, has been upgraded to LV10 max, earning 2 potential points. Your grappling has been elevated to LV6. Please select one from the following 3 advanced effects: Serpents Entwine, Charged Heavy Strike, or Fist Energy Breakthrough. The first option, Serpents Entwine, enhances suppression rates and fortifies the effects of control, a choice that yields no losses, a solid fallback for the seasoned veteran. The second, Charged Heavy Strike, allows for a powerful blow after a series of suppressive hits. While decent, Zhou deemed it preferable to acquire an additional active skill instead. The third option, Fist Energy Breakthrough, proves intriguing, as it not only disrupts the opponent's local defenses during consecutive strikes, but also diminishes their magical resistance, thereby weakening their defenses against energy attributes and abnormal states. Were it not for the electric attribute, Zhou might have opted for the first advanced effect. Due to the electrifying force capable of inducing a state of paralysis, the third advanced effect, Fist Force Breaks the Barrier, is evidently more suitable. Grappling LV10 Max, green, enhances unarmed attack power by 10, counterattack rate by 10, and suppression rate by 10. While in a state of suppression, each attack reduces the target's defense and resistance by 1, up to a maximum of 10, lasting until the suppression is lifted. Following the skill enhancement, Zhou's striking power has been further augmented. With relentless elbow strikes, bone fractures, torn tendons, and internal injuries erupted from Zhou, the notorious leader of the Blood Wolf gang, resembling a battered punching bag. Observing that the opponent's health had plummeted below the lethal threshold, Zhou executed a decisive 8 extremes, 5 mountains ascending strike to the chin, utterly annihilating this malevolent figure. You have slain a level 10 ability user. Detection reveals a B-level talent, granting you an additional 400 experience points. Based on both parties' levels, you receive an extra 20 experience points. You have gained 8,294 experience points. Chaos Transformation, 3,100. Chaos Transformation, 7,100. Talent Harbinger of Blood, B. Skill Circulatory System Enhancement, LV1, Blue. Circulatory System Enhancement, LV1, Blue, brings forth a more vigorous vitality, resulting in a 1 to Constitution, a 4 increase in maximum health, and a 2 to innate defense. Zhou relinquished his grip, leaving Su Zhuoqing's shattered form, akin to a puddle of mire, discarded upon the ground. Merely eliminating a mere level 10 Esper yields rewards that nearly rival half of that obtained from slaying a leader-level zombie. The value of experience points based on talent level is exceedingly high, which is one of the reasons why the practice of consuming human resources remains perpetually popular. Even seasoned evolutionaries like Zhou, accustomed to the tempests of survival, find this bounty to be alarmingly effortless, evoking a sense of unreality. It is no wonder that this so-called leader of the Blood Wolf gang would prefer to confine himself within the quarters of the accommodation area, indulging in self-gratification rather than venturing out to hunt zombies. The risks are minimal, while the rewards are substantial. By locating evolutionaries with high talents and nurturing them to an appropriate level, one can continuously reap a wealth of experience points. Should the returns be as high as 300, capitalists would willingly sell the very ropes that strangle them, akin to the rationale behind the consumption of human resources. This also elucidates why, even years after the apocalypse, the practice persists despite being explicitly prohibited by various factions. After defeating the leader of the Blood Wolf gang, the remaining members of the gang promptly surrendered, lacking the tenacity for combat that characterized their leader. Furthermore, some among them had not fully consented to join, and even if judged, their crimes may not warrant death. In any case, it is the remaining survivors from the 6th to 13th floors were almost entirely held captive on the 8th floor by the Blood Wolf gang. The elderly, deemed worthless, were executed outright. A few children survived only because Su Zhuoqing, the depraved leader of the Blood Wolf gang, who possessed the Blood Envoy talent, found their blood particularly fresh and tender, and kept them confined specifically for his vampiric needs. Indeed, Su Zhuoqing's habits increasingly resembled those of a vampire, necessitating a daily intake of half a liter of fresh blood. Consequently, the few surviving children were pallid and sickly, appearing extremely weak. Men who resisted were immediately put to death, while those who surrendered and committed murder or violated women as a pledge of allegiance were inducted into the Blood Wolf gang. The remaining 20-odd female survivors were reduced to serving as objects of sexual gratification and a reserve food source for the Blood Wolf gang members. Any attempt to resist or escape resulted in the same fate as the beheaded woman at the entrance. As the Blood Wolf gang members entered the room, these pitiable women immediately cowered in the corners, terrified of being chosen for another round of brutal rape and torment. However, upon seeing Zhou enter with the corpse of the Blood Wolf gang leader and the bound members of the gang, a flicker of something akin to hatred sparked in their otherwise numb eyes. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Chu Qinghu, following behind Zhou, tossed several homemade daggers onto the floor, surveying the room. Kill them. A statuesque woman, her body a canvas of lacerations and her face marred by the wheels of whips, had fixed a gaze of unadulterated animosity upon a squat, corpulent figure from the moment she entered. Renowned for her indomitable spirit, she had suffered the most egregious torment at the hands of this very member of the Blood Wolf gang. Now, presented with an opportunity for retribution, she acted without hesitation, seizing a dagger and plunging it into his flesh. Unskilled in the art of wielding a blade, she gripped the hilt with both hands, repeatedly thrusting the dagger downwards, then withdrawing it in a frenzied, unrelenting motion. A deluge of crimson droplets splattered her face, yet her assault continued unabated until her strength completely ebbed away, leaving her prostrate on the floor, emitting a hoarse, inarticulate cry, punctuated by the silent cascade of tears. As those familiar with emotional volatility are aware, profound agitation often renders one incapable of audible weeping. Witnessing the tall woman's actions go unpunished, even unopposed, the remaining women surged forward in a chaotic melee. Those armed with daggers stabbed with abandon, while others, bereft of weapons, clawed with their nails and tore with their teeth. In short order, the reek of blood permeated the entire room, eclipsing even the usual malodorous blend of excrement and unidentifiable fluids that had long lingered in the air. As the thunder rumbles and awakens insects, and lightning bursts forth to give birth to all things, Zhou and his companioness' actions had ushered in a nascent hope for these women, who had languished in this apocalyptic setting for a week. Outside, a muffled peal of thunder reverberated through the air, followed by a gentle, pattering rain. Yet Zhou, his heart heavy, sought only to distract himself with some task. He raised his hand and summoned the data panel. You have consumed 10,000 experience points, and your lightning release chakra mode, enhanced, has ascended to level 8. Please select one of the following 3 advanced effects: Tailed Beast Mode, purple, Lightning Domain, purple, or Awakened Thunder Body, pink. Chapter 49. Awakened Thunder Body. Is it possible that fortune has finally smiled upon me? While I cannot confirm the existence of karmic rewards, it seems that today's luck is indeed quite fortuitous. It appears that this evening's lottery for chaos transformation may yield some favorable outcomes. Returning my focus to the selection of skill advancement effects. 1. Tailed Beast Mode bestows an energy-embodied tailed beast cloak, significantly enhancing both defense and operational range. Tailed Beast Mode seeks a transformation of energy, further exploring the malleability and expansiveness of this energy form, evolving from a close combat lightning armor into a towering manifestation reminiscent of Susanoo. 2. Lightning Domain. While this skill is active, the dissipating energy will form a cohesive lightning domain, periodically inflicting area damage and negative status effects on nearby targets. Lightning Domain pursues a transformation in the nature of energy, developing and manipulating the properties of lightning. It evolves from merely stimulating the body's potential to excavating the destructive force and intrinsic qualities of lightning energy, transforming from a simple enhancement skill into a versatile tool for both offense and defense. 3. Awakened Thunder Body allows for the expenditure of energy to summon the thunder of Aoki, inflicting substantial damage upon both foes and allies. Simultaneously absorbs the power of thunder to restore health and further augment one's abilities. This state of permanent enhancement introduces an additional dual-function transformation skill that integrates both offensive and defensive capabilities. It imparts a sensation that amalgamates the Tailed Beast Mode and the Lightning Domain. However, at its core, it delves deeper into the concept of lightning enhancement. One might assert that in the development of Lightning Release Chakra Mode, Zhou has embarked upon a novel path of innovation. Which option to choose? Naturally, the third one. 2 purple and 1 pink. When pink is available, one should opt for it. Moreover, the effects of this skill appear to be tailor-made for Zhou's innate talents. Summoning the thunder of Aoki inflicts damage, seemingly causing 1,000 foes to fall while incurring self-harm. Yet, let us not forget that Zhou's Spirit Meridian Lightning Pulse grants him a remarkable 70 damage immunity against lightning. Although the damage may be reduced, the healing and enhancements remain uncompromised, even benefiting from a 30 boost to his innate abilities. Just as in the previous encounter with the Bloodwolf gang leader, where he engaged in close combat to restrain his opponent, a bolt of lightning strikes down, uniting heaven and earth. The adversary is gravely injured while we simultaneously heal and unleash a barrage of attacks. The scene is so breathtaking that one can scarcely bear to behold it. Lightning Release. Jingzhe, Thunderbolt True Form LV8, Purple-Pink, simulating extraordinary lightning through Qi. This skill grants significant attribute enhancements and the ability to actively summon the thunder of Aoki. Note, this skill is a stance technique. Multiple stance techniques cannot be employed simultaneously. Talent bonuses have been factored in. Enhancement. While maintaining this stance, Strength 52, Agility 73, Agility, Reflex Immunity 104. Lightning Armor. Forms a layer of lightning release armor on the body with a defense of 63 and a shield value of 634 upon shattering. It can be regenerated by consuming 14 of Qi. Physique 0, 181. 3. Gathering Qi. Under this stance, attacks are significantly enhanced, with attack range, splash, and diffusion increased by 31. 2. The probability of triggering any lightning-related effects is substantially amplified. 381. 3. Awakening Thunder. When activated, it consumes 14 of total Qi and 28 of maximum health. It summons a bolt of azure lightning, inflicting 634 points of lightning damage within a 1-meter diameter. If the user is within the lightning range, they gain the enhancement True Body of Thunder, lasting for 10 minutes. Cooldown time is 1 hour. Physique 81. 3. True Body of Thunder, size 31. 2. Maximum health 31. 2. Defense 31. 2. Final damage 31. 2. Critical rate 31. 2. While simultaneously restoring 31. 2 of maximum health within 5 seconds. Once the true body of thunder is activated, attacks can be converted into lightning damage. Upon selecting the advanced effect of Awakening Thunder True Body of Thunder, not only do the attributes become increasingly extraordinary, but even the name and quality undergo a transformation. It evolves from the purple Lightning Release Chakra Mode modified purple to Lightning Release Awakening Thunder True Body of Thunder LV8 purple pink. The skill grade has been elevated superficially. It may appear to have merely acquired new attributes and enhanced bonuses. However, on a deeper level, it signifies an elevation in the essence of the skill, possessing the potential to reach the threshold of pink quality. This signifies that Zhou has undergone a profound transformation in the development of this skill, integrating his own understanding and alterations upon the foundation laid by predecessors, forging a path uniquely his own. Returning to reality, the once numerous members of the Blood Wolf gang have been nearly eradicated by the wrathful women. Only 2 young men, coerced into joining yet feigning allegiance, managed to survive due to their relatively short tenure and their previous acts of kindness towards the abused women. A gathering of grievances and vengeance has fostered a deep sense of gratitude among these tormented women towards Zhou and his companions. Notably, the tall woman Zhang, who boldly took the lead in seeking retribution, fixates her bright eyes upon Zhou, as if wishing to repay his kindness with her life. After dismantling the Blood Wolf gang, they ascend with the gang leader's severed head, with the doors of the upper floors wide open, allowing unobstructed passage. Initially, the strength of the Blood Wolf gang leader had not yet reached its current formidable level, having been bolstered by the consumption of human lives. Within the other floors reside survivors who, dissenting from his ideology, yet possessing considerable strength, had formed a temporary alliance for self-preservation and resistance against the Blood Wolf gang. Lacking substantial cohesion from the outset, this alliance quickly disbanded into smaller factions upon the removal of external pressure and the imminent arrival of military support. Today in Yangqing, a gentle rain falls persistently, yet this drizzling cannot impede the influx of a substantial military force into the city. Following the coordinates and positioning provided by the Vanguard Squad, various military units successfully reached their designated destinations. The plaza in Jiazhou, where Zhou and his companions were stationed, served merely as a secondary node along the retreat route. Yet it was fortified with an entire platoon of soldiers for defense. One can only imagine the magnitude of military force mobilized for the overall evacuation plan. From a distance, the view above Yang City resembles a vast tree, with its trunk extending along highways and urban thoroughfares, branching out into numerous smaller twigs and offshoots. Over the span of 2 days, these smallest branches will converge the scattered survivors throughout Yang City, transporting them along the limbs and trunk to the sanctuary situated on Biological Island. Among all nations worldwide, only the Yanlong Kingdom possesses the capability to achieve such a feat. Firstly, it requires both the ambition and strength to execute such a task. This is not particularly challenging, as several established world powers possess the requisite military capabilities. Despite the apocalypse altering numerous physical laws, the foundational strength of these long-standing powers remains robust. The genetically modified individuals from the Eagle Nation, the Winter Warriors of the Bear Nation, and the Knights of the Gallic Nation exemplify this. However, the more crucial aspect is the willingness to expend such significant effort and resources to aid the besieged survivors within the urban confines. Thus, only the Yanlong Kingdom, with its systemic advantages and unwavering national commitment, can accomplish this, not only in Yang City, but across the entire nation. Major cities with military districts nearby are witnessing similar miraculous rescue operations. Even in a prefecture-level city like Zhangwu City, located near Yangqing, a heavily armed composite brigade has been dispatched for rescue operations. However, will the zombie mother nest within Yanlong's territory truly allow or condone such rescue efforts? The iconic landmarks of urban centers, such as the Little Waste Lighthouse in downtown Yangqing and the Oriental Pearl Tower in the heart of Modu, have, for an unknown duration, been ensnared by dark green, mysterious patterns, transforming them into elliptical cocoons. The periphery of these cocoons pulsates with an eerie, dark green glow, seemingly alive, as if they are nurturing something or engaging in some arcane form of communication. Chapter 50. Confusion and Solitude. Guidance from Chu Qinghu, the long-awaited arrival of the individuals summoned by Ma Qi using a disposable communication talisman, has finally occurred. They arrived en masse, even filling an entire large bus. Given that the nearest toll booth to Jiazhou Square is less than 2 kilometers away, coupled with convenient transportation and proximity to the city's main thoroughfares, it stands as a significant secondary node on the evacuation route from the old district. Consequently, the military has dispatched a well-organized platoon, 34 fully armed soldiers who, even in silence, exude a reassuring sense of security. Accompanying them is the frontline command team, who have assumed command from the vanguard squad leader, Ma Qi. Greetings, representatives of the survivors. My surname is Zhou, and I am the wartime commander responsible for the evacuation of the old district. This is my deputy, squad leader Zhou from the 2nd Mechanized Company. Due to the slaying of the Blood Wolf gang leader, the Happiness Squad has garnered immense prestige among the multitude of survivors. In this apocalyptic world where strength reigns supreme, Zhou and his companions were elected as representatives of the survivors to engage in dialogue with the military. What a pleasure it is to finally receive your assistance. Commander Zhou, I am Zhou, the captain of the Happiness Squad. The two parties exchanged firm handshakes, signifying goodwill. Subsequently, they delved into profound discussions regarding the subsequent evacuation plans, the specifics of survivor resettlement, resource allocation, and daily tasks. However, Zhou found himself utterly perplexed by these intricate matters. Throughout his life, he had only ever served as a group leader responsible for collecting assignments, far removed from the complexities of managing the livelihoods of dozens. Thus, he unceremoniously delegated all these responsibilities to his deputy, Chu Qingfeng. In times of combat, his role was simply to engage in battle. Recognizing his own limited intellect, which offered no assistance in the negotiations, Zhou relinquished all authority to Chu Qingfeng. Seeking solace by leaving the tent, he wandered alone to the 5th-floor rooftop garden, gazing at the delicate rain falling outside, lost in thought. Clearly, the astute and socially adept deputy captain, Chu Qingfeng, was far more suited to lead the Happiness Squad than he, who was merely skilled in combat and utterly inept in social interactions. Even the newly appointed deputy captain, Chu Qinghu, managed to train recruits and strategize effectively, far surpassing Zhou in competence. As he reflected on his role, Zhou felt more like a decorative flower in the squad rather than a true leader. Moreover, the establishment of the Happiness Squad was merely a serendipitous act following the rescue of Lin Yu and other survivors in the community, rather than a pursuit of personal desire. As the military's rescue forces arrive, the future retreat to the sanctuary in Yangsheng looms on the horizon. This ostensibly happy squad may soon exist only in name. Zhou feels a pang of regret, lamenting that there is no feast that does not come to an end. Those who meet by chance may ultimately part ways. Yet, there is also a sense of relief, akin to shedding an immense burden. As the captain and the most formidable member of the squad, he has borne the weight of leading others through the trials of survival in this apocalyptic world, a responsibility he could not shirk. However, the immense pressure has weighed heavily upon him. Now, with the arrival of the military, he feels a slight easing of the tension within. What is he contemplating? Perhaps he has been lost in thought, for it is only when he hears a voice inquiring beside him that he notices Chu Qinghu standing there. I am merely feeling a bit lost. During this period, the relationship between Zhou and Chu Qinghu has significantly improved. The initial conflicts that arose upon their first meeting dissipated after they faced life and death battles together. Now, they have become comrades who can trust each other with their backs, prompting Zhou to confide in Chu Qinghu. You simply need a bit more time to gain clarity. I saw your determination in your fighting style today. Chu Qinghu turned her head, her heterochromatic eyes fixed intently on Zhou. I sincerely appreciate your trust. Even I am not so resolute. Zhou chuckled self-deprecatingly, helplessly spreading his hands. Chu Qinghu, with her delicate jade-like hand, willingly placed it in Zhou's palm. Here you go. As he opened his hand, he discovered a simple terrain map marked with several red dots. The surrounding areas, such as the Bliss Community, Jiazhou Plaza, and the urban village, were all indicated. What is this? Zhou inquired, somewhat puzzled. It is a strategic directive from the military, specifically conveyed to us. It may contain intelligence on elite-level zombies and evolved beasts. For each cleansing task completed, one can earn variable contribution points based on the opponent's strength. You have contemplated going after elite-level zombies for quite some time. Haven't you? What? Chu Qinghu placed her finger gently on Zhou's lips, interrupting his queries. If you wish to go, then pursue it. We are not a burden to you. We can take care of ourselves. Chu Qinghu's face gradually drew closer, her expression earnest as she gazed intently at Gu Zhou. The warmth of her breath brushed against his nose, and in the depths of his dark yet faintly blue eyes, the exquisite visage of Chu Qinghu was reflected. You are a fierce tiger that roams the mountains and forests, so do not confine yourself within a narrow cage. Where has that valiant and spirited Gu Zhou gone, the one who fought against the elite zombies today? Moreover, do not indulge in excessive self-admiration. You are not a savior. Without you, we would still persevere. Observing the aloof and unapproachable Chu Qinghu, one wonders if there exists within her a delicate and tender side. Gu Zhou felt a sense of astonishment as those enigmatic, violet-blue eyes seemed to possess the uncanny ability to read his innermost, conflicted thoughts. Yet, there was also a profound delight, a warmth akin to being recognized and wholeheartedly supported. Just as he was about to express his gratitude, the proud Chu Qinghu turned away with an air of haughtiness. No need to thank me. After all, I was once a teacher. Guiding a confused student like you is merely a natural duty, is it not? Right, little apprentice. Leaving behind a teasing remark, Chu Qinghu gracefully strode away, her long legs carrying her swiftly. However, her hurried steps suggested a desire to conceal from the one behind her the blush that had inadvertently graced her cheeks.